The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Moving from Africa to Canada and then to America meant that I had to deal with a set of new expectations from different people and different cultures. As a newcomer, there was always a place where my being different was pointed out, and not always in a good way. Situations like when my children came home from school, crying because they had been called names by their classmates when they had started school. Names such as chocolate milk, or asked whether their mom drank too much black coffee when she was pregnant. Granted, these words had a racial connotation, but 5, 6, and 7-year-old children are not racist. Those kids were only acting out of what they didn't know and what they have not been taught. I could have blamed their parents, the teachers, or the principal. And to be honest with you, I did. But then after some time, I realized that no amount of blaming could have restored my children's self-esteem or reduced my own pain. When people think different is bad for you and you buy into it, before you know, you might start denying your own self-worth and self-identity. That's when I decided that the only thing I could really control was to choose how to respond. I could be bitter, or I could be better. It was my choice. Even when something you don't understand or you don't agree with, have an open mind and learn what you don't know.
Sekonde Nimenya, an international award-winning author, speaker, and expert in diversity, equity, and inclusion based in the U.S. 11 after 9 o'clock, a very good morning. Welcome to The Talking Point. Welcome to the start of a brand new week. As always, it's a pleasure to be in your company as we lead conversations that move us. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday. So then, to get the conversation going, I know that there'll be a lot that is on your mind coming out of the weekend that has been. I leave it in your hands. To steer the direction, to steer the conversation that we must have this morning on the National Roundtable. The number to dial to get in touch with us on the studio line, 086 000 2032. 086 000 2032. That's the number for the studio line. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. And of course on X, it's at SAfmRadio. The hashtag there is hashtag SAFM Talking Point. And remember, you're more than welcome to raise any matter of national interest that you want to put on the National Roundtable. So coming up later this morning at 9:30, of course, we'll take you back live to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. This is where we are expecting the continuation of evidence from Sergeant Fani Nkosi. He's going to be having, I think it's about it says he has his 5th day at the commission, but I think it's more than 5 days now that has been at the commission. That number certainly does not look right. But nonetheless, he will be continuing his evidence at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Last week, that evidence ended on what was a lot of tension that undoubtedly needs to be explored today. So where were we when things ended last week? It was when he was being questioned about messages that he had sent to a friend 3 days after the murder of DJ somebody. This was in 2022. And he was asking this friend why DJ somebody had not been called to order. He also testified that Tebello Tibbs Motswane, who was killed alongside rapper AKA, was Mswazi Msibi's nephew. So last week Friday, the commission then also saw video evidence that was the murder of AKA that was played at the commission. The full link of how that video feeds back into the cross-examination of Sergeant Ngosi is something that the evidence leader will probably try to link us back to this morning, that we understand what exactly is happening. The difficulty that the commission has at this point is that it's also dealing with a witness who, by and large, is not putting forth a credible version that this inquiry is going to be able to lean into when making its deliberations about what then become its findings, and most importantly, its recommendations of what must come out of this process. And why do I say that he's not putting forward a credible version? Because of the number of times that he's now simply resorting to, I have no comment, I don't know, I don't remember. That is not a version. I don't know is not a version. I don't remember is not a version. I can't recall is not a version. And what I find interesting is that when asked on some of these matters specifically, there's also a time where he will say, no, evidence leader, maybe if you continue to ask me about this thing as we go on, I might recall more details, but right now I don't recall. But I might recall if you continue to ask me. So what does that say? That says that this person has information that they could well be sharing, but they're choosing not to share it at that particular instance. Because how can you remember to be reminded of something that you claim you don't know or you don't remember? It's either you remember or you don't. So as things stand, the credibility of the version that is being put forth by this witness before the Madlanga Commission is called into question every day that he continues to be in that witness stand. But it is also at a critical point because now it's down to the nitty-gritty of actual investigations, of actual communications that he had with different players that also points to the active interference. And dare I even say obstruction of justice. How is it not obstruction of justice when you are sharing confidential, sensitive information about police investigations with civilians? It doesn't matter who those civilians are. This is not information that should be in the public domain. This is not information that should be leaving the quarters of investigations of the police. So we're at a critical point of Sergeant Faninkosi's evidence, and certainly that is something that the Commission then will pick up on and continue with this morning. So we'll take some of your calls on the WhatsApp voice note line, or rather some of your calls on the studio line. Let me go back to the studio line. The studio line 086 000 2032, and on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. So let's take a quick break then, and I'm back with your calls.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors, Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, just before we get into your calls, an interesting story over the weekend coming out of the City Press, which I thought would be important for me to bring to the National Roundtable, because we had a conversation with the Deputy Minister of Defence just within the last month on this particular story. And it's around the Defence Force Day that was held. Over the weekend, reports in the City Press saying that the South African military police have now begun an investigation into possible fraud, corruption, and maladministration into preparations for that event that was held in Thohoyandou in Limpopo. Now, at the time, there was a bill of 370 million rand attached to that particular event. When we had the Deputy Minister, Bantu Holomisa, on, I asked him about that event, and I asked him about this price tag and whether it made sense. I want to play the response that the minister had to this question, and I guess then it's no surprise, because the figures just seemed eye-watering from the get-go. But this is what the minister had to say at the time.
The original budget, which the general submitted to the Secretary of Defense and the financial officers, they estimated 350 or so million. But Minister Motshekga and I, we sat down and looked into this, and we said, no, we cannot approve this. But we know that the Army Day is a big day for any soldier in any country. It raises their morale. But we are not here to frustrate our soldiers. We cut that budget up to 178 million.
Is this money to be spent for that one day, for the event? What is this money for?
This money starts from the various units where you say they must do rehearsals from their units. That money, when you go and do rehearsals, that means you are going to need fuel to go to the range. You are going to need transportation, you service your tanks. There's a lot which is, and then on that day, when you see those soldiers have been there for almost 2 weeks now, doing rehearsals, practicing, so that they can showcase the capacity and capability they have. So that's the nature of the Defense Force. You can't just wake up soldiers and say, here is 100 million or 50 million or whatever. Tomorrow we have got an exercise. The expenditure covers the period where you go and buy ammunition for practice, service vehicles, service efforts, so that on that day, you come up with completed work and demonstrate how the precisions operates in the Defense Force. That is the profession we are managing.
So that was the minister's explanation at the time, that yes, they had asked for about 350 million to 370 million, but that budget was cut down to 178 million. Now, even that 178 million is under investigation by the South African military police. And this is largely due to allegations of fraud, corruption, and maladministration in the preparation for that Defence Day celebration. So we'll keep a close eye on how far that investigation actually goes and what it is that it reveals about the planning. Were prices inflated? Were things put on the table that really should not have been there, that ultimately taxpayers have paid for? All right, so we'll take some of your WhatsApp voice notes. You can call in 086 000 2032.
Morning, Kathy. Yeah, Captain Faninkosi, he's been the longest witness as far as I know. And I can tell he's the man. He knows everything and everyone. And the funny thing is, he's connected to everyone. Everyone, even Mkwanazi, calls, send messages to everyone. Catch Matala, everyone else. Hey, this guy, he's a coordinator, man. I don't know why he's wasting his career on policemen. Anonymous in Pine Town.
Good morning. There was a lady talking earlier on about the cost of living with the prices and everything going up to 4,000 plus. Well, it's not easy for SASSA pensioners who don't get up to 3,000 Rand. And maybe the government should talk, considering that even they're talking about this and that, and Mr. Ramaphosa gives his people, his MPs, a 4% increase before the budget. It's a bit unfair. It is very hard to stretch the little bit of money we've got with the prices that are in the shops. And a lot of the shops already have put their prices up when he said they should not have done that. Or mustn't do it until he tells them they can. And my name is Lynn.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you? It was a tough weekend. You know, what CIC said over the weekend, I'm really disappointed in the guy. He is my hero, he's my favorite, but what he said over the weekend, attacking General Mukwanas, the only guy who could stand against these criminals. No, man, CIC need to be called into order. What he did, it's unwelcome. It's unpalatable even to us EFF members. Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy, and your team. Things are tense here in Matlosana. Taxi driver, they made a shutdown. No move. Kids didn't go to school, especially who attending in Matlosana CBD in town, Klerksdorp. Things are tense, Kathy. Tense. They are fighting for rules, penalty. I don't know why they don't go to municipality. Municipality is the one who refused to implement service delivery. So they threaten us for nothing. And another issue, Kathy, you remember that guy that used to interview him, James Khadina Bokau? He was a member of Sanko NEC member. He passed away on Friday. So I want to send the condolences to the family of Khadina Bokau. Moya wa gagwe o robale ka khotso, o dirile tema ya gagwe ke phesi mo Matlosana.
All right, yeah, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. And Percy, thanks for notifying us of that. Of course, he was one of the individuals that would always call, especially when there are issues in the community, and make us aware of what is happening. And a very reliable individual who cared a lot about what was happening in his community. So thanks for letting us know. We certainly weren't aware from that. Let me go to Harry Smith. Tsokolo, good morning.
Good morning, Aunt Katie.
Yes, sir.
Aunt Katie, hey, I don't know where to start or what. How can I put this? So, Katie, I'm always asking maybe somebody who can come on air and explain some of the things, like I wanted the president actually to come here, because I can see we don't have answers down here in most questions. I'm wondering, is it wise for government to give tenders to these people who always cleaning outside on the road, outside in our towns? I don't understand. Is it wise because I can see in most towns, you find that there is people who are busy cutting grass on the road. But what amazing, get inside town, the town is dirty. Is it wise that way? Why these people can they stop tenderizing these people to go and clean outside towns instead of leaving that money to our municipality so that they can clean our towns? I don't see, it doesn't make sense really to go and clean outside towns. You find always when you travel here, there is people who are cutting grasses, busy cleaning, but get inside town. The town is dirty. Is it wise that way? I really don't understand why our government are using our money in a wrong way.
Okay.
I think if they can take that money and leave it to the municipality, otherwise they can hire the permanent staff so that they can clean. Instead of cleaning, yes, we need we need our country to be clean, but is it wise to clean it?
Good morning, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Morning, Chair.
Welcome back and good morning, Mr. Ngwato.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Sergeant Kosi.
Good morning, my honorable commissioners. Good morning.
Let's hope it ends today. Eh?
I'm praying for that to end today.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also praying it ends today, Sergeant.
Please.
No disrespect intended. Sergeant, I want to start today by taking you to a handwritten statement that you gave to the police officers who raided your house in October. And that statement starts on file 3 of the recent statements, of the recent files, and it is at page 1335.
That is at page 1335.
1335.
1135. 1135.
1335.
13.
Do you have the statement, Sergeant?
That's correct.
And
Can just wait. I need to get there. Thank you.
And maybe if we can start at page 1342, can you confirm that it's your signature at the end of the statement on 1342?
Yes, I confirm.
And can you tell the Commission the circumstances in which you wrote this statement? Oh, sorry, and is the handwriting your own?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the Commission the circumstances in which you wrote this statement?
Ukuthi ungachaza isimo ngaphansi kwaso uma uzobhala leso statement.
Bengisesimeni esi-right.
Khulumela phezulu angikuzwa.
Bengisesimeni esi-right.
I was in a normal condition.
I don't think that's the question, Sergeant. I think the question is how did you, or rather, what led you to write the statement? I hope I'm understanding correctly, Mr. Shaskasi.
Ukuthi kuze kanjani ukuze ubhale leso statement.
Ngamane ngasibhala.
I just wrote it.
We were not given your name. Apologies. Please give me your name.
Good morning, Chairperson and Commissioners. My name is Ephraim. The surname is Seritsane. Seritsane.
Seritsane.
Seritsane.
Seritsane.
That's what I said.
Yeah, Mr. Seritsane.
Yes.
We have an arrangement with Sergeant Kosi that some questions are not difficult at all to understand, and that when he feels that he wants a question interpreted, he will indicate to you. So otherwise, he simply responds to all the questions directly without your intervention.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. But please, he had already responded to the last one. You think so? Oh, can you please repeat the question, Mr. Shaskasi?
Well, the original question was, can you explain the circumstances in which you wrote this affidavit? But the chair's follow-up question was more along the lines of what I was really happy for you to start at 3 because 1 and 2 are just for identifying yourself.
I confirm that I work with General Sibia in the head office. He sometimes tasks me to attend the complaints of dockets that they got against the police, and further task me on the job that he got from Parliament, the police minister. But by then it was the minister Peggy Cele. I was deployed to Musina area during the year 2022, month of September, where there was a community in Bizo that was attended by National Commissioner, General Fanima Semola and Minister Peggy Cele, together with General Sibia. During the said deployed, 3 suspects were arrested at Musina, as per Musina Case 210 of 9/2022 and Musina Case 203 of 9/2022. It was a cash in transit charge and the possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition. I then became closer with General Sibia as I was a hard-working person, and I confirmed the matter is currently in High Court, pending for trial, and the accused persons are still in custody. During the month of 2024, around January, while I was in the office of General Sibia, I was told by him that he wants me to go and collect someone from downstairs in the security area. The said person was the complainant according to him. He did not say what was the complaint about. I then went there. On my arrival, I found that it was someone I knew as Mr. Ket Matala, known to me as a businessman in the security industry, and he also ran some few hospital projects according to me. I know Mr. Matala, Ket in bracket, as he used to bike long ago, and I'm still biking, and also know him as he was the main security guard to the late Mr. Jotamon Sibi, known as Mswazi. The last time I saw him before 2024, it was when Mr. Msibi was still alive. Then I saw him again on the day mentioned before above. He then took my numbers again because he told me that he misplaced them. I then passed him with my numbers as I still had his own number, even though I never contacted him or he contacted me. I further taken him to General Sibia's office, where I left him at his office. But before that, General Sibia told Ket in my presence that if he can't get hold of him on his cell phone, he might be busy on the state meeting. So Mr. Matala must phone me and would pass the message to him. I then agreed to that, as I did not see any problem, as I know him, referring to Ket as a businessman. I confirmed that time, and again, Ket will phone me or write a message looking for General Sibia, or General Sibia will call me with his phone number looking for Ket. Thinking that I might have seen or heard from him time to time. When General Sibia and Mr. Ket meet, I would not be present, but I would hear from General Sibia that he was with Ket somewhere that I don't know. Most of the time, Mr. Ket, sometimes when he's looking for General Sibia, he will tell me that I must be loyal in my work because he can make things happen for me in terms of getting me promoted to the higher rank, as he got the National Commissioner, Mr. Fanima Semula, and the Deputy National Commissioner, Shadrach Sibia. He further told me that he has won a hospital tender, so that will make him come more often to the office to check everything is okay in terms of the company compliance. During December 2024, General Sibia called me to tell me that I must come see him in his office. On my arrival, he told me that I must make arrangement a meeting with the General Ntlam Konazi of the KZN. He told me that he is worried that him and General Mkonazi are not getting along, and this has been happening for a long time. And even Minister Kele knew about it, and he did not do nothing to solve the problem until he went on pension. He further told me that the National Commissioner tried to solve, but with no luck. I then contacted Lieutenant General Mkonazi to meet him, and he told me that he does not fight with General Sibia, but General Sibia must be the one telling me what is his problem, and further told me that there was an investigation on particular people, but General Sibia's name keep on coming out. So that might be the reason he keeps on wanting to make peace of the meeting with him, now is General Mkonazi. I then went back to the office to give feedback to General Sibia. I confirmed that I met with General Mkonazi more than once. The reason was I was sent by General Sibia to try to make peace. The reason he tasked me is to that because we talked a lot together with General Mkonazi on the phone, but we just talked on general or normal things. I am not sure if it was December or January 2024 or 2025, I was asked by Stembiso Msibi, the son of Jotamu Msibi, to go and collect the jet ski, a scooter dam from Mr. Ket Matala. I then went there somewhere in Limpopo. As he said, jet ski belonged to his late father, Mr. Mswazi. On my arrival, I found him when I got there. That is Mr. Matala. Then I took it away, but later on that week, he phoned me telling me he is looking for the card and a driver's license that he left in the dash of a jet ski by the time he called me. I was busy. I could not take it to him or let him come to the office as I was not there. He then never called me again on that day. I think after 3 minutes, he called me again telling me that he needs a card agent as he was going to meet with the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile. Then he met, and then he will meet General Sibia after that. I then took pictures of the said card. It was black in color. Then I sent it to his phone. That was the last time I spoke to him on the phone. During the same 2025 or 2024, he called me and told me he lost his cell phone and I must send him numbers of General Shibiri, General Sinona, General Sibia. Then I did send him such numbers without suspecting anything because I know him as a legit businessman, and he confirmed that he won the tender with subs, so I must communicate with everyone. Okay, he must communicate with everyone on the management side. I confirmed that I did not know Mr. Matlala as a criminal. I just know him as a businessman. I was surprised when I received a call from Mr. Likukela Mpo. He was with his friend, Mr. Abi Dikale, whom they told me that there was a kidnapping that occurred where a child was taken and his mother. I then proceeded to the scene. Then I have interviewed the victim, Mr. Abi, whom he told me that he suspects Mr. Matlala, but he did not want to make a statement. I immediately contacted Lieutenant General Sibia to inform him on what happened, on what has happened. Then General Sibia told me he was in Cape Town, but will set up a team to investigate the matter. Indeed, the team was tasked. Then head of investigation was Brigadier Ramangwa. Then the operation was conducted and at Atteridgeville, but the victims were not found. So from that time, the team was busy with the said investigation. When they told me, as I was not part of it, they said it was at advanced stage and arrests are imminent. That is all I can say.
And now, Sergeant, are there any parts of the statement that are not correct that you would want to disavow or correct?
I can't be sure of that, but by the time I was writing this statement, this is what I remembered.
So, and the statement was written on 8 October last year?
That's correct. And it might happen that maybe I might have omitted some important things, but not deliberately because of I was lying, or maybe I wanted to shift something. No, it was maybe an honest mistake if I've omitted.
But as you read it now, is there anything that you would want to add or to correct before I start questioning you about specific details in the statement?
As I just said now, I might add, as you question me, that maybe what was the reason I did not add, or maybe I might not have remembered it.
But as you read it through, there was nothing that you said, and I think I've got this wrong, I got this wrong at the time, that's clearly not what happened. There's nothing that leaps out to you as clearly wrong.
I still stand about what I just said now, that as maybe it goes, I will revert back to the statement and say, no, this I might have omitted, this is what happened.
Well, I mean, if there is anything that is clearly wrong, I'd like you to identify that now before I start asking you specific questions. It's just so that I know what your understanding of the true facts is. I don't want to go down a line if you tell me, you know, what I said in the statement was an error, the mistake. You know, the truth is this.
According to me, I wrote it to the best of my ability, but I don't want to close it as fully so that I must not be seen as someone who's not truthful to the commission.
Sergeant Gosi, I hope that this will not come out negative, but the second last response you gave sounds like you are hedging, so to speak, hedging your bets, as it were, because you say as we go on, then I may revisit certain parts of the statement. It sounds to me as though you are basically saying, if you are asked a question that you may feel puts you in a difficult position, you will then say, actually, what I said in paragraph 9 of the statement is not accurate. And you will only say that upon being faced with a certain situation arising from a question. Am I correct or am I wrong to understand your response to that second last question?
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't know if maybe I would be answering correctly. I'm saying, I don't want to say some statements that I wrote here or words are incorrect or are false. I say at that time they were correct. I might have maybe omitted something that I was supposed to write and I did not write it. But for me not to write it, it does not necessarily mean it's a lie or I'm changing a statement. It would be in addition to that what I've wrote here.
Okay, you are talking about things that you may not have written. Let's focus on those that you have actually written.
Yes.
As you read the statement this morning, did you think, paragraph 8 is not conveying the, I'm just giving 8 as an example. Yes. Paragraph 8 is not conveying what actually happened. Or did you, as you read the statement, take the view that everything I have read is actually accurate? I don't like what appears to be sitting on the fence, and you'll then follow
wherever it suits
you. Wherever it suits you, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. As you read the statement, were you of the view that everything you say there is accurate?
Yes, according to my understanding, I might be subjected to be correction in terms of the dates. And, you know, I'm not good with dates.
But let's leave out the dates, yes. I also wouldn't remember when certain things that happened in 2022, 23, even 25.
Yes,
I would not remember the dates on which they happened. So perhaps let's leave that out. But in terms of content and substance, as you read, you did not see anything that does not reflect what actually happened correctly, or what you said, or what exchanges you were involved in inaccurately. Everything, according to you, as you read, was accurate.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsingh.
Can I just get clarity on a couple of issues in this statement? The first is at page 1340. And this is it's in relation to the Luxo card. So paragraph 20 in the preceding page, you say that you've been called by Mr. Matlala about the card. And then 21, you say, at the time he called me, I was busy, so I could not take it to him or let him come to the office as I was not there. And then 22, he never called me again that day. I think after 3 minutes, he called me again, telling me that he needs the card again, urgent, as he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile, brackets Paul, then meet General Sabia after that. I then took pictures of the said card. It was black in color, then sent it to his phone. That was the last time I spoke to him. Can you just clarify what's going on in paragraph 22? You say he didn't call me again that day, but then you say after 3 minutes he called you telling him he needed the card urgently as he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile and then meet General Sabia. Can you just explain, did he call you again that day?
Okay.
Was the call about General Sabia and Deputy President Mashatile that day?
Okay. If I understood you correctly, you're asking if was the call about the card or the call about Deputy President Mashatile and Sibia? If I'm not mistaken, is how I heard you.
Well, the first question is, was the call on the same day he had called you about the card? So let's maybe answer that first, and then we can get to the second question.
Okay. Maybe to rectify the statement, I might have made a mistake when I say he called me. I called him when I found the card. That is rectification number one. And then this call that he made, it was a call now after I informed him that I found the card. So now, the reason that he called me on this particular day is because he wanted to use that card. And then he further stated that he was going to meet with General Sibia and Paul Mashati.
I mean, we'll come back to who called whom, but what your written statement says is he needs the card urgent as he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile and General Sabia. Was your understanding that he needed the card in relation to his meeting with the Deputy President and General Sabia?
I would not want to be on his mind at that particular time. I thought he wanted that card because of it belonged to him, but I did not see the picture of how is he going to use his card.
But what you said was he needs the car urgently, or urgent, as he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile and then meet General Sabia after that. How did you understand the relationship between his urgent need for the card and the fact that he was going to meet the Deputy President and then General Sabia? I mean, you're the one who's linked those two.
I'm the one who's what?
Your statement links those two. It says he needs the card urgently as he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile and then meet General Sabia after that. So I want to understand, why was the urgency related to the meetings with the Deputy President and General Sabia?
I would not know why that he needs the card, because he was going to meet the Deputy President and General Sabia. My understanding at the time, he wanted his card, and it was in my possession.
But was he the one who said to you, I need this card urgently as I'm going to meet Deputy President Mashatile and then General Sabia after that?
That's
were those his words?
That's his words.
Then you say you called him, not he called you. That's an error in the statement. But if we look at the statement, it's not consistent with that being an error. Let's start at paragraph 20 at 1339. You say, on my arrival, that's at Mr. Matlala's farm, I was found by him at the gate. Then I took the jet ski away. But later on that week, he phoned me telling me he is looking for the card and driver's license that he left in the dash of the jet ski. So you're saying he didn't call you, you called him. Had you found a driver's license in the jet ski?
That's correct.
But you haven't previously mentioned finding a driver's license in the jet ski in any of your other statements or your testimony here?
I didn't mention it because I never thought it was important, or maybe it was an error, because now the main thing was a Luxo card. But not that I did not mention the bank, the driver's license, because of it wasn't there.
If we go to your next paragraph, paragraph 21, you say, by the time he called me, I was busy, so I could not take it to him or let him come to the office as I was not there. Now, you're saying when he called you about the bank card and driver's license, you were busy, so you couldn't take it to him or let him come to the office as you were not there. But if you called him, why would you call him when you were busy? Surely you would call him when you were not busy.
Remember, there were various calls. When I found the card, when now he's making a follow-up about the card. And then even if I was busy, I knew that he wanted to come and collect the card. I would have phoned him.
But you'll recall when we dealt with the topic of the card last week, your testimony was that when you found the card, and when you found the card, you were at Hartbeespoort.
That's correct.
And is that what you were referring to in paragraph 21 when you said, I was busy, so I couldn't take it to him?
Sergeant Kosi?
Oh, I still maybe, I thought he was still...
No, that was the end of my question. Is that what you were referring to in paragraph 21 when you say I was busy, so I couldn't take it to him?
So you're saying I was referring to my play in Hartbeespoort Dam?
Yes, were you busy at Hartbeespoort Dam when this call happened?
No, I can't remember where I was busy with.
But in the statement, this is the call where you are alerted to the fact that he has, that the card is in the jet ski. Was there not a call of that nature from Hartbeespoort Dam?
Okay. Maybe to clarify, he did not want that card on the very same day when I phoned him that I found the card.
When did he want it?
After I've alerted him, I can't remember when, but it's somewhere here that when he phoned.
Because you see, there was certainly a point at which he wanted the card urgently, because you mentioned that in paragraph 22, where you say, I think after 3 minutes he called me again telling me he needs the car urgent as he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile and then meet General Sabia after that. So when did the urgency arrive on his side?
I would not know.
Well, if we read on, so you've just recorded his conversation with you. He called me again telling me he needs the card urgently as he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile and then meet General Sabia after that. I then took pictures of the said card. It was black in color, then sent to his phone. So are you saying there that the pictures that you took were on immediately after being told by him that he needs the card urgently? Is that what you're saying, or is it possible that there was a gap between those two stages of the process?
Interpreter?
Let me start again so that you can interpret as I go along. If we read paragraph 22, you say, he called me again telling me that he needs the card urgent.
Paragraph 32, we were fonela 40.
22.
Ekutshela ukuthi ke ufuna ikhadi ngokusheshsha my agent.
As he was going to meet Deputy President Mashatile, then meet General Sabia after that.
Njengoba eyohlangana no Deputy President Mashatile and emva kwaloko eyohlangana no General Sabia.
I then took pictures of the said card. It was black in color, then sent to his phone.
Wabuso twebula ikhadi leyo wathatha ifoto yakhona imnyama ngombala wabuso ithumela kuye.
Now, are we to understand that it was immediately after he told you that he needed the card urgently that you took the pictures of the card and sent them to his phone?
Uthi kusemva ukuthi akufonele athi udinga ikhadi njengoba uthatha isithombe umthumela yona.
Was it immediately after? Was it immediately after he told you that he needed the card urgently that you sent those pictures?
Kuthi kusemveni ukuthi akufonele akutshela ukuthi udinga ikhadi njengoba wena sowuthatha ifoto yakhona umthumela yona use ngaleso sikhathi nje.
Unjalo.
That's correct.
Because then we can date this conversation, because we know that you sent him the pictures of the card on the 23rd of December. Sorry, interpreter, can you interpret and then I'll go on? So then we can date this conversation with him, because we know that you sent the pictures of the card on 23 December 2024.
I didn't get the first word.
So date, we can date this conversation.
Uthi bangadata leyo information opane ngayo yekhadi noma inkulumo le yenu enaba nayo ngaleso sikhathi. Missing.
I think maybe what you are trying to say is because we have the WhatsApps and we know from the WhatsApps when he sent the photo to Mr. Matlala, we can get the date from there.
Yes, Commissioner, that is what I'm trying to say.
Like the first part where you said we can date the photo was not very clear. So maybe what you mean by we can date, you can refer to the WhatsApps, then it can make more sense.
Well, The WhatsApp show that you sent this card, the picture of the card, on the 23rd of December 2024.
WhatsApp yakho kuyakhombisa ukuthi ke uthumele ifoto leyo yekhati nge-23 zaka December kuye. I agree.
So if that was immediately after the conversation where Mr. Matlala said he needed the card urgently because he was going to see Deputy President Mashatile and General Sabia, we know that conversation would have happened on the 23rd of December as well.
Ukuthi ke leyo nkulumo owaba nayo uMatlala ukuthi actually udinga ikhati ngokuthi uyohlangana no Deputy President Mashatile emva kwaloko ayohlangana nayo General Sibiya. Singathatha ukuthi ke leyo nkulumo yayenzakala ngaleyo langa le 23 zaka December. That's correct.
Why didn't you mention this call from Mr. Matlala where he mentioned his urgent need for the card as he was going to see Deputy President Mashatile and General Sabia in your statement or in your evidence up to now?
Uthiwa kungani ungachazanga lokho ukuthi ke kule nkulumo ukuthi ke wayedinga ikhati ngokusheshsha ukuthi uyohlangana naye uDeputy President Mashatile kanye noGeneral Sibiya uma uthula ubufakazi bakho.
Kukhona lapho ngibhale khona kule evidence engisubmitile ngaphambi kweCommission hayi kule statement.
It is mentioned somewhere in a statement that I've submitted to the Commission.
We can go to that statement. It's in the statement file. And you deal with the card starting at the bottom of page 1, paragraph 5. And that runs through to page 2, paragraph 7. But there's no mention of a conversation about Mr. Matlala going off or needing the card urgently because he's going off to meet the Deputy President.
Sorry?
I
can see it.
So my question is, why did you not mention this?
Kungabe kuyi-human error.
It could be a human error.
Kodwa angisaphinda ngithi lokho engikubhale la iloko ngakuzwa ngoMr. Matlala leso sikhathi.
I can say that what I have stated there, that is what I heard from Mr. Matlala at that time.
Interpreter, I think another problem again here.
Maybe if you repeat your answer and we can interpret it again.
Kungabe ngingakbalanga mangibhala lokho engikubhale lapha kodwa engisakuphinda namanje ngithi lokho engikubhale nalapha iloko kwenzeka leso sikhathi okwakubukushiwa Mr. Matlala.
I can say what is not on the statement and what is on the statement is what I heard from Mr. Matlala at that time.
When you say logo engibhale lapha ukhuluma nge-statement leso sibhale ngesandla.
Kunjalo.
So that's what it refers to the statement that I've written, handwritten.
Commissioners, I think maybe my interpreter can listen clearly to Mr. Charleston when he refers to the message to me, then it's clear. When I take back the message to him again, because of, I feel that maybe he's misinterpreting me.
Yeah, please render your answer again. And when you talk about what you've written, so to be sure of the distinction you are drawing, please explain your statements with reference to the one that is handwritten and the one that is typed. And then your answer will be clearer, and I hope that Ms. Siritsane will then be in a position to convey your answer better. Do you want to give your answer again? Or do you want the question to be repeated for you to answer again?
Yeah, I think it will be fair on my side too. Yes.
Get the question again.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalsi.
The question is why in the typewritten statement that was the only statement you submitted to the Commission, did you not mention the fact that Mr. Matlala had said he needed the card urgently because he was going to meet with the Deputy President?
Statement esibhalwe ngesandla.
No, the typed statement. Reference by Mr. Shaskalsin is to the typed statement.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson.
Well, let's start. The typed statement is the only statement you submitted to the Commission. Is that correct?
A statement esitypiwe yiso kuphela osubmite ku Commission. Kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, why in that typed statement did you not mention that Mr. Matlala said to you he needed the card urgently as he was going to see the Deputy President?
Manje kuleso statement esitypiwe kungani kungabhalanga ukuthi ke uMr. Matlala wayedinga ikhadi ngokusheshsha ukuthi uyohlangana no Deputy President Mashatile kanye no General Sibiya emva kwalokho.
Kungabe kube impazamo embhalweni or ekubhalweni kuyi-type statement ngakubalanga lokho.
It could be a mistake on a statement or when the statement is written that I omitted that.
Futhi ke engikubhale kule statement engibhale ngaso ngesandla akusho ukuthi siyamanga ngoba lokho angikufakanga la.
And again, on the handwritten statement, doesn't mean that it's a lie because I didn't mention that on this statement.
On the type statement.
On the type statement.
So what's in the handwritten statement in this regard is true?
Futhi okuse statement ini esibhalwe ngesandla kuyiqiniso.
Ukuya ngale paragraph.
Just the statement that Mr. Matlala told you he needed the card urgently as he was going to meet the Deputy President.
Kuthi kule nkulumo yokuthi uMnumzane Matlala ufuna ikhadi ngokuthi uyohlangana no Deputy President.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, why would you forget to mention something like that in your statement to the Commission?
Kungani ukhohlwe lokho ukufaka kule statement osubmitile ku Commission?
Uma nomunye umuntu yawayenza amaphutha kungabe ngikhohliwe ngaleso sikhathi maybe ngokufake ngenhliziyo kanti ngokumbhala ngokufakanga.
Everybody can make a mistake in writing, and maybe I thought I have written it just by where I was thinking, and I did not put it in.
It wasn't just in the statement, it was also when I questioned you in relation to the card and your conversations with Mr. Matlala relating to the card in the hearing. You didn't mention it there either. Is there a reason?
Akusinje estatementini lese noma estatementini kungekho unangale nkathi ubuzwa imibuzo azange ukusho lokho kokuthi ke umnumzana Matlala wayefuna ikhati njengoba ayohlangana nayo Deputy President. I'm still standing on my answer.
You answered that it is the truth, but you just made a mistake in not mentioning it.
Amazwi akho ukuthi kuyiqiniso kodwa ukhohle ukukhulu ukumenshina lo. That's correct.
Is it not possible that you were trying to protect the Deputy President by not mentioning it?
Akusetshenziswa ukuthi mhlambe wawuzama ukuprotect our Deputy President? No.
Well, let me take you through the various versions that you've given in relation to this card. If we take them chronologically, the first one is the handwritten statement. And I'll take you through all of the versions, and then I want to point out some contradictions that I'd like you to try to explain. The version in the handwritten statement is that in December 2024 or January 2025, Mr. Msibi's son asked you to go and fetch the jet ski from Mr. Matlala. You collected the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm. Later that week, Mr. Matlala asked you to look for a card and a driver's license in the dash of the jet ski. You couldn't take it to him because you were busy. You couldn't ask him to come collect it from the office because you weren't there. It implies that you had the card at the office. He wanted the card urgently because he was going to meet with the Deputy President and then General Sabia. So you took pictures of the card and sent them to him. And that statement doesn't mention when the card was returned, but we do know that the pictures were sent on the 23rd of December. That was the first version.
Sergeant Kosi, you confirm everything that Mr. Shaskalsina just said?
I do confirm my...
Thank you.
The second version was in the statement that you gave to the Commission. In that statement, you didn't mention collecting the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm. You didn't mention a call from Mr. Matlala. You didn't mention Mr. Matlala saying he needs the card urgently because he's going to meet the Deputy President and then General Sabia. What you did say is at paragraph 5, you say you found the card on the 23rd of December in the boat of Mr. Msibi, and you notified Mr. Matlala that he left in the jet ski, not the boat. And you notified Mr. Matlala that he had left the jet ski, the bank card in the jet ski. That was all on the 23rd of December. You then mention that you have used the card previously to withdraw money on behalf of Mr. Matlala to pay for materials to refurbish his boat and the jet ski of Mr. Msibi that he was using, and also to buy the jet ski service kit. You can't recall the dates when you used the card to withdraw money, but that was way before 23 December. Now,
do you confirm this too, Sergeant Kosi, and this relates to the typed statement that you've submitted to the
I confirm, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And you also referred then to 2 WhatsApps from Mr. Matlala on the 5th and 21st of January, referring to plastic, which you said was a reference to the card. That was in paragraph 7 of your statement.
You confirm that as well.
Can you repeat that, Mr.?
In paragraph 7 of your statement, you referred to 2 WhatsApps sent by Mr. Matlala on the 5th and 21st of January, where he referred to the card as, quote, plastic, and he complained that the card had long been left at Mr. Msibi's place of abode. I can read the statement to you in your statement. I further aver that the plastic referred to on the WhatsApp's message dated 5 January 2025 and 21 January 25, he was requesting I return to him his card, averred above, as it was long left at Mr. Msibi's place of abode. You see that?
Yes, I see.
Now, there was no mention of these WhatsApps in your written statement. There was no mention in your written statement of your...
By written, you mean handwritten?
Handwritten statement. There was no mention of the fact that you had made withdrawals on the card to fix the boat and the jet ski. And there was no mention in the written statement that the card had long been at Mr. Msibi's place of abode. The third version was your first version in oral evidence. It was that you found the card in the jet ski on your way back from Mr. Matlala's farm, and you dated that trip back from Mr. Matlala's farm with the jet ski at approximately September 2024. And then your fourth version was another version in oral evidence.
Should we not deal with these one by one and get responses here?
Well, let me take you to your...
Perhaps the third version. And let's get a response.
I say, can you explain the circumstances in which you found it, talking about the card? Was the jet ski at Hammanskraal when you found it? Was the jet ski somewhere else? You say, I found it on my way back. I say, on your way back? You say, to collect it, yes. On my way back to collect the jet ski. And I say, to collect the jet ski from where? And you say, from the farm where it was, at Mr. Matlala's place, Mr. Matlala's farm. So you found it on the way back from collecting it from Mr. Matlala's farm, and you have earlier in your evidence on the same day confirmed that you collected the jet ski in around September 2024. You recall all of that?
I recall.
But when I took you up on that issue in oral evidence, you immediately changed your version, and then you said, actually I found it at Hartbeespoort Dam. I found the card at Hartbeespoort Dam when I'd taken the jet ski to Hartbeespoort Dam. And that came later. I said, where were you when you found the card inside the jet ski? And you say, I was in the dam. Which dam? Hartbeespoort Dam. So there are a whole range of issues on which you've given fundamentally contradictory evidence in relation to this card.
I disagree.
Well, the first issue is, did you find the card in September, or did you find the card in December? You've said, on some occasions you've said it was when you were fetching the jet ski or shortly thereafter, which would have been September. On other occasions you've said it was on the day that you sent the pictures to Mr. Matlala, which we know to be the 23rd of December, and you have also said when you were in Hartbeespoort Dam, it would have been in December. So there are two different versions. One is September, one is December. Which one is it?
Firstly, I want to rectify the statement that you just made, that I said I found the card on my way back. One, I said I did not find it on my way back. I found it when I was in RTBS. On that one, I did not agree and said I found it when I was on my way back. As in now, I'm changing the statement that I've changed from finding it on my way back to finding it at RTBS. I did not admit to that.
Well, no, I'm not talking about admissions, but on two separate occasions, you've said that you found the card either on your way back from Mr. Matlala's farm in September or later that week. So the handwritten statement says it was later that week. It says, on my arrival, I was found by Mr. Matlala at the gate, then I took it away, took the card away, but later on that week he phoned me, telling me he's looking for the card. So the version in the handwritten statement is it was within a week of fetching the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm, which we know was approximately September. That wasn't the only point at which you said that it was in September. Your first answer in oral evidence when I asked when you found the card was you found it on your way back from collecting the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's place, which we know was in approximately September. So on two separate occasions you've said September. On two other occasions you've corrected that, or tried to correct it and say December. That's the first contradiction. The second contradiction is how you found the card, whether you found it independently or whether you found it because you were called by Mr. Matlala. So in the handwritten statement, it was Mr. Matlala who alerts you to the existence of the card. And the handwritten statement not only says that, but then puts up a version which is only consistent with your being alerted to the existence of the card by Mr. Matlala. So if you look at page 1339, same paragraph that I have just mentioned from the handwritten statement, paragraph 20. On my arrival, I was found by Mr. Matlala at the gate, and then I took it away, in other words, the jet ski, but later on that week he phoned me, telling me he is looking for the card and bank card and driver's license that he kept in the dash of the jet ski. By the time he called me, I was busy, so I could not take it to him or let him come to the office as I was not there. So it is very clearly in the handwritten statement Mr. Matlala who's calling you and alerting you to the existence of the farm of the card for the first time. It's not you independently discovering the card and then calling Mr. Matlala. So that's the version in the handwritten statement. But in the typed statement, the version is different. It's that you found the card and you then called Mr. Matlala. That's the second big contradiction. The third big contradiction is where you found the card. In the handwritten statement and the written statement, you don't mention where you found the card. In oral evidence, you've given two different versions. The first version is on your way back. You found it yourself on your way back from Limpopo, where you fetched the jet ski. The second version was you found it when you opened the dash at Hartebeesport Dam looking for the key of the jet ski when you were going to use it for the first time after you had returned it. So those are two contradictory versions. It's a third contradiction in your story of the card.
Do you want him to comment?
Well, ultimately, I'm going to ask you to comment on all three contradictions. I've already asked you to comment on the failure to mention Mr. Matlala's linking of his urgency to recover the card with his visit to the Deputy President. So let's take those contradictions one by one. The first contradiction is when you found the card. Was it September or was it December?
December.
Why then did you twice give a version that could only be consistent with having found the card in September? That the card was found within a week of either on your way back from returning from Mr. Matlala's farm or later in that same week. Why do we get those two versions from you, one in your handwritten statement, one in your oral evidence?
As I've stated that it might have been a human error.
But it's an error that is repeated. It's not a once-off error. It's an error that's repeated. It first appears in the handwritten statement, and then it repeats itself in the oral evidence. Are you saying it's just an unfortunate error that was repeated twice?
That's correct.
The second contradiction is whether you were alerted to the card by Mr. Matlala or whether you found it independently yourself. In your handwritten statement, you say that Mr. Matlala called you and said, "I'm looking for my card and my driver's license that I keep in the dash." In your oral evidence, it's you who found the card without any intervention by Mr. Matlala. Which is correct?
On that part, I did not contradict myself. I said I phoned him first when I found the card, then from there he made the follow-ups.
So it's you found the card before Mr. Matlala had told you about its existence?
That's correct.
But then why then in the handwritten statement do you speak so clearly and repeatedly about Mr. Matlala calling you and asking you about the card that he left in the dash?
It was a follow-up call from Mr. Matlala. I have phoned him first to let him know that I found the card.
But that's not what you say in your statement. You say that Mr. Matlala phoned me, telling me he is looking for the card and driver's license that he left in the dash of the jet skis. He wouldn't say he's looking for it if he knew that you'd already found it and had told him where it is.
As I've said, that it might have been a human error on my side.
So that's a second error in this handwritten statement. The third error, or the third contradiction, is where you found the card. You have given a version in the handwritten statement. Well, you gave a version in oral evidence that you found the card on your way back from Mr. Matlala's farm, and then you changed that evidence and you said, no, well, actually it was when I took the jet ski to Hartebeespoort Dam for the first time after I had returned it to Mr. Msibi's house. Which one was correct?
I did not say it. You said it. I was rectifying you that I did not find it on my way back. I found it when I was in Hartebeespoort. I'm not the one who said I found it. You are the one who said that.
No, Sergeant, it was you.
No, it was not me.
No, I've got a transcript of your evidence. I said, was the jet ski at Hammanskraal when you found it? Was the jet ski somewhere else? Your answer was, I found it on my way back. I say, sorry, on your way back? You say, to collect it. Yes, on my way back to collect the jet ski. I say, to collect the jet ski from where? And you say, from the farm where it was at Mr. Matlala's place. And then you say, and so I say, you found the card in the jet ski? Yes. Was this when you collected the jet ski to bring it back to Hammanskraal? That is correct. And then I say, but that would have been in September, not December. And at that point, you change your version and say, well, actually, it was at Hartebeespoort Dam. You were the first one to mention that you found the card in the jet ski on your way back from Mr. Matlala's farm. I hadn't the faintest idea that that was the case.
That is not what I've said.
Well, the record will speak for itself in that regard. And if needs be, we can play back the recording to you. You were the first one to raise that you had found the jet ski on your way back from collecting, you had found the card on your way back from collecting the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm. Then in your handwritten statement, you don't mention anything about having previously been authorized by Mr. Matlala to use the card to draw cash to make repairs and the like. Why didn't you mention that in your handwritten statement?
I don't know why I have not mentioned that. But I remember going back to that statement that I've said that I might have mistakenly thought that I wrote it here, but it was all in my mind.
You see, I have my own theory about what that card was about. My theory is that that card was given to you by Mr. Matlala as a means of allowing you to draw cash from Mr. Matlala's accounts. In other words, essentially to pay a bribe either to you or to General Sabia, through you. And that the reason for all of these contradictions is that you're trying to work out a version that would plausibly explain your possession of the card in innocent terms. Or what's your answer to that?
My answer to that is false again. One, Mr. Matala had no reason to pay the so-called bribe to me via card. One, to elaborate on that, I did not have anything or means to make nor to push Mr. Matala to pay bribe on me. I was not investigating him. I did not do him anything or any favors. The only thing that I did, it was only these jet skis and the boats. Two, I don't know what kind of bribe will be enough for General Sibia to be out on a card, according to say it was a bribe from Mr. Matala to General Sibia via me. If it was a bribe, I don't think that maybe I would be so dumb to let a paper trail follow me if it was a bribe. Because of automatically, if it was going to be investigated, I was going to be caught that indeed it was a bribe for General Sibia. So I totally disagree with your statement.
Well, let's take your last explanation. If we assume that the impalas that Mr. Matlala delivered to General Sibia were a bribe, that was a bribe that was delivered through arrangements that were made through you. Is that not correct? If we assume that it was a bribe, just make that assumption.
I would not even comment on the bribe issue. No.
But the impalas that Mr. Matlala arranged to be delivered to General Sibia's home are impalas in respect of which the delivery arrangements were made through you. Mr. Matlala sent you messages, you forwarded them on to General Sibia, you had calls with General Sibia, you came back to Mr. Matlala, and that's how the delivery was done. No contact between Mr. Matlala and General Sibia, but contact between Mr. Matlala and you and General Sibia. You recall that?
I recall that.
Now, and we saw in relation to Tswani this modus operandi of people not wanting to be seen talking to each other or doing transactions with each other, with intermediating their communications through you. We saw that repeatedly with the CFO and General Dlamini. You recall that?
I distance myself from that statement you made that people don't want to be seen communicating with others, and then they communicate through me. No.
Well, I want to put it to you that that's what we saw in Tswani. You can dispute it, but I'm going to put it to you. Are you just disputing it?
Yes, I'm disputing it.
You see, it seems to me that this is another example of that modus operandi, that if Mr. Matlala and General Sibia don't want to be seen communicating with each other, and communicating with each other in relation to money that Mr. Matlala will pay to General Sibia, they would probably have made arrangements to structure their dealings with each other through you. What's your answer to that?
No, that is your version, not mine.
Well, let's see. Let's go to the bank transactions on that card. And if we go to page 1325, you'll see that between the 10th and the 12th of December on that card that you say was in the jet ski dash, there were cash withdrawals. It says ATM cash, starting at 10 December. 4,000 on 10 December, another 4,000 on 10 December, another 2,000 on 10 December, 4,700 on 11 December, 4,000, another 4,000 on 11 December, another 3,300 on 11 December, another 4,000 on 12 December, another 4,000 on 12 December, another 4,000 on 12 December. If you add all of those up, you get to 37,000 rands on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of December. Now, if your version that the card was in the jet ski that you collected from Mr. Matlala's farm in September is correct, we know that you had the card in your possession on 23 December when you took a picture of it. So that card was either sitting in the jet ski for 3 months before something strange happened and somebody managed to withdraw cash on it on 10, 11, 12 December, 37,000. Or, and I put it to you that this is much more likely, you had it in your possession not just on the 23rd of December, but over that entire period when you collected, since you collected the jet ski in September. And so that those withdrawals would have to have been done by you. What's your answer to that?
No.
So how do you explain these withdrawals on the card on 10, 11, 12 December? Who would have had access to that card on 10, 11, 12 December?
I would not know.
Well, you must know, because you had the card in your hand on the 23rd of December. Are you saying that you didn't have it? When are you saying it first came into your possession?
Okay. On that particular day that I had the card with me in December, it was not the first time coming across the card. But in December, the card was on the jet ski. And I also confirmed that even in my statement I stated that there are things that I used with that card, with the permission of Mr. Matlala, to buy the boat seats, boat cover, and service kits for the jet ski and the boat.
But you're not answering the question, Sergeant Nkosi. On the 10th, 11th, and 12th of December 2024, there are ATM cash withdrawals reflected in the statement. Was it you who made those withdrawals?
I can't remember, your commissioners. One, I've got no reason to lie about it. I had the card with me, and I used to use it maybe 3 or 4 times.
But you accept that it was not with Mr. Matlala, it was either in the jet ski or with you on the 10th, 11th, and 12th December 2024?
No, it was not with me.
It was with Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
But how could it be in Mr. Matlala's possession on the 10th, 11th, and 12th December if your consistent version across all of your explanations is that the card was found in the dash of the jet ski? You'd collected the jet ski, returned it to Mr. Msibi's house in September. So if that's where the card was, how could Mr. Matlala have used the card to make withdrawals from 10 to 12 December?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes, I don't know.
You see, I don't think it, I put it to you that it is extremely improbable, if not impossible, for Mr. Matlala to have used a card that was in the dash of the jet ski when you collected it in September, and that he was still looking for in December. How on earth could he have used that card to make withdrawals from 10 to 12 December? What, I mean, how? Give me, give me a suggestion that suggests that this would be possible. How would it have happened?
But if you see there, according to me, on the 10th, the 12th, there was money withdrawn, there was money, there was orders made on the 13th, 14th December, mini statement withdraw from the card, and it was done through, you said, VM Matlala. So I can't comment on that, what really happened with that card.
No, I mean, one does see FNB app transfers from VM. Now that I can understand. Mr. Matlala will have an app on his phone that will enable him to access money in the account to transfer or to make payments. But ATM cash withdrawals, you need the card.
Yes.
And those are the ones that I'm interested in. Those are the ones that happen at a time when I don't see how Mr. Matlala could have been in possession of the card.
Do you want to answer, Sergeant Nkosi?
I mean, do you see how he could have been in possession of the card?
I don't know. Sorry, Commissioner, I did not understand.
You see, if we go back to the chats, it seems to me, sorry, Chair, I see we've run past 11. Maybe we can pick it up after tea time.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:30. Let's adjourn.
Top stories. Eugene de Kock testifies in the Cradock 4 inquest, and Home Affairs Minister conducts oversight visit at the Beitbridge border. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Former Flag Pass Commander Eugene de Kock has started with his testimony at the inquest looking into the deaths of the Cradock 4 at the Gqeberha High Court. Political activist Fort Galata, Matthew Goniwe, Sicelo Mhlauli and Sparrow Mkondo, known as the Cradock 4, were killed, abducted and murdered by the apartheid security forces while leaving Gqeberha in 1985. This will be the third sitting of the inquest since it started in June last year. The Madlanga Commission has heard how attempted murder-accused Vusimuzi Ket Matlala allegedly called Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, saying that he wanted his Luxor card urgently as he was going to meet Deputy President Paul Mashatile and suspended Deputy Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibia. This information is contained in a handwritten statement that Sergeant Gosi deposed to police when his home was raided in October 2025. Evidence leader Advocate Matthew Chaskalson has revealed that Sergeant Gosi omitted the information about Mashatile in his typewritten statement to the Commission. Advocate Chaskalson has asked Sergeant Gosi, who he was speaking through an interpreter, if he was protecting Deputy President Mashatile by omitting that piece of information.
Is it not possible that you were trying to protect the Deputy President by not mentioning it?
No.
The mayor of Kimberley, Sol Plaatje municipalities in the Northern Cape, Martha Bartley, has thanked search and rescue teams that have assisted in retrieving all the bodies of 5 Ekapa minerals mine workers. They've been trapped underground since last month following a mud rush incident. The last 2 bodies were brought to the surface this morning and 2 retrieved yesterday, while the first body was retrieved a week ago. Mineral and Petroleum Resources Minister Gwede Mantashe is expected to visit the mine today.
We are relieved that all the bodies have been retrieved. We extend our condolences to the families of the 5 mine workers, their colleagues in the entire Kapa mine. We would also like to extend words of appreciation to all those that were involved in the successful search operation and also to the union that stood there until today.
The rand has extended losses for a 3rd consecutive week to its lowest since early December as Israel and the US continue their war on Iran. The sharp decline comes ahead of the central bank's interest rate decision later this week. Emerging market assets like the local currency are sensitive to global uncertainty, and during times of heightened risk, investors tend to move away from these assets towards safer havens. The sharp decline in precious metals prices and sell-off of shares and bonds by foreigners last week also had a negative effect on the rand exchange rate. It is currently trading at 17 rand 23 to the US dollar. Home Affairs Minister Dr. Leon Schreiber is conducting a ministerial oversight visit at the Beitbridge port of entry in Musina, Limpopo, to assess its readiness for the upcoming Easter weekend. Schreiber is accompanied by the Commissioner of the Border Management Authority, Dr. Michael Masiapado. The oversight aims to assess operational readiness and personnel deployment, amongst others. The border port is the gateway to most southern African countries. BMA Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nkuliseni Luwengo says they are readying themselves for the busy holidays.
We have, if you recall, we have been utilizing the drones in order to obviously deal with these illegal travelers, and we have been using also the body-worn camera. In addition to those equipments that we've been using, we have partnered with a company that is called DCD Protected Mobility. That company is going to assist us with the deployment of their armored vehicle so that we are able to use this vehicle to man the borderline that has been giving us some challenges. There is one of the vehicles that is able to go obviously in the water, which is called amphibian. So that is one of those that is going to really assist us in.
Recapping the top story, former Flak Plus Commander Eugene de Kock has started with his testimony at the inquest looking into the death of the Craddock 4 at the Gqeberha High Court. I'm Undela for SAFM News.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up. S3. This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3. This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide seasons 3 and 4, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tissot brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever 2 announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM.
Exciting news. South Africa SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
SABC2 is doing big things, and that's why I am here. I'm talking new shows, fresh energy, and stories that are going to move you. Pinkville is just the beginning. I am Madlanga. Catch me Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat. The pulse of SA.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas, girls, let's take a break. We are going to a one-day.
Take a break with us. Get your one-day cup domestic cricket 50-over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wozana with It's family time.
This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connects you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News airs weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30. making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAfm as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, 17 after 11 o'clock. It's the third hour of The Talking Point. And of course, we are staying with the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. I don't know about you, but it's been a painstaking morning for Sergeant Fanny Nkosi in the witness box. They've been circling around the same issue and not really able to get a clear answer from him around why he omitted what are such critical details to his evidence when he was asked on these matters last week, and today then subsequently confirming an affidavit in which he talks about this bank card that he was in possession of, but then also talks about a meeting that was being facilitated between Kat Madlala, the Deputy President, and the Deputy National Commissioner, Shadrack Sibiya. Now, the details of this meeting is what the evidence leader, Advocate Shaskelson, is trying to unpack and trying to get to. He's even suggested that the reason why Sergeant Nkosi did not speak about this before is because he was trying to protect the Deputy President. How far do the tentacles of the Nkosi and Madlala relationship run? How far do they go? That's one of the things that the evidence will continue to reveal. On that note, I'm going to take some of the voice notes that you've been sending through to the show.
Hello, Kathy and the listeners. This Sergeant Nkosi really need interpreter. As a sergeant, it's amazing. Mama Sidiso in Waterway.
Good morning, Kathy. Well, I would say Nkosi is responsible to move the information between this cartel and Kurt. He moves the money, and the similarity between them, they all intend to encounter the information or the proof that Madlanga Commission has before they answer the questions. If you don't have the proof, then they will say they don't know, they will remember, they will just stall the time. but it's disgusting. Thank you, Kathy. Moeleti, Cape Town.
Hi, Kathy. It's Olan Mlas. I don't understand how the rand is weak when we are not in any war with any country. And the last time we were in a war was in the Second World War. Why is the rand weak? Shouldn't it be the US dollar which is weak? And some shekels from Israel? Why should it be us who suffers from people who are starting a war and continue with the war that we don't understand? Please enlighten me, or some other listeners can enlighten me in economics, in world economics. Because when they are not in a war, they have a stronger US dollar as well. So when is our time to have a strong rand?
Good morning, Kathy. On this issue of corruption, alleged corruption in that military event, I think if the military police will find that that is true, that there is a corruption happened in that event, I think the president himself must resign from his presidency, because he promised us South Africans he's going to fight corruption, but it's still rife under his watch. Even from COVID-19, the 500 billion that was meant for COVID-19, the corruption happened in that money under his watch. So what is the use of president to continue claiming that he's there to fight corruption? He should resign. Thanks, Mlatin Bloemfontein.
Greetings, SAFM listeners. This is Nkabi Musase from Maseru, Lesotho. Wow, what is Sergeant? Hey, that guy. What's happening with that guy? But you all give thanks to the Madlanga Commission for digging out whatever is happening within the SAPS corruption, and along with whatever else corruption. Sergeant, the whole Sergeant, the way he has been answering the questions, I don't know what to say. From
Hi, Kathy. I agree with your caller regarding people who are cutting grass outside town on the side of the road every day. I've seen that here in Limpopo, almost each and every city that I travel to. And you ask yourself, these guys are busy cutting grass every week. But the very same road is potholes everywhere, or there is not even road markings on that particular road. Instead of channeling that money into repairing the road, marking the road, and all those kind of things, they don't do that. You travel on the same road for the whole year, people are cutting instead of patching the potholes. Someone in Polokwane, thank you.
Yeah, I'm saying that this country will never be all right. Minister of Defense, Minister of Police must be generals, not civilian who know nothing about the powers of the police and the defense force. Below.
Good morning, Kathy. Pule here from Kafiso. Look, Kathy, to be quite frank, I don't think there's anything wrong that he has done over the weekend. We are just responding to what has been circulating in the social medias, and also what happened at the ad hoc and also at the Madlanga Commission, because all that has been said, people have jumped to conclusions. So he needed to clarify that as well from his stand. So I don't think there's anything wrong that he has done. The commissions can call him to come and account as well. That will be a fair process for him as well. Pule Morwani from Kagiso.
Hi, Kitty. Hoping you're well this day. Kitty, this whole thing becomes a joke. When you ask General Bantu Holomisa, whether 178 million rand was actually to be used in one day. Instead of answering the question, he's telling you the story. Now we had to do this, we had to do this, we had to do that. He could have just tell you that now this money, 170 million, was actually they actually approve it so that it can actually be used in one day. That's all. Not the explanation, not the stories. Thanks, Katie.
Hello, good morning, SAfm listeners and the SAfm production team. It's a writing on the wall that Sergeant Ngosifani was the main conduit of the corruption circuits. You can see from point A to point B, point B to point C. Is the one who enabled all the corruption transactions.
Good morning, Katie. Katie, if the father of the house doesn't help, doesn't behave, doesn't maintain his house, what do you expect the kids to do? South Africa is like this today because of the presidents, the fathers of the home. They were corrupt. They did all bad things. Now what do they expect the men lower than them to do? I blame them because what they did is crime, but previous presidents are the cause of all this. Thank you, Mandla from Goli.
Good morning, Sis Katie. This is VA from Rift Valley Extension 2 and 3. I was Katie. It surprises how a person can change overnight. Your Bantu Olomisa, your Estazen, they were so vocal when they were sitting on the opposition bench. Now Estazen is driving around with blue lights. Now Bantu Olomisa was talking about corruption, Bache, Mali, PPP. Each department they are spending exorbitant monies. It's surprising. Thank you.
Morning, House Kathy. What I also picked up last week is that every time they ask him questions, if he's not saying he don't know or he can't comment, he will request to go. He will request for a short interval. He will say he needs to go to to refresh. So it seems as if the guy is intentionally avoiding some of the questions.
SAfm listeners, Prince in Durban. The question of human rights, Bafetu, in simple terms, all that is basic needs to the human well-being. If you know what human needs are, then you know what human right is, something that one needs first in order to survive and function as a human within our society. Not the other way around, Bafetu, like our so-called business people be currently doing in our country. Capturing our human rights, turning it into a product, a luxury, and then selling it to the highest bidder. And then expecting to live in peace after that. Imagine, Bafetu. The only guaranteed peace, Bafetu, in such a society is the Trump-like peace, the kind of peace that will be here now, gone the next moment.
#SAfm Talking Point.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
brought to our attention. They are students from the Tshwane University of Technology who are doing a diploma in legal support. Welcome to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaskelson.
Thank you, Chair. Sergeant, what I want to put to you is that if we look at the chats in relation to the Luxo African Brands card in their context, it makes a lot of sense, I want to put to you. So let's go to that context. The request for the card is initiated by Mr. Matlala. The request for the pictures of the card is initiated by Mr. Matlala. And if we look at where it is, it's on page 74 of file 104. Do you have it?
Yes.
And you'll see that that chat is the first chat at 18:11 on the 23rd of December, Mr. Matlala, in his first communication to you of the day, says, "Can you please send picture of the card back and front?" You see that?
Yes.
There's no previous communication either from him or from you on the 23rd of December, and this comes at 6 p.m., 6:11:03 p.m.
Yes.
So at 6:11:03 p.m., when he sends this message to you, you both know what card you're talking about.
That's correct.
So there has to have been an earlier occasion where, if this card was left in the jet ski, where you had explained that you'd found the card. It would have to have happened earlier. Certainly by 23 December, everyone knows what card you're talking about. There are then some further exchanges, and later down on the passage, on page 75, you send the pictures. Now, let's see what's happening immediately before Mr. Matlala asks for the pictures of the card. And for that, we have to go back up to page 73. And the day before is the 22nd of December. And there you'll see on page 73 are your exchanges with Mr. Matlala in relation to the fact that he has mentioned General Sabia in his affidavits in the High Court proceedings. You remember we dealt with this at length back in February. So for the whole of the 22nd of December, Mr. Matlala is trying to make things better with General Sibiya through you in relation to the fact that he has mentioned General Sibiya in affidavits which are now public. And a journalist is asking about the relationship between Mr. Matlala and General Sibiya. You recall that?
I recall that.
That takes the whole of the day of the 22nd of December. It culminates in that a WhatsApp at 7 minutes past 7 in the evening, chat number 3 on page 74. And we went through this at length previously, where Mr. Matlala sends you, for forwarding to General Sibiya, a copy of his correspondence, of his WhatsApps to his lawyers, trying to get them to qualify what was said in the affidavit so that it won't implicate General Sibiya in a relationship with him. And he sends that WhatsApp at 19:07:21 with a message saying, please show him, and you have shown that. You then forward the WhatsApp to General Sibiya. We've been through all of this at length previously. His very next communication to you after that is, can you please send a picture of the card back and front? And I want to put to you that what's happening here is that Mr. Matlala is feeling vulnerable in his relationship with General Sibiya and yourself because he has caused difficulty for General Sibiya by publicly disclosing part of that relationship. And in order to recover some power in that relationship, he has said to you, send pictures of that card back and front, because he is wanting leverage over you. He is wanting to have a picture of you holding his credit card so that he has some leverage over you. That I put to you is what is going on in these chats. What is your response to that?
I would not know what he was thinking at that time.
Well, that wasn't your version earlier in relation to why he wanted a picture of the card. Why did he want a picture of the card? Of you holding the card?
According to me, maybe he wanted to replace it or do something, but he wanted me to send that picture.
He doesn't need you to send him a picture of the card if he wants to replace it. He can go onto his FNB app that we know that he uses, and he can get full details of the card from his FNB app. Why would he want a picture of you holding the card and a picture that comes from your WhatsApp?
Honestly, I would not know what he was thinking at that particular time.
Mr. Shaskerson, is there anything about Sergeant Nkosi having to hold the card?
No, he doesn't ask for Sergeant Nkosi to hold the card. But he wants the card WhatsApped from Sergeant Nkosi.
Also, the focus is the picture
It is
coming from Sergeant Nkosi.
A picture coming from Sergeant Nkosi of the card. You see, the only reason that I can think of him wanting a WhatsApp of the card coming from you is for him to have some leverage over you. I can't think of any other reason why he would want a picture of the card. He can get the card details on his bank app if that's what he's interested in. Can you think of any reason why he would want the card on a WhatsApp from you, or a picture of the card on the WhatsApp from you?
I would not think of anything other than the one that I gave you.
There's one.
Sorry, can I just say, Sergeant, that what doesn't make sense to me is Mr. Matala is head of security of Mr. Msibi.
Yes.
The jet ski belongs to Mr. Msibi, and you say you took it back to Mr. Msibi's property. Why it is that Mr. Matala would want you, who is not employed at Mr. Msibi, to be the one that deals with this card that he left in the jet ski. If he did leave it in the jet ski, why he's not one going out there to get it himself? Maybe he's too busy. Why he's not asking somebody else who's where the jet ski is, and therefore where the card is, to go get it for him and deliver it to him. I don't understand why he would involve you in it. It doesn't make sense, that sequence of facts, that you're now doing the runaround and about this card, when in fact you are far removed from the jet ski, apart from having collected it and dropped it off. Do you want to explain this, which doesn't make sense?
I think, my Honorable Commissioner, it is the matter of, I was, at that particular time, I was the one suitable for it to be handled by me. Not that it was the matter of why do I have to handle it because if I'm not working for Mr. MCB. It's because of maybe at that time I was.
Yeah, you see, this makes sense only if you had the card on you. If you took the card and kept it on you, however you got it. If it was on you, then I understand why Mr. Matlala would be talking to you and saying, send me a picture of the card, and sending that message, I need my card urgently. I would understand why he's speaking to you over time about this card. But if it was not on your person, then it does not make sense that he's engaging with you about returning the card to him. You understand the difficulty?
I understand you, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cheslerson.
There's one last aspect about these chats in relation to the... sorry, are you wanting to
answer? Do you want to respond? I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand what the Commissioner is saying, but I don't agree with it. I just wanted to say that.
Well, I haven't put a proposition to you about what I think happened. Okay. All I'm saying is it doesn't make sense, and I don't understand it, that if you did not, because Mr. Cheslerson is suggesting to you that you had the card on you and you were using it in the way that he has described, and you disagree with that. And I'm saying if you didn't have the card on you, on your person, then and you're not using it in the way that Mr. Cheslerson is explaining, then it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't understand that Mr. Matlala would want the card from you, and have you be the one that picks it up and go and deliver it to him and is engaging you about it. It doesn't make sense. That's all. Yeah, I wasn't putting any proposition to you. No, not today, not yet.
Oh.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up, because Sergeant Nkosi, you see that's the problem with your many contradictory versions. What Commissioner Baloy is saying is that you must have had the card with you on this day, and that's the only way it can make sense that Mr. Matlala asked you to take photos of the card. And that is correct, because in your statement you say, before this day, you bought a service kit for the same jet ski using that card, which means if we take what your written statement to the commission says, the card was already with you, because the only way you could have bought a service kit with this card, to quote your statement, this was done before 23 December 2024. I cannot recall the dates on which the transactions were made. It means you already had the card in your possession and you were already using it when these texts were sent to you. So I don't understand why you're disagreeing with that or you have difficulty with it, because it must be correct. How else would you have done the transactions to buy the service kit if you didn't have the card with you?
Maybe these dates are, but there is no way that I could have bought the service kit without that card.
So you must have had it with you.
Yeah, I think so.
And that's Commissioner Baloy's point. Okay.
Sergeant, in fairness to you, I should draw your attention to the chat at 5 January 2025. If you go down to page 75, chat number 6, on the 5th of January, Mr. Matlala wants his card, and he says, I need that plastic, how will I get it? Your response is, my man, I can drop it tomorrow, same place as lost. So that does suggest that you have been using the card before, and you have dropped the card back at Mr. Matlala previously.
That's correct.
Now, what place did you use for the drops of this card?
At his office. Okay, maybe I did not hear well. Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, what place did you use to return the card to Mr. Matlala when you were using it?
Oh, at his office. Did you say what place did I use?
What place? You say same place as lost.
Yes.
And so you're saying that's the office?
Yes.
And is there any reason why you didn't say, can drop it tomorrow at the office, as opposed to same place as lost?
Maybe it's how I write my statements. You know, it depends on.
Did you use the card on a previous occasion and drop it off at Mr. Matlala's office? On the occasion other than the 5th of January 2025. So was there a prior occasion when you had the card with you and you returned it to the office before the events we are talking about here?
Can you repeat that? I just wanna.
All right, we are on the 5th of January 2025.
That's correct.
Was this the first time you returned the card to Mr. Matlala's office, or was there another occasion previously when that happened?
No, I think it was only two. Remember, I once used it to buy a battery and a service kit for the jet ski, other than the upholstery. So it was just the battery.
And then on that occasion, you returned the card to Mr.
Yes,
Matlala?
that's why I'm saying I said I will return it to the place as last.
Okay.
But as you point out in the statement, that was done way before the 23rd of December, the jet ski purchase, the jet ski service kit purchase. So if you go to page 1 in your statement file, you say, I also bought the jet ski service kit through it on his request. That was done way before the 23rd of December 2024. I can't recall the dates.
Which paragraph is that?
Paragraph 5, the end of paragraph 5.
On my statement.
That's correct.
The statement that I've sent to, okay.
It's up there, General. Sorry, Sergeant, it's up there if you don't have the correct page.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
But that was way before 23 December 2024. So we can assume it was before those cash withdrawals on 10 to 12 December 2024, can we not? Sergeant, I'm going to move to a different topic now. And this is the...
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Chaskalson, in the theme of appearances, that Sergeant, you've had this card for use and not found in the cabby hole and kept there. If you look at page, if you look at page 77, the one that you were looking at with Mr. Chaskalson, and maybe just to complete this discussion, at page 77, you have check number 7. Mr. Matala says, I'm still waiting for that plastic, and that's on the 21st of January. You see where I'm reading? Page 77, the very last check, number 7.
Yes, I see it.
He says, I'm still waiting for that plastic. I can send someone to you if you can't come to my office. That's what he offers. And then you answer the same day. You said, I'll come tomorrow, which is the 22nd. I'll come tomorrow. Sorry for the inconvenience. That's on page 78. Now, that chat is again on the 21st of January in 2025. Now, if you go to that file 3, that has the bank statement, and you go to page 1328, I'm happy to start there. At page 1238, you have various expenses there that indicate someone had the card. So you see halfway, not halfway, 3/4 through, or a quarter through to that statement, on the 10th of January, there's a purchase at Sasol, mid-ridge, for quite a substantial amount. And then you go on the 11th, there's a purchase at Habanero, Menlin, and then you've got another purchase on the 13th at Tasha's, and so on and so on. So that's the 13th, and that page, as you would see, ends on the 21st of January, the list of items. But the point I'm making is you have these purchases on the card, on the 10th, the 11th, and the 13th, which suggests that, and then you've got again on the 16th at Sasol, twice at Sasol, and quite a significant amount of money, which suggests that, and then you've got another one at Koi on the 20th, which suggests that whoever was in possession of the card in that period was using it to pay. You see what I'm pointing? Yes, and so it's consistent with the proposal or the suggestion from Mr. Chaskalson that you had the card for use. He suggested to you what it was used for, but we see from this that in the time that the card was still in your possession, you were in fact using it. You accept that's what the statement indicates or suggests?
I accept what I see on the statement,
yes,
but I don't accept that I'm the one who was using it.
Okay. But you had the card, the card was still under your control. That's why Mr. Matlala is asking for it from you. On the 21st, he says, I'm still waiting, and then you say, I'll bring it tomorrow, which means it's under your control at that point. It can only be so.
As you see there, commissioners, the card they used to transfer money, send money, cash, and so forth. That was not me. And
yes,
in some of the places, I don't even know these places.
Yes.
It was not me.
I'm deliberately not pointing out to the transfers because they can be done on the app. There's the Uber, there's also the Uber payments. I'm not talking about those because those are done on uploaded apps, right? So I'm speaking about where there are payments on a card. The card has had to be there for one to make transactions. I mean, KOI, you can't pay KOI from a picture of a card that you sent to him on WhatsApp. You have to have a physical card on you.
I disagree.
I wasn't there. I'm just saying that's what it looks like. It looks like you had the card on you and you were making the payments.
No, it was not me. But Commissioner, you know, almost in the phones we download cards. Like there are possibilities he might have tapped. Not actually there are possibilities. He used the same card to tap in.
So he didn't need it really. When he says to you, I need the card and you apologize for the inconvenience. On this explanation, he really didn't need it.
It was not in my position, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Mr.
Can I abuse this moment so that we don't come back to it since we are on the same file? If you go to page 71 of file 104, the one with the chats. Are you there, Sergeant?
That's correct.
So starting from chat 7, you will see that Mr. Matlala says to you, they are at my house with guys from the special task force beating my wife and kids. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And then he gives you the address in chat 8. Do you see that?
That's correct.
So you knew Mr. Matlala's address when you said earlier you're not sure. You knew Mr. Matlala's address. But go to my attention. You want to answer that?
No, I did not know it.
You didn't know it, he gave you.
Okay, I said I did not know the address of the estates.
Okay.
Yes, I only knew the one of Waterkloof because of he once sent me a pin location.
But the address you know because he had sent it to you on WhatsApp. At least by the 19th of December 2024. You knew it.
Okay, I don't want to sound I'm avoiding that question. The reason I answered that, I don't know the address of the estate.
But this one you know.
No, I know that one of a standalone where he sent me the location.
Okay. That's not really where I'm.
Okay, no, it's fine. I was just
pointing that out. So the conversation is that the special task force is at his house. They are doing whatever they are doing. And then the chat I wanted to draw your attention to is on page 72, chat 1, where Mr. Matlala says to you, tell our main guy. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Who is our main guy? You and Mr. Matlala's main guy.
Maybe I assume maybe he was referring to General CB.
You have to stop assuming. You must have known when he said to you, tell our main guy who he's referring to, because if you were not sure, you would have said, I don't want to make assumptions. Tell me who you're talking about. The fact that you didn't do that suggests to me that you knew very clearly who he was referring to. I don't want to do what Chair did on Friday. I want you to answer directly because it's a fairly straightforward question. When Mr. Matlala says to you, tell our main guy, who is he referring to?
Yeah, I don't want to use might and assume.
No, that's exactly what I don't want you to do. I don't want you to guess. I don't want you to say maybe. Because if you were not sure, you would have said to Mr. Matlala, who are you talking about? But here you don't do that, which means you must have known who he was referring to.
Myself and Mr. Matlala usually talk about or with General Sibia. I assume it was General Sibia.
Yes. And why does he refer to him as your main guy, you and him? So he's you and Mr. Matlala's main guy. Why did Mr. Matlala refer to General Sibia as your main guy?
That's why I wanted to bring that to your attention, but I did not want to interject you. He might have made a mistake to include me in our, because of it is his guy, not mine.
What do you mean it is his guy? How is
No,
General
no, no, no.
Sibiya Mr. Matlala's guy?
Yes, I'm saying that maybe I did not want to interject you on that, but maybe made a mistake on the typing error. Our guy is in. No.
I understood that part. You said he made a mistake by including you because General Sibiya was his guy. So I'm asking you now, how is General Sibiya Mr. Matlala's guy? Mr. Matlala's main guy? Accepting that he made a mistake by including you. I'm now asking you, how is General Sibiya Mr. Matlala's main guy?
Okay. Maybe not shying away from the question or avoiding the question. Let me just take him as well, because he's also he's my boss, General Sibiya. He's my guy and his guy. That means 50-50. It's our guy. Let me just for an argument.
So it's no longer a mistake. You now accept that he's your guy.
You know why, Commissioner? Is not my guy. Not that is my guy.
Not just guy, main guy.
I don't know. I don't want to say something that will at the end of the day I will contradict myself. But I don't know what Mr. Matala meant when he say our guy. I'm just talking now. I'm raising this to you because of we are talking.
So
not that.
You don't know now sitting here, but at the time you knew exactly what he meant when he said, "Tell our main guy that the police are at my house and they are beating my wife and kids."
But obviously he was referring to General Sibiya. Commissioner.
But why are you avoiding the issue? Why does he refer to General Sibiya as the main guy?
Maybe the word "our" it sounds a bit.
No, forget about our. I'm saying main guy, the main guy. Why does he refer to General Sibiya as the main guy?
Maybe because of his rank.
No, but he's not the main guy at SAPS. We know General Masemula is the main guy. So his rank does not justify being called the main guy. We know that General Masemula was the main guy in terms of the rank. Why specifically General Sibiya? Why does Matlala say General Sibiya is the main guy? Forget our, his, or yours. Just the main guy.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Why does General Sibiya why does Mr. Matlala want you to tell Mr. Sibiya, General Sibiya, that the police are at his house?
I took it because when we're now briefed by General Sibiya, it was when you can't get off hold of me, Ngosi will pass the message whenever he sees me. So it was on those bases.
I understand that part. But why does he want you to tell General Sibiya? Why not Brigadier Ramangwa? Why not General Shibiri? Why does he want you to tell General Sibiya that the police are at his house?
I would not know.
Isn't that exactly what you did on the 6th of December 2024 when they were also at his house? That you immediately called General Sibiya to tell him that the police are at Mr. Matlala's house?
No.
Did you not call General Sibiya after you put the phone down? You said in your evidence, Matlala told me to put the phone down because the police are outside his house or they are already inside. And then you immediately called General Sibiya to tell him.
I phoned, I never said I immediately, I said I informed Brigadier Ramango and Colonel Mashabela.
Yes.
Then I also informed General Sibiya.
Yes, you did inform General Sibiya.
Yes.
So why do you act like you didn't do that?
Yes, I did, and I said it, Commissioner, that I phoned General Sibiya.
So this was a consistent pattern on the 19th of December when Matlala says, tell our main guy. That's a consistent pattern that when the police are at his house, you tell General Sibiya about it.
I did not take it that way, that it is a consistency, because on that first occasion, it was an operation or it was an investigation. So on this one, they are not the same according
And
to
what were you telling General Sibia to do? What was the purpose of telling General Sibia about this operation?
It was just to inform him of what Mr. Matala has told me.
So that he can do what?
To be honest with you, Commissioner, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chaskowski.
Sergeant, I'm going to move to a different topic. It's the topic of the cash that was found in your safe during the raid on 8 October. And
Sorry, Chair, I'm a bit pressed. Can I?
There's a Jen.
At noon. Now, as you heard today, the Madlanga Commission taking a quick break, and that, of course, a comfort break for Sergeant Nkosi. And as I was saying earlier this morning to Kenny Mapanga during our crossing on SABC News Morning Live, it seems like the gift that just keeps on giving. I think when it started out, Sergeant Nkosi, perhaps the interest, at least from as far as we could see, spanned around what his relationship with General Sibia was, and the fact that it seemed that he was a runner, so to speak, for General Sibia and a conduit between him and alleged cartel members. So it seemingly has morphed into many, many other avenues at this stage. All sorts of irregularities at the city of Tshwane, Metro Police Department also coming into it. And after we heard about what happened at the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, we haven't yet, until this point, at least last week in Sergeant Nkosi's evidence, really gone into the allegations against what may have happened happened at Tshwane Metro Police Department, and we still haven't touched on the Joburg Metro Police Department. So JMPD, who knows what was going on there, but we do know that the Deputy Commissioner at the Tshwane Metro Police Department, Umashi Dlamini, has now been placed on suspension. So that's what's been happening, among other things. But I can tell you that it was a very quick comfort break because the Commission is back in session. So let's take you back there.
Cash in a safe in your house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you explained to them that 5,175 was yours and the 380,000 was your brother's. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the 385,000 was the purchase price that had been paid, well, was most of the purchase price that had been paid to your brother for the sale of a truck. 380,000 in cash was paid to your brother. There was an extra 20,000 outstanding. That's correct?
That's correct.
Now, you deal with that explanation in your statement, and you attach a range of annexures. So on page 4, you refer to these annexures of the statement. So you say, proof of purchase truck averred is attached as Annexure B. Photos of the truck sold are attached as Annexure D. Affidavit of the purchaser confirming the same is attached as Annexure E. Sale agreement between seller and purchaser is attached as Annexure F. So if we go to Annexure B, it is an affidavit from your brother, who your brother Becky, whose full names are Abednego Bongani.
That's correct.
And he indicates that he's the owner of Ngape Share Construction and Projects, and he runs that business. And he sold his truck, and he gives the registration number. He says, I previously sold my truck to Whitman with registration, and he gives the registration number to Mr. Ngwato on behalf of the above-mentioned entity to Witten Ngapeshia for an amount of 380,000, as it was 6 years old in my possession with intent to deposit a new truck to run the company in personal errands. He says that the previous registration number of the truck was DWJ 906MP. So his affidavit says that he sold the truck for a price of 380,000. Then we see a document that appears on page 15 of the statements bundle.
Page 15.
That's it. And it is called the sale agreement between Abednego Nkosi and Harting Wato. And it says, I, Abednego Bongani Nkosi, selling my truck, make man TGA 26.480 with registration number with the amount of 400,000 to Mr. Hartling Wato with the ID he only paid the sum of 380,000 and promises to pay the balance of 20,000 in no time. Now, that document called the sale agreement is signed by your brother on the 7th of October 2025 and by the purchaser, Mr. Ngwato, on the 19th of December. So that document, certainly not in the form in which it is currently attached to your affidavit, that document couldn't have existed when your affidavit was commissioned, because that affidavit was commissioned on the 16th of December. You see, if you go back to page 4. So on the 16th of December, there couldn't have been a sale agreement that was signed on the 19th of December. Was there any sale agreement in existence on the 16th of December?
No, there was not.
So there was no sale agreement in existence on the 16th of December.
Okay, maybe I did not understood your question clearly.
The sale agreement that you've attached as Annexure F is if you go down to page 15 of that bundle, you'll see it's a document that's signed by the buyer.
Yes.
On the 19th of December. Now, when you sent your affidavit, it didn't have the annexures. The affidavit was signed on the 16th of December. And you'll see on page 4 that the affidavit was signed on the 16th of December. So that document that we see at page 15 couldn't have existed when your affidavit was signed. It only came into existence 3 days later when it was signed on the 19th.
Interpreter?
Sorry?
No, I want the interpreter to interpret.
So, okay, let me start again. If we go to page 15, we see that the buyer's signature is dated 19 December.
Ku page 50 umuntu wayethenga i-plug leyo i-date yakhona ibhalwe nge-19 zaka-December.
I-date asayine ngayo
isayinwe nge-19 zaka-December.
Njalo.
But if we go back up to your affidavit, we see that your affidavit is dated 16 December. That's on page 4.
Mr. Siritsana?
Udwa i-date uma kubhekwa i-date kuleso statement sakho noma i-affidavit oyifakile, i-date yakhona ukuthi i-dated i-16 zaka-December.
Ngiyayibona?
I see it.
Now, if you look at paragraph 17 of your affidavit, you'll see that the sale agreement that we've just looked at is supposed to be Annexure F to your affidavit that you signed on the 16th of December.
Ubheka kule affidavit yakho ku paragraph 17 ya affidavit ukuthi i-sale agreement leyo fakile ku annexure F. The last statement.
So if we look at paragraph 17 of your affidavit, which was signed on the 16th of December,
With paragraph 17 affidavit we signing a 16 zaka December mabheka kuyo.
it says, the sale agreement between the seller and purchaser is attached as per Annexure F.
Kuthiwa isivumelwano sokuthengiselana phakathi komthengisi nomthengi ibhalwe idate yakhona i-agreement izonge 19 zaka December. 17.
No.
Sorry.
Please repeat the question.
It says, the sale agreement between seller and purchaser is attached as per Annexure F.
Mr. Skalson, I think the problem is there are 5 items there, or 6 items. So Sergeant Ngosi is struggling to find the item you are referring to. It's the second last item in paragraph 17. So that's what you are being referred to.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see it now?
Now I see it.
Yeah.
Now, when we received the affidavit, it didn't have annexures. Should we interpret that, or are you happy to proceed without?
I have it.
You,
I heard you, yes.
you heard me.
Yes.
The annexures came later, after 19 December.
Your response, Sergeant Ngosi?
Okay.
Do you agree? You agree that the annexures came later? The annexures referred to in paragraph 17. Do you agree that they came later? That is later than the affidavit itself?
Yes, I agree, because if I remember getting the letter with that effect, that they are outstanding. But I would not remember exact the dates when I send them back again.
Now, the Annexure F that was ultimately sent to us, the Annexure F that we see on page 17, sorry, page 15, page 15.
1-5, yes.
1-5. That annexure couldn't have existed when you signed your affidavit on the 16th of December because it was only finalized on the 19th of December. You see that?
Interpreter?
So i-annexure leyo ifakile noma i-affidavit leyo khulunywa ngayo ku-annexure F. Bongeke ukuthi ke ikhona futhi uyifake emuva hayi ngale date leyo noma uyibhalwe ngaleyo date leyo ukhuluma ngayo 16 zaka December.
Mr. Chaskalson, are you referring to the physical document or are you referring to a valid and binding sale agreement?
No, the physical document. Not,
physical
no, there may have been another sale agreement. I'm going to get to that later.
Ukhuluma ngesivumelwano sokuthengiselana.
Beyikhona?
Angikuzwa?
Beyikhona?
Bokhona. Since I was there.
It was there.
It was there.
But it's dated 19 December. So the signature of Mr. Ngwato is dated 19 December. So are you saying that that signature dated 19 December was there on 16 December?
khuluma ukuthi dated nge-19 zaka December. Manje wena kule statement saka 16 uchaza ukuthi ke leso le affidavit yakhona beyikhona ngaleyo date 16.
Cha, i-19 akuna ukuthi zingeza before i-15.
Angisho?
I-19 akuna ukuthi zingeza before i-16.
There's no way that the 19th could come before the 16th.
That's what I thought too. So this document that we see, the document at Annexure F, it didn't exist when your affidavit was signed.
Le document okukhulunywa ngayo Annexure F beyingekho ngaleso sikhathi wena wenza i-statement i-affidavit yakho nge-16 zaka December.
Bekhona kodwa beyingasayinwanga.
It was there, but it was not signed.
I see. So it was there, but not unsigned. Had you seen it?
Ukuthi bekhona kodwa bengasayinwanga uye wayibona na?
Mangifaka imininingwane yonke bekade ifuneka ngifake konke.
When I submitted all the documents that were required, I included everything.
So had you seen an unsigned version of that affidavit, of that sale agreement?
Ngabe wena i-sale agreement leyo engasayinwanga uye wayibona na?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
If we go to page 7, we see your brother's affidavit. You see it?
Kunjalo.
I see it.
He says that he sold his truck for an amount of 380,000. You see that?
Uthi wadayisa i-truck yakhe for imali engango 380,000 rand uyayibona lapho?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
He says nothing about 400,000.
Akukho la khuluma khona ngo 400,000 rand.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And his affidavit is commissioned on the 19th of December, we see on page 8, also by Mr. Ngwato. You see that?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, according to you, both your brother and Mr. Ngwato knew that the real purchase price was 400,000.
Ukuya ngawe ukudayiselana kwale truck phakathi kobhuti wakho kanye no Mr. Ngwato kuya ngawe i400 bayathengiselana ngo 400,000 rand.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
So why does your brother's affidavit speak of a purchase price of 380,000?
Manje kungani i-affidavit kabhuti wakho ikhuluma ngokuthi bathengiselana ngo 380,000 rand?
Kukhona nalapho ethi ubaba uNgwato ubhadale i380 outstanding ye20,000 khona kula.
There is where he stated that Mr. Ngwato paid the amount of 380 and there is a balance of about 220,000 rand.
But that's not what he says in his affidavit. If you go to page 7,
Kodwa akusi logo akushoyo ku affidavit yakhe napana ku page 7.
you'll see paragraph 4
Bheka ku paragraph 4
is where he deals with the price.
kula khulunywa khona ngeprice.
I aver further that I previously sold my truck to man with registration number KN33RNGP to Mr. Hartley Ngwato on behalf of above-mentioned entity, to wit Ngape Share Construction, for an amount of 380,000 rands, as it was 6 years old in my possession with intent to deposit a new truck to run the company in personal errands. I further state that the previous registration was DWJ. You see that? There's no mention of 400,000.
Uthi uyabona kuleso statement affidavit leyo akukho khona la khuluma khona ngo 400,000.
Ngokwazi kwami nangesivumelane sakhe i-truck behamba ngo 400,000 yingako mawuvula lapha ku annexure E page 13 uzothola lapho uMr Ngwata echaza khona kangcono noma kalula ukuthi iprice noma inani le trucker kwaku 400 outstanding kwaku 20,000.
According to me and my knowledge, and also what I know, I heard, now if you check on annexure E, page 13, there is where Mr. Ngwato explains clearly about the purchase price of about 400,000.
Yes, I see that in Mr. Ngwato's affidavit, but it's not in your brother's affidavit. He just says the price was 380,000.
Uyakubona lokho ku affidavit ka Mr. Ngwato kodwa ku affidavit ka bhuti wakho akukho la kukhulunywa khona ngaleyo mali 400,000.
Ngingeke ngijule kakhulu kuloko okubhalwe umfowethu kodwa ngiyaqabanga ukuthi ngesikhathi ebhala ubekade ebhala into ebekade iphethe kuyena ewu380.
I won't go deeper into what my brother have said, but I believe that when he was writing, that he was talking about what he had in his hand. When he mentioned the price of 380.
Well, we may have to ask your brother about this, but it's not what he says in paragraph 4. He says he sold his truck for an amount of 380,000.
Uthi akusiyiloko akushoyo umfowenu ukhuluma ukuthi uthengise i-truck ngemali engango 380,000 rand.
Now, if the agreement of sale that we see on page 15 existed at the time that your brother had deposed to his affidavit, do you think it's likely that he as the seller would have said the purchase price is 380, not 400,000?
Uma kubheka lapha ku page 15 kuleyo affidavit, uma kwenza leso sivumelane sokuthengiselana, ngabe obhuti wakho wayengeke aze akhulume ngaleyo amount ye 380,000 ukuthi bathengiselana ngayo?
Ngicela uphinde futhi lo mbuzo ngifuna ukuzwa ukuthi ngothola nje kahle.
Mr. Ngosi requests that the question be repeated. Mr. Charlson?
If the agreement of sale providing for a 400,000 purchase price existed at the time that your brother deposed to his affidavit, do you think it is likely that he, the seller who was entitled to the price, would he have mentioned the price as 380,000, not 400,000?
Kodwa ngalesikhathi ubhuti wakho asayina i-affidavit yakhe yokuthengiselana, ucabanga ukuthi ke bekungeke yena ubhalwe i-amount leyo 400,000 rand ukuthi bathengisalane ngayo.
God, you can, you wanted to say something, Chair, or maybe.
Please respond. You are already beginning to.
Oh, maybe I wanted to make it one package, but let me separate them.
Wayengabhala u 380,000 uma babevumelene ngo 400,000.
Mawubheka lapha ku annexure F ithi isivumelano sokuthengiselana uyichazile ukuthi uthengisa nge 400,000 and then kubhadalwa u 380 kuzosala u 20,000.
Cha umnumzana Shaskalson ukubuza ngalokhu okubhalwe ku paragraph 4 where affidavit come forward.
Yebo mphathi.
Yeah, manje ufuna ukuqonda ukuthi wayengabhala kanje umfowenu uma babevumelene ngo 400,000.
Bese ngumphendulile kulokho ngithi maybe kungabe umfowethu ubhale lokho ebekade kuphethe leso sikhathi esandleni. Kodwa kuyabuya futhi ku F uyachaza kalula ukuba itracker ithengiswe ngo 400,000 kodwa kwakhokhwa u 380.
On what he said or he mentioned was that the truck was sold at, or the agreement was about 308, and he didn't mention the 400,000, and there is an indication on F where it is dated, indicated that the truck was sold at 380 and the balance of 20,000 rand was outstanding.
I see that in F, but it's not in your brother's affidavit.
Kuyabonakala lapana ku annexure F, kodwa ke ku affidavit kabhuti wakho ayikho.
If we go to F, which is put forward as the agreement of sale, it's a sale agreement between your brother and Mr. Ngwato, who is an attorney. Is that not right?
Uthi mababheka lapho ku sivumelwano sokuthengiselana siphakathi komfowenu kanye no Mr. Ngwatu okumele.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Does this look to you like an agreement of sale that one would ordinarily see where one of the parties is an attorney?
Kuwe kuyabonakala na kuyabonakala ukuthi ke isivumelano lesi singaba khona phakathi komuntu othengisayo nalo okumele. Ukuthi be khona isivumelwano phakathi komuntu kanye nomeli sokuthengiselana itrack.
I'm not sure that that's accurate. Can you please repeat the question?
You see, well, let me ask it differently. Attorneys are used to drafting agreements of sale, are they not?
Uthi abameli bayebona bazidraftele ama-agreement. Bajwayele ukudraftela ama-agreement.
Ama-agreement wokuthengiselana.
Ukuthengiselana.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And what provisions one needs to put into an agreement of sale to protect their clients?
Kuyini okufanele kufakwe lapho ku agreement yokuthengiselana?
Bajwayele nokufaka imininingwane ekufanele ukuthi ifakwe ukuprotecta ngesizulu uthini? Ukuvikela ama-client wabo. Ukuvikela amalungelo ama-client wabo. Ngiphinde bajwayele nokuthi bafake imininingwane yokuvikela amalungelo ama-client wabo. Uyavuma? Abameli usakhuluma ngabameli.
Abameli ngiyabonga mphathi. Bengifuna ukuthi umnumzane eqale kahle ukuthi umfowethu angichazele yona kangcono khona ukuza so ngoba mayima
awuyifuni mayivela kimi.
Cha izwakala kangcono kamnandi futhi ukudlula mayiza ngapha manje ngifuna ukuthi manje siyehlangana kube inkulumo eyodwa ngikwazi ukuyiphendula ngiyayi appreciate futhi mayiza ngakuwe mphathi.
He wants it coming from Mr. Siritsane.
Maybe repeat it, Mr. Chaskalson, and then it gets interpreted in full.
So we've already established that attorneys are used to drafting agreements of sale.
That's correct.
And they are used to including clauses in an agreement of sale that are designed to protect the interests of their clients.
Bajwayele futhi nokufaka eminye imininingwane ezobangela ukuthi ke kuprotecteka amalungelo wama-client wabo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
So when one sees an agreement of sale drafted by an attorney,
Uma umuntu ebona sale of agreement, isivumelwano sokuthengiselana esidrafte ngummeli,
it usually includes a whole range of clauses
kufakelwa ama-clause nje amaningi
that are designed to protect a client's interests
lawo ke awenzela ukuthi kuvikelwe amalungelo womthengi noma i-client yabo,
and may not and their meaning may not be immediately apparent to a lay person.
The meaning.
Their meaning may not be immediately apparent to a legally untrained person.
Ukuthi okubhalwe lapho lokhu kuthiwa kuvikela amalungelo wama-client wabo. Ukuzwisisa angeke umuntu ongazi ngomthetho akwazi lokho.
Have you seen an agreement of sale drafted by an attorney?
Uke wayibona i-sale of agreement ebhalwe ngummeli, edraftwe ngummeli?
Cha.
No.
You see, this agreement of sale looks like a document that is really your brother simply confirming that he sold the truck.
Uma ubuka le affidavit, ibukeka sengathi ubhuti wakho obhala nje ukuthi agreement ukuthi ke bathi uthengiselana i-truck.
It doesn't have dates for payments of the balance of the purchase price.
Ayichazi imininingwane yama-date ukuthi ke i-sale price.
It doesn't have provisions dealing with any.
Ayisho lutho ukuthi bathengiselene nini bazobhadalana nini. Uyavuma ibheke.
Ngiyavuma ngisabheke nayo into mara ngiyavuma ngiyabonga mphathi.
Please interpret. Please, Mr. Siritsane, please interpret the answer.
Kuthi akubhalwa ukuthi
He has already responded. Please interpret the response.
I agree. Sorry.
It doesn't have provisions dealing with ownership and risk of the truck until the final purchase price is paid, the full purchase price is paid.
Akukhulumi ngemininingwane yama-riski kuleyo truck nokuthi ke ibalance izokhokhelwa nini.
Do you agree, Mr. Sergeant Goss?
Uyavumelana lo?
Engifuna ukuthola kahle ukuthi umnumzana Chatleson uyangibuza noma uyangitshela ngikwazi ukuthi ngiphendule kuliphi uhlangothi.
Yes, he's asking you. What he's putting to you are propositions.
Uthi uyakubuza lokho akushoyo uloko akutshela kona.
And he wants to know if you agree.
Uthi uzawuthi nangabe uyavumelana nakho.
Ngiyavuma kwelinye uhlangothi kodwa angeke ngaphawula ukuya kuphi ngalesivumelwano sale agreement.
I partly agree, but I won't go into details on the sale of the agreement of sales.
Ngoba mhla umfowethu no Mr. Ngwatu babenza lesivumelwano ngangingekho kodwa ngiyasibona siyachaza ukuthi umnumzana uNgwatu uzokhokha kumaduze.
I was not present when the sale of agreement was made between my brother and Mr. Ngwatu, but it appears that that there will be a payment made in due course.
Futhi kuyahluka kwabantu ababili abenza isivumelwano kuya ngokuthembana kwabo ukuthi kukhona imigomo ekumele ifakwe lapho noma ingafakwa kodwa angiko phawula ngakuyo ngoba.
And it also differs from the people that are engaged in an agreement of sale, whether they include the clauses that indicate when are they going to pay each other or not, and that it depends on the trustworthy of people.
You see what it looks like. Sorry, let me make one last observation about this this contract. The contract is dated. Your brother's signature is dated 7 October 2025.
I-signature kabutwako i-datwe nge-7 October 2025.
You see that?
Sorry?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Was your brother paid on the 7th of October 2025?
Ngabe ubhuti wakho wakhokhelwa ngomhla ka-7 ku-October 2025?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And it was just an incredible stroke of misfortune that the very next day you were raided and the money was found and seized.
And kube nesho ukuthi-ke ngalelo langa elilandelayo kuyareyidwa lapho kuwe kutholakala leyo mali esafini.
Umbuzo ri
uyakutshela ukuthi ngalelo langa kusho ukuthi ubhuti wakho uthi ukhokhelwe ngeyi-7 zaka-October ngo-2025 kuthi ngeyi-8 ilanga elilandelayo wena kuyareyidwa kuwe kutholakala imali leyo kuwe.
kwenzakale kanjalo.
That's how it happened.
Because what this looks to me from the outside is an attempt to explain the presence of 380,000 rands in cash in your safe.
Uma umuntu ubheka from ngaphandle ukuthi impendo ukuthi ke ukuzama ukuvikela ukutholakala kwaleyo mali endaweni yakho.
There are so many anomalies.
Gelson, I'm worried that the way you put it, when it gets translated, the witness will concede what you are saying. When you say an attempt, you mean a contrived attempt?
Well, I don't want to say it's a contrived attempt because I don't know whether I can't say there was no sale of a truck. But it does seem to me that the documentation that was put together was documentation put together for the purpose of explaining this cash. The documents as opposed to the sale itself. Because the documents have so many anomalies in them, inconsistencies in them. I don't know how much of that I need to repeat.
My difficulty remains because I don't think Sergeant Nkosi quibbles with your proposition that the affidavits, if you look at the dates, explain how he came into possession of the money. If that's what is put to him, naturally he will say yes.
Well, what I do want to put to you is that these documents were created after the event to try to explain how the money came into your safe.
Udokutshela ke ukuthi ke lama document lawa awafakwa ayenzwa ngesizathu sokuthi kuzama ukuphendula indlela leyo ukuthi ke ukuthi imali leyo itholakale kuwe.
Cha.
No.
Nyala.
I'll deny.
You see, the sale doesn't look like a sale that was put together by an attorney.
Ukuthengiselana noma isivumelwano sokuthengiselana asiveli njengesivumelwano esadraftwa ngummeli.
The sale is signed after the affidavit that refers to it.
Nokusayinwa khona emva kwaleyo affidavit okukhulunywa ngayo.
The seller's affidavit doesn't mention that the purchase price is 400,000 as opposed to 380,000.
Uthi isivumelwano sokuthengiselana asichazi ukuthi ke imali abathengiselana ngayo 400,000 rand kunokuthi kubhalwe 380,000.
How do you explain those inconsistencies?
Uchaza kanjani lokungafani kwenkulumo?
Maybe isivumelwano sakhe umholi wendaba asikusho lokho. Kodwa lesi sikimi manje page 15 annexure F siyachaza ukuthi imali kwaku 400 ibalance kuzoba 20,000.
Mr. Chairperson, please repeat the question. The interpretation was not accurate. It did not focus on the affidavit of the seller, which I understood your question to relate to.
The seller's affidavit, not the agreement, but the seller's affidavit.
Affidavit lebavumelana ngayo ukuthi bayathengiselana iyo bakhuluma.
So the affidavit. Please repeat, Mr. Chairperson.
The seller's affidavit.
Mr. Chairperson, we're going to run into this problem. The brother's affidavit.
Yeah. Okay. Your brother's affidavit.
Affidavit kamfowenu.
I think maybe we must maybe replace the interpreter because I don't want to be misinterpreted. At the end of the day, I say something that I don't mean, and I'll fight with my honorable commissioners. I don't know if I'm correct, Commissioner. And it would not be fair. It's disrespect from my side when I say, Commissioner or Chairperson, can you interpret while we have the interpreter? I'm just saying that maybe not to change, but at least to have more understanding. Not in a bad way, my brother, because of this is.
We'll just have a chat with the Commission Secretary. Let's continue, Mr. Chaskalsin, until 1 o'clock. Sergeant Gosi, asizame kushaya lunch hour. Sizame nje kancane sibone ukuthi kuqhubeka kanjani.
No problem, man.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes. The Commission Secretary says that she's going to see if we can get a replacement over the lunch hour. Yes, Mr. Chaskels.
Your brother's affidavit doesn't mention a purchase price of 400,000. It mentions only 380,000.
Kuthiwa ku-affidavit kabhuti wakho ayikhulumi nge-purchase price ye-400,000 rand. Kodwa ikhuluma ngo-380,000.
Your brother is the one who is ostensibly owed the extra 20,000. Your brother would be owed the extra 20,000.
Uthi ubhuti wakho wakoletwa i-20,000 rand. That's correct?
So if anyone was not going to mention the extra 20,000, we wouldn't expect your brother not to mention the extra 20,000.
Nangaba akukho umuntu okhuluma ngayo i-20,000 rand leyo, bengeke kulindwe ukuthi ubhuti wakho expect i-20,000 rand.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Charles?
Your brother, if the price was 400,000, was owed another 20,000.
Yes.
So why would he not mention that he was owed another 20,000?
But he mentioned it on a sales agreement.
Not in his affidavit.
Not affidavit yakhe.
Yes, I saw that.
So what I'm putting to you is that these documents have the appearance of documents that were put together in a hurry to try to explain the 380,000 rands, and are not documents that existed at the time.
Kuthiwa uyatshela ukuthi lama document ahlanganiswe ngokushesha ukwenzela ukuvala indaba le 380,000 rand.
Cha, ngiyala, akunjalo.
No, I deny that.
It's not like that.
Has the extra 20,000 rands been paid now?
In what?
The extra 20,000 rands, has it been paid now?
20,000 rand le seyabhatalwa.
Angazi.
I don't know. I haven't heard about it.
Chair, we've come to 1 o'clock. I don't want to push further on this topic unless there are questions.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Brilliantly taken!
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India!
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times.
Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
On the top stories, court rules in the late Ligota's affairs and DA reacts to a report on the SITA discretionary grants. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. The High Court in Pretoria has found that the late COP leader Musiwa Ligota was of unsound mind and incapable of managing his own affairs from 25 May last year until his passing early this month. The court further found that during this period, his partner had emptied his bank account. This finding emerged after Ligota's wife, Cynthia Ligota, initially approached the court seeking the selection of a court-appointed legal representative for access to her husband's medical records. Ditebo Hontamane reports.
The judgment reveals that by the time Ligota's partner was notified of the application on the 11th of February and the subsequent order by the agreement that followed the next day, 250,000 rand was transferred to the partner's attorneys of record. The sum of 150,000 rand was transferred to the partner's property company from Ligota's current account, and the required explanation had not been furnished to the court. The court ruled that Ligota was of unsound mind and ordered Ligota's partner to pay cost on Scale C. Diteboho Ntamane, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Health Ombudsman Professor Taule Mokoena says the investigation has revealed gross misconduct by staff at the Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital in Garangua, Tshwane, which resulted in the death of 35-year-old Lerato Muhlame. Muhlame, a psychiatric patient, died from severe burn wounds while being left unattended in a secluded room of the hospital in June 2024. The investigation was undertaken following a request by the South African Human Rights Commission into the suspicious circumstances of her death. Professor Mokoena says the investigation also revealed that the required safety procedures were not followed by staff at the hospital when the incident occurred.
The investigation identified serious procedural, clinical and ethical and safety failures or lapses in the care of this patient. Her admission process did not follow the prescribed requirements where two doctors should have independently examined the patient and committed the patient to psychiatric in-hospital treatment. Thus, this lapse actually rendered the admission illegal or invalid.
Mineral and Petroleum Resources Minister Gwede Mandashe has engaged Ekapa Minerals Management during his third oversight visit at the mine in Kimberley in the Northern Cape. This comes after the last two bodies of the 5 trapped miners were retrieved this morning. Mandashe has called for an investigation into the mud rush incident that resulted in the death of the 5 mine workers a month ago.
We start by acknowledging that the 5 bodies are now out. The next step is to give them a decent funeral. Each one of them, all 5 of them. Number 3 is now the right time for the investigation to start, which will be led by the Chief Inspector of Mines, who is here next to me. And he must discover where does that water come from, why a mud rush, why in a diamond mine, we're used to less dangerous mud rushes in gold mines. In diamond mines, it's something new.
Member of Gauteng's Organised Crime Unit, Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, has denied that Vusimuzi Ket Matlalas gave him his bank card so he could withdraw cash to pay a bribe to himself and General Shadrack Sibia. Ket Matlala's Luxor bank card, which was in Sergeant Nkosi's possession, has been the subject of his cross-examination at the Madlanga Commission this morning. Sergeant Nkosi has told the Commission that Matlala had no reason to bribe him.
My answer to that is false. Again, one, Mr. Matala had no reason to pay the so-called bribe to me via card. One, to elaborate on that, I did not have anything or means to make, to push Mr. Matlala to pay bribe on me. I was not investigating him. I did not do him anything or any favors.
The DEA says it is outraged by reports that more than 630 million rand in discretionary grants have gone missing from the Education, Training and Development Practices Sector Education and Training Authority, ETDP-SETA. According to the Auditor General's findings, grant expenditure to the tune of 637.6 million rand could not be substantiated due to missing records, with auditors unable to confirm the validity of the spending. The DEA says the money was intended to support critical skills development programs, including bursaries, internships, and work-integrated learning opportunities for young South Africans. The party has now written to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training to urgently call the entity's leadership before the committee to answer for the failure of governance. Recapping the top story, the High Court in Pretoria has found that the late COP leader Musiwa Ligoda was of unsound mind and incapable of managing his own affairs from 25 May last year until his passing early this month. I'm Ondelambana for SAfm News.
SAfM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Rafiq, a 40-year-old Outsurance client, knows all about saving on car insurance.
Outsurance, they're actually giving something back to you. Being with him, I've saved so much money. 899. That's not small change. That's more than 50% that I saved from my previous insurer.
An incredible 899 Rand monthly saving on Rafiq's 2017 Nissan Navara 4x4. Get a quote now. SMS out to 30754. 35-year-old Zanai saves 1,180 Rand a month on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. And the out bonus she'll get?
It is close to 6,500 Rand in 3 years if I'm claim-free.
Ready to get more out? SMS out to 30754. Enjoy benefits like panic assistance, which sends the nearest medical or armed response unit to you wherever you are. Get a quote now and see how much Outsurance could save you. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas? Girls? Let's take a break. We are going to A1 Day.
Take a break with us. Get your One Day Cup domestic cricket 50 over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wazana where it's family time.
It's a new day, new deadlines. You're gonna do your best. You're only human.
Thank you for your patience.
So why, when contacting your business's current provider, an automated voice adds you to an imaginary queue, like you're just another number?
Your caller number 17.
Not exactly humane, is it? Don't let bad tech choices get in the way. Switch to a dedicated human specialist, because nothing should stop your business. Call 084 1234. Cell C.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Hey, a very, very good afternoon to you. How are you doing? I hope you've had yourself a great day. It was a weekend full of festivities in Johannesburg. Not quite sure around what was happening in the rest of the country, but I can tell you now, Joburg's social calendar was quite the buzz this weekend. Lots for us to do. We're waking up today as the kids at the water cooler with so many stories, because if you weren't out at Global Citizens Doja Cat Move Africa concert, then you were definitely out at Live Golf, which was happening at Stain City. And there was a lot of musical activity also happening around that, and also quite a bit from the local cultural calendar, because Maxhosa had his annual Heritage Day concert on Saturday. So there was so much happening in Joburg today. I don't know how we're going to get through the rest of the week. Everything else is going to seem so mundane for us. But hope you're good. Hope you've had a good one in your corner of the country. How's the weather holding up for you? It is raining here. It's cold here. And it looks like it's going to be like that as well for the remainder of the week. I'd love to know from any sort of geologist or climatologist, more so than geologist, climatologist, if we are in the midst of some kind of weather system at the moment, which is why we're seeing so much rainy, wet days, or we've thoroughly entered autumn and this is the weather that we should be anticipating going into winter. I'd actually love to know if maybe just, someone who's enthusiastic around watching the climate patterns and all the rest of it and, a little something about it. I was just thinking this morning because we've had 2 weeks of gloomy, rainy weather and this entire week is also going to be gloomy and rainy. So I just thought, are we in the middle of a system? Or is this now autumn and winter saying, hello, how's it? We've got lots coming up in the next hour. We're going to be catching up with Usbahle Mota, SABC News reporter, around day 83 at the Madlanga Commission. We're also going to be having a conversation around digital burnout, our modern work spaces, forgetting the human behind the screen. Founder of Mindset Matters is going to be talking to us around that. And then SABC 2 is premiering Ex-Offenders, Mzansi's Ex-Offenders, which airs tonight. We'll catch up with host of that show, Titimbao, around that in this hour of the show. 1:10, time to catch up with Sbahle Mota.
Tweet at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga.
Sbahle Mota joins us now. She's in the room at the Madlanga Commission for day 83. How are you doing, Sbahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. Much appreciated. So he's back. Sergeant Faninkosi is back for day 6 at the Madlanga Commission. Back for day 6, back with a new interpreter. Already made suggestions leading into the lunch break that this interpreter is perhaps not that good as well and might need a change of interpreter. I don't know if this strategy is working for him.
I honestly don't think it's working at this point in time, because I think what the commissioners, also the evidence leaders are seeing is that he does perhaps need an interpreter, even though he corrects his interpreter himself. But if they had to allow the interpreter to do all proceedings, then we'd be here until I don't know when, because it will further delay the process. But what we've heard, as you have said and mentioned, is the fact that we may be getting yet another interpreter after the lunch break. So I don't think it's working quite well, but also you don't want to witness going back and saying that the commission was not fair, it was not granted the right services, and his translation was lost through the interpreter. So it's a slow morning. And I remember Advocate Matthew Shackleton, the evidence leader, saying on Friday he has approximately 3 hours of evidence to go through, and I foresee us finishing at the normal time because of the interpreter and just how, as you know, how Sergeant Gosi also just tends to answer his questions.
Yeah, absolutely. For those who maybe are not aware, because there's so many characters, when we make reference to Sergeant Faninkosi, he's been on that seat now for the last 6 days, and he's been accused of acting as an intermediary between suspected crime figures, government officials, and senior police leaders. And what's been the focus? I mean, you say it's been a slow morning thus far. So what's been the focus of this morning's line of questioning? I know there's been talk of a credit card and some of the timelines of this credit card. And also, Sbahle, maybe talk to us about that statement that he read earlier on in the morning, which I think was a written statement from some time last year. Give us some context around that statement.
So essentially how proceedings began is that he was reading out his statement that he wrote on the 8th of October 2025, and this was a handwritten statement when police came to raid his house. And in that statement, he says various things, but what is striking is the fact that he mentions the fact that Vusmuzi Cat Matlala had called him on a certain day, asking that he wants his bank card back, because he was set to meet with General Shadrack Sibiya and Deputy President Paul Mashatile. And this is what Sergeant Nkosi mentions in his handwritten statement. Fast forward to the typewritten statement that is given to or submitted rather to the Commission. He omits that very, very important part about Deputy President Paul Mashatile and how Vusumuzi Matlala alleges that he was going to meet the Deputy President as well as General Shadrack Sibiya. And he's asked as to why he omitted such an important piece of evidence from his statement. Then he says, you know what, it's actually human error. It was a mistake. It was not intended, but it was just a mistake. And Advocate Matthew Sharkleson puts it to him to say, were you perhaps even trying to protect the Deputy President? And he says, no, that's not true. He wouldn't have done that. So I think, while Nkosi may have relayed what Vusumuzi Matlala had said to him, I think it would be very interesting if we do get Vusumuzi Matlala before the Commission, to hear what he says and what his version of the events are.
Yeah.
And if he did get that instruction, or he did actually meet, because Nkosi can't really answer for Vusumuzi Matlala, whom we know has dropped quite a lot of names, and some of the names, with the allegations that have been made, speaking to those individuals. So it'd be very interesting to hear what he says about the Deputy President.
It would be interesting indeed. And it's quite the huge omission for somebody who really has brought up the name of 2-3 political figureheads now in political parties. This, I guess, would seem like but why this particular one? You then don't bring up in your affidavit. Here's the other thing that has been a conversation, because when we talk Madlanga Commission, we're talking simultaneously with millions of other South Africans who are making various observations, and there's been a sort of public, not outcry, but a public conversation around whether or not the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry should summon the head of counterintelligence from the SAPS Crime Intelligence Division, General Feroz Khan. And he's been accused of being a political fixer and politically protected individual as well. In fact, there was also, because there's two parallel situations that are happening. We're watching the Madlanga and we're watching the ad hoc committee. And his name came up again during this last visit by General Mkhwanazi at the ad hoc committee. General Mkhwanazi also finding himself in the midst of public discourse now, where people are saying, but why did you omit to say how you came to meet Feroz Khan and Julius Malema?
No, definitely. I think, this extension will give the Madlanga Commission an opportunity to sort of speak to everybody that it is meant to speak to, especially seeing that there are names that are popping up and people that are implicated. And if my memory serves me well, Feroz Khan's name was mentioned quite significantly in the first phase of the Madlanga Commission. So it would be good for him to present himself before the Madlanga Commission, or rather the Commission summoning him, because I think amongst the allegations is that from General Mkhwanazi is how he's seemingly playing both sides, so it will be interesting to hear that version. And unfortunately for us, before the Madlanga Commission, we don't get that list that Parliament would normally have as to who is meant to present themselves before the Madlanga Commission. There's still quite a number of people that are set to return to the Madlanga Commission, but I'm assuming that Feroz Khan should definitely be one of those people or, witnesses who comes before the Madlanga Commission, because what I do also know about the inquiry is that it tends to keep a close eye at the, ad hoc committee in Parliament. So it would be interesting to have Feroz Khan, because he is amongst some of the top police officers that have been mentioned. And as you know, the allegations are that some of these criminal syndicates had infiltrated law enforcement agencies with the assistance of top police officials. So it will be interesting if we actually do get to hear his version of events, especially from the Madlanga Commission.
Absolutely. Sibahle Mota, we'll leave it there. Let's see how the remainder of the afternoon goes from your end. And then we'll touch base again with you tomorrow. That was Sibahle Mota, SABC News reporter. 20 past 1 o'clock indeed from our side. And we'll dip back into the Madlanga Commission when they come back from that lunch recess. It will also be interesting when General Mkhwanazi comes back to the commission, to see what his response is to some of the things that have been stated, because like I said, he was at ad hoc this past week, and a lot of folks saying that he was insinuating there was improper conduct or an improper relationship between the leader of the EFF and this General Feroz Khan, and people taking to social media on the back of that conversation saying, but he didn't state that he was the one who had asked Khan to organize a meeting with the economic freedom fighters leaders, but left sort of an open-ended statement, I guess, from what people are saying that is open to inference. I have no idea. We'll see how it all plays itself out. 20 past 1, a quick pause, and then we come right back.
Mzansi, let's talk for a moment. 1 in 3 women in South Africa will experience gender-based violence in her lifetime. How can that be true? That could be your sister, your friend, your neighbor. All of us can change that. GBVF doesn't start in courtrooms, but in conversations we ignore, jokes we laugh at, silence we keep. This International Women's Month, let's all give to gain. Give respect, courage, and action. We gain safer relationships, caring families, and a country where women and girls can live without fear. Brought to you by the GBVF Response Fund. Proudly supported by the SABC.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Without insurance, saving on your car insurance feels like being on the opposite side of the traffic jam. 63-year-old Almero saves a mind-blowing 417 Rand on his 2021 Ford Ranger. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OutSurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, let's shift from all things Madlanga Commission at the moment and perhaps lower our blood pressures just a little bit. Let's talk around digital burnout. And the question is, are modern workplaces forgetting the human behind the screen? So as the workplace becomes increasingly digitized and digital, conversations around employee well-being are taking on a new sense of urgency. And Ashwin Raja from Mindset Matters says the way we work has changed dramatically, but the way we treat people hasn't kept up. How are you doing this afternoon, Ashwin?
Hi, good afternoon, Bridget, and thank you for having me on the show. I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you so much for the time. I guess firstly, maybe let's just get a little bit of context around Mindset Matters.
Yes, Mindset Matters is a consulting firm looking at bridging the gap between culture, performance, and strategy in organizations. And often the leading indicator is when everything else is in place. Strategy, culture, the money has been invested, but the performance numbers are not there. And often the result is what we're talking about, is that everything is built around technology and not around people, and people can't continually adapt and change and keep up with this continual pace at which businesses are expecting themselves and driving themselves to move currently.
So if we in this sort of era of an always on culture, quote unquote, has constant connectivity just quietly turned like the everyday job into a 24/7 responsibility? I almost feel this speaks to our inability to disconnect digitally from work.
Yeah, there are two dimensions to it. One, we are not trained. We don't have tools and technology to disconnect. So a lot of people I talk to will say, yes, I shut my computer and I'm done. But it's not, you physically shut your computer, but cognitively you're still thinking about and processing stuff at work. Emotionally, you're carrying something that's happened early in the week or even this morning. So you're not truly, that consumes a lot of energy. That's where the drain is, and people don't know how to switch off. And the workplace doesn't train people to do that, right? So that's part of the development, is enabling people to manage their, let's call it, well-being across physical energy, emotional, cognitive, and making work meaningful for them. And that's the one dimension we're talking about. The other side is really the way organizations have been designed is largely built around technology for the last 30 years, not around how humans function. And we have this continuous engagement, always continuous streams of information we can process, and all the connectivity that we have has not been designed in terms of how people function, right? Human functioning optimally works around cycles, right? There needs to be cycles of rest and recovery, and then you get high performance from people. And athletes do this. This is how athletes train, right? High-performing people, musicians and artists. And the seasons know this as well, right? Seasons go through cycles, but we seem to, as humans, we seem to have forgotten that in the workplace. And that's, there's an element in how we've built and designed businesses and that gap is becoming wider in compared to how people actually function.
Yeah.
They're not continuous performing machines. We can't do that.
So does that then speaks to what some might seem as human versus the system design? Because workplaces are built for efficiency, but at the cost of the human well-being.
100%. That's on the money. And I'll contextualize it a little more. The context, the management principles around efficiency and productivity, this started in the Industrial Revolution, which is kind of over 50 years ago. And we still have those principles that we build businesses on today. We're still trying to improve productivity and efficiency. But bearing in mind, we are in a services economy. We're in a people-driven economy now, right? So knowledge-based economy that's driven by people with technology as enablers. And we're not allowing people to play their role to their optimal level. We're still trying to treat them as a resource that we can squeeze out more productivity and efficiency from. And that can work, but understanding that it needs to be done in a cycle, allowing rest, recovery, allowing them to manage cognitive energy, emotional energy, physical energy. And then you can get performance. But if it's only based on the speed of technology and how fast we can go and how much more we can do, that gap's going to widen significantly with AI coming in and accelerating everything that technology can do at the moment.
I want to sneak in this question before we go to the news in a minute. Where do we then draw the line between work and the personal, especially in this digital world where we are forever connected? The ability to disconnect becomes very difficult.
Yes, so there is personal choice, and there's also in the work context there's expectation that's created.
Yeah.
So I think the workplace needs to the processes around and the discussions around disconnecting. Just take that example: disconnecting and resetting resetting your cycles. Those discussions need to happen, and they need to be enforced through processes, systems, policies. Because it can be said at one level, at a macro level, that we need to disconnect. But every manager, every line manager, every leader doesn't apply that the same way to their team. So it's the language is there, the thinking is there, but it's not applied as you would apply and implement a new technology, for example. It doesn't have the same investment of communication and implementation.
Let's pause here for a second, Ashwin. We'll come back on the other side and we'll pick up the conversation after the headlines.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the High Court in Pretoria has found that the late COPE leader Mosiuoa Lekoda was of unsound mind and incapable of managing his own affairs from 25 May last year until his passing early this month. The DA has announced the second group of mayoral candidates for municipalities in the Western Cape ahead of the local government elections, and Home Affairs Minister Dr. Leon Schreiber has started with his oversight visit at the Beitbridge border post in Musina, Limpopo ahead of the Easter weekend. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, Ashwin Raja, founder of Mindset Matters, and we're looking at digital burnout and whether or not the modern workplace forget the human element that's behind the screen. And we were just talking about drawing the line between drawing the line between work and personal time in a digitally connected world where we often struggle to disconnect. And let's look at what maybe you spoke about. The fact that every line manager and leader doesn't sort of apply the same approach to when we're talking boundaries, for instance, or expectation or things of that sort. How do you begin to rethink then what the future of work should look like and the practical changes maybe that organizations should be putting in place to protect more specifically the mental health of their employees?
Yeah, So when I look at a business, I don't look at it from a traditional perspective. The businesses have what I call invisible layers, right, around things like we're talking about, boundaries, how do we accountability, decisions, managing risk, and those are the things that need that attention. So when you're building culture in an organization is not aspirational, the behaviors we want. What people actually do is what really happens on the ground, right? So if your manager is demanding certain things, and in so doing it affects your performance and his perception of you and how he rates you, you're going to do what he wants. Right? So building that culture ground up, enabling what is the actual environment we want, because that's the environment, that's what people will actually do when you build it from the bottom.
Yeah.
That's where they do things that we actually trust and we know works and delivers results, regardless of what we say from a cultural strategy perspective. So start making changes bottom up, whereas typically organizations run top down and they push it down, and it doesn't always get down to the bottom three levels where the heart of the business runs from, where the people on the ground are doing the work, implementing, executing. So build bottom up, or bring in bottom up thinking as part of designing strategy and part of designing culture. One. And to start leading with designing around people's needs. Still use technology. I mean, pressure is still important and technology is still relevant. But organizations that lead with technology, everyone's got access to technology. No one's building around people. People in the future, even with AI, even more so, you're going to need increased levels of judgment, decision making, information processing, right? And that needs you to think clearly and make decisions and apply effective judgments. It needs you to be in a good, healthy space, well-being from a well-being point of view. So building around people and enhancing people's performance and creating that cycle in the business starts becoming an advantage as we move into this accelerated world.
Absolutely. And interesting, my parting shot to this question. Interestingly, we often preoccupy ourselves on the show with conversations around leadership, work cultures, and things that affect us when it comes to the personal and the professional. And the one thing that I'm always taking away, Ashwin, is the fact that in this day and age, there are a lot of leaders who are leading people and organizations, but they themselves don't have the skill to execute on that. So when it comes to what we've just spoken about, rethinking the future, the leaders themselves, 9 out of 10, don't even know the approach to how to begin to do that.
100%. I love that. That's a great insight.
Do with it as you will.
Yeah, and that's the work that has to happen. That's exactly the work that has to happen.
Absolutely. SAfmRadio, thank you so much for the time, founder of Mindset Matters. A quick pause and then we come back. We'll catch up with host of Mzansi Offenders and founder of Amataima, a men and boys program. Titimbao is always on the move, always so much that's happening. And he's just authored a book too, but we'll talk about that on a different day. Let's quickly take a break and we'll come right back.
Tweet at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga.
All right, let's catch up with Titimba, host of Mzansi Offenders and founder of Amataima, which is a program just looking at the positivity and the positive impact of... Oh, you here? That time, Mina, I'm expecting you on the phone. What a surprise. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great.
You?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, let me let you settle in. Yeah, settle in for a second. So SABC2 is launching a docuseries titled Mzansi S Offenders, and it's TXing tonight at 8. It's hosted by TT as he interviews guests who are released from prison. Oh, this should be interesting. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm great.
Good
Thank
to
you
see
for
you.
coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
It's only a pleasure. Oh, okay, I mean, you're a man of so many strokes, but today we are here to talk host of Mzansi Offenders.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the book with the girls
Yes.
on my book feature.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we'll get the ladies to organize
arrange
that.
for that,
Yes,
yeah.
it happens on a Friday, so we'll
Amazing.
sort that
Looking
out.
forward to that.
I think it's after school hours so they can talk for themselves.
Absolutely. I want them to talk for themselves,
Yes.
actually, yeah.
So talk to me about Mzansi Offenders.
Yo, tonight is the night. 8 p.m. SABC2. We're launching a new show titled Mzansi X Offenders.
Yes.
Where I basically I created the show a couple of years ago. It took me a while to get it to where it is today. I get to talk to them about life before, after.
Okay.
Life before, during, and after prison. So, it's a 24-minute, and, segment 1, we really deal with the issue of their childhood. Where did they grow up? The environment they were raised in, who raised them, and what influenced whatever decisions they made as kids. And then segment 2, we move on to what happened. Like what got you into prison? What crime did you commit, and what led to you committing the crime? And when you are in prison, what happened? During the 10 years of you serving the sentence, did you get into drugs? Were you involved in gangs? Did you study? Did you empower yourself? And then third segment deals with after. Now that you're out, now that you're talking to us in this position, you've experienced life before, during, and now you're after. How are you experiencing life? What is the stigma around you being called Isboshwa, Ipantiti, and how has that affected your family? And what are you doing now? What are you up to? So that we don't hear about you going back. It's quite hectic.
Before we get to the trailer, I mean, for you, when you decided, you're creative, you've executive produced a number of shows.
Yeah.
When you decided to create this, because I think it's a conversation more than anything else.
It is.
What was the motivating factor for you?
The
catalyst?
So look, I run a network for men called Amataima, Wellness Network, Brotherhood Circle, and we really look after the wellness of men. And as a wellness network, one of the things that I realized was there's a gap in terms of us talking to those men that are incarcerated, because remember, they also have families, in as much as they are incarcerated for whatever crimes. So I used to visit them in Tanyani, what we call it Tanyani, which is prison. And through these conversations, I realized, how much there's such a big gap between what they've done and what they've left behind in terms of the family. Some of them are breadwinners. What must happen to their mothers, their kids, their families? And so with that, I realized there's a big gap for us to talk about what happens in the mind of a criminal when they decide to commit a crime. Look how many commissions we have at the moment in our country, and all those commissions are around crime. Whether we like it or not, there's a criminal element that's causing us to have these many commissions. So let's talk about it and put a face to the crimes.
All right, let's play the trailer and then we'll come back and continue our conversation.
Mzansi ex-offenders.
I deserve to die.
What happened? What did you do?
Okay, being a high school dropout, joined the gangs at a very early age. At the age of 23, I was the leader of the Phoenix 5 gang. So for murder, they sentenced me to death.
Sure.
And for the other crimes, 38 years.
38 years. So which prison do you get taken to?
They took us to Pretoria Maximum.
All 5 of you?
Yes, death row.
They said us he's involved for murder, for rape, for so many things he was involved with, robbery and things like that. He will never ever come out of prison. He's gonna go for any.
That was my turning point in my life.
Did you cry?
A lot. You're allowed to make 100 mistakes in your lifetime, but I've made 50 for you.
Mzansi, ex-offenders, 23 March on 2.
Oh, wowza. Okay. And interesting from this trailer, you think you know the face of crime. And then you see this gentleman, and I don't know if he was the one I'm just putting together that, being accused of murder and rape, and I don't know if he did those things or didn't do those things. But you think you know the face of crime. I would have walked past that gentleman and thought nothing of it. Like, just a well-looking family man, clean, cut.
Very unassuming.
Very.
And I think, it talks to the premise of the show. So the premise of the show is really about us teaching South Africans and making South Africans realize that at the end of the day, when all is said and done, crime doesn't pay. We showcase how crime actually leaves such a scar in many families, and that's something we never talk about. We get to see people getting arrested, sentenced for 20 years, and we really never get to understand what caused that person to get to that point of no return. And we can judge all we want, but at the end of the day, it's a catch-22, because if it's your brother or your sister, your mindset will be very different. Because now you're like, Mumtana Sekaya, what happened? We grew up together. I don't understand this person. And yet they live around us.
Yeah. And it fractures the family, like you say, in the dynamics are never quite the same, and let alone community members.
Yeah.
We grew up together.
And then all of a sudden, and one thing I want to make clear about this show is that we don't actually idolize these guys at all. In fact, if anything, we actually put them on the spot. We want them to be accountable for the actions that they've committed, because at the end of the day, crime is crime.
Yeah.
Whether it's petty or it's a hybrid crime or whatever the nature of the crime is, at the end of the day, we cannot condone it, because you and I wake up in the morning to do what we can for our families. You come here, you prepare your show just for someone to come outside when you walk out of the SABC to take your phone away from you. Imagine that, how it disorientates you. And your life, and the trauma it leaves, someone just invading your privacy, breaking into your home, and they leave you with that scar of having to deal with. And so we have to talk about these things. And I know a lot of people might like the show, some might not like the show, but the reality is that we are here to talk about things that affect us daily. There's no South African that can tell you that they've never been affected or impacted by crime, whether directly or indirectly.
We all have. And TT, as you have this conversation, I think I've probably spoke, if not on this platform, other platforms. I have one of my favorite cousins. He's currently incarcerated.
Listen to that.
And I always say, when the parents go see your cousin, and I always go, I go, it's a weird thing, you and I sitting here, because I know how you got to this situation, and we had those conversations.
Because you're from the same environment, right? You guys at the same base and all of that. And I also just want to make it clear, because a lot of people have been giving me flack about, why are you doing the show? What about the victims? And I'm like, this really also gives the victims an opportunity to hear of the guys that actually inflicted the pain on them, what they have to say. Are they going to be arrogant about the crime that they've committed, or are they going to show remorse and accountability for the crimes that they've committed? We also, challenge the Department of Correctional Services programs to say, are they actually effective? Are they working? Because you find guys that are talked to that you can see that this guy has been rehabilitated. He's now a pastor, and he's running his church, and he's really on the straight and narrow. But then there are guys that I talk to, and I can see with I can disazolunga. This guy is just set in his ways, and that's just who he is. And there's only so much you can do at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Speaking of the victims, in I don't know if this season you got to maybe engage with some of the victims, or this show didn't want to take that angle.
I didn't want to take that angle, specifically because I didn't want to be insensitive.
Okay.
I didn't want to, bring back old wounds to some of them, but I wanted to focus more on the perpetrator and the environment that caused him to do what he did, and the people that it affected. Because remember, the one thing that we don't appreciate enough is that when someone goes to prison, the entire family goes to prison.
Yeah.
Because the dependency goes away.
Mm.
If he was a breadwinner, their kids get affected in terms of their schooling. Babizwa abantwana beyiboshwa,
Yeah.
and they have to carry that stigma throughout schooling. They get bullied. What happens to the child?
Mm.
What happens to the mother of the offender who now has to raise her grandchildren with ISASA? That's a reality that we are faced with in South Africa, and we don't talk enough about it. So I'm happy to take on the conversation. I'm happy for people to engage me and say, why are you creating the show, Titi? You are bringing old wounds, but at the end of the day, if we don't talk, this just goes under the carpet like everything else, and there's commission after commission after commission.
And also, I think it does a lot for rehabilitation just of other folks besides the subjects that you speak to. Because men in themselves, in the work that you do, I don't know, I'm speaking from an outsider looking into your genre, or rather your gender. Men, in essence, are not open chest individuals. They're not speakers.
We don't. I think it's cool. We must show strength. You don't show weaknesses by crying. So I was very deliberate in making sure that season 1 just focuses on men, male ex-offenders. Season 2, I might go and do female ex-offenders. Season 3, I might go into juvenile ex-offenders. We gotta go across the board, because crime is crime, like I said earlier on. And for me, it's really about shining a spotlight on a conversation that we need to have as South Africans to test ourselves. Are we forgiving as a country? Are we really, really forgiving? Because these guys carry the stigma that ends up them landing back into jail.
But also, what does forgiveness
What does it look like?
What does it look like?
Yeah.
You know,
and healing.
Yeah.
Are we healed? You know, we come from a very sad past. You know, I never want to talk about apartheid, but you can't talk about South Africa and not talk about apartheid, because it's part of our healing. They say you can forgive, but don't forget, right? But now, how are we healing as South Africans? Do we have a mechanism? Because a lot of us black people are raised in a society where ukulma with a psychologist, but you are hlanya, or you are bewitched, or whatever the case might be. So it's not easy, especially for men, for us to open up about our challenges and weaknesses.
Absolutely. As we wrap it up in
so quickly.
Time flies because we're chasing the commission.
Oh yeah, of course.
I actually just want to ask you quickly. I've often heard from ex-offenders, people who end up back incarcerated, and people go, the inside became more comfortable for me than the outside. I guess speaking to that stigma and amehlo and everything else, making amends, blah blah blah.
Sure.
What was that sentiment for some folks for you?
It's a very strong sentiment. You can imagine coming out 20 years in prison. You're trying to look for a job. You finally get a job, and after you get a job, you get a call an hour or 2 hours later to say, we can't give you the job because we've just realized that we've got a criminal record. What does it do to your mental wellness? You feel like a failure as a man, and you decide, actually it's better to go back because I can get a bed guaranteed, a meal guaranteed, shelter guaranteed. Why must I struggle looking for a job when I get humiliated and my ego gets bruised every time I try to look for a job or start a business? Because no one trusts abantu baphume jail. Even if the guy had to come in here with on my cell phones would put them away, because we're like, hey, I don't want to lose. That's the stigma I'm talking about.
All right, so it's on tonight, 8 o'clock, SABC 2, hosted by Titimba himself. It is Mzansi's ex-offenders. You definitely don't want to miss out on this one. Time for us to take a quick pause, and then we'll come back with our kids programming, which should lead us to the top of the hour news.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up. S3.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday. Welcome to a brand new week, and let's start it off by talking about something very important. Water. Why is water important for our bodies and our daily lives? What are some ways you can use water every day at home or at school? How can we as children help save water at home or school? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
My name is Greta Nglu. Water is important for our bodies and our everyday lives because water helps our bodies function by giving us a bit of the minerals and energy that we need when we drink it. It also keeps our bodies hydrated and benefits our skin in ways we wouldn't imagine. Some ways I use water at home or at school are for drinking, of course, for bathing myself, for washing my hands, and to water my plants. Children can help save water at home and at school by ensuring that when they do use water, they use it with care by making sure that when they use it, they have a specific amount they need and immediately switch off taps when they don't need water. If people waste too much water, they'll be required to pay a huge amount of money for all the water they've used. And they may cause a drought in the area, community, or even country because they are only using the water according to their needs and not watching how much of it they are using, which may affect those around them.
Good day, my name and surname is Apelele Mpembe and I am 9 years old. Water is important because it keeps our bodies hydrated, helps with distraction, and helps our organs work properly. I use water to drink, brush my teeth, wash my hands, and clean things at home and school. Children can save water by turning off the tap while brushing their teeth, taking a shower that's short, and make sure taps aren't dripping. If people waste too much water, there might not be enough for everyone, and it can cause harm to the environment by lowering water levels in the river and lakes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kabamba. Water is very important for our bodies and our daily lives because it keeps us healthy, hydrated, and helps our bodies function properly. We use water every day for drinking, cooking, washing our hands, bathing, and cleaning. At home and school, children can help save water by turning off taps properly, using the water they need, and reporting leaks if they see them. If people waste too much water, it can lead to shortages where communities don't have enough clean water to use. Saving water is important because it protects this valuable resource and makes sure there is enough for everyone now and in the future.
Greetings. My name is Praise Ziba. I use water for drinking, washing, and staying healthy. I also use it for brushing my teeth and washing my hands. For us to save water, we need to turn off taps, use less water because we might run out of water or even have dirty water. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old and I am so excited to speak here. I think water is important for our bodies and our daily lives because usually we use water almost every second. Some ways I use water every day at school or at home. I drink water, use water to wash dishes and clothes, use water to cook, use water to bath, use water to brush your teeth. Children can help save water at school and at home by closing the tap after they are done, making sure there are no taps leaking because even if it's leaking small and slowly, but at the end, it's such a waste. Something that could happen if people waste water, people can run out of water, and we need water as a community because without water, many things will be damaged, and we cannot survive without water because it's a needs. Thank you, everyone.
My name and surname is Pyoko Shempembe. I am 11 years old. Water is an essential because it keeps us hydrated, helps with digestion, and supports our body's overall functions. It is also vital for everyday activities like cleaning and cooking. I use water to drink, brush my teeth, wash my hands, and clean things both home and school. Children can save water by turning off taps while brushing their teeth, taking shorter showers, and reporting any leaks or dripping taps. If people waste too much water, we could face shortages, which would make it harder for everyone to access clean water. It can also negatively impact the environment by reducing water levels in lakes and rivers. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Afetra Munyai and I live in Bulugwane City. Water is important for our bodies in our daily lives to keep us hydrated, moisturized, and keep our bodies fully functioning and working. Some ways to use water every day at school or at home is by washing your hands, drinking water, bathing, washing clothes, cooking, and many more. Children can help to save water at home or school by closing the tap when you're brushing your teeth, by reducing the use of water, using it for more reasonable things. If people waste too much water, we would not have enough water, we would not be here without water because our bodies cannot function properly without water. As they say, you can go weeks without food, but you can only go few days without water. Thank you and bye.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Luandi Hlongwane. I think we can all agree that sometimes drinking water can be really, really difficult. And I think that's because we're not really aware of how important water is for our bodies and in our daily lives. I think we can save water at home or school by turning off the taps, because sometimes people have the habit of leaving taps running open, and I think some people just forget. And we can also take shorter showers, because one thing about showers, you will not know how long you're there. The water will just be running so beautifully off your back and you won't realize how much water you're actually wasting. So we can take short showers and also not wasting water, especially in the country that we live in. We don't have a lot of water to the point where we even have to get it from another country. So we have to save our water and stop wasting it. I think if people waste too much water, there may not be enough water for people, animals, and plants. And I think that's something that as humans don't really understand. We become very selfish in this point because we think that we're the only ones who need this water. And every source of life on earth needs water. So if we're overusing it, the other sources of life are going to suffer. So we have to be selfless and we have to be considerate.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Water is one of the most important things our bodies and our daily lives depend on. Our bodies are made up of a large amount of water, and we need it to stay hydrated, keep our organs working properly, regulate body temperature, and help with digestion and concentration. Without enough water, we can feel tired, dizzy, and find it harder to focus, especially at school. Every day we use water in many different ways, often without even thinking about it. At home, we use water to drink, cook, bath, brush our teeth, wash clothes, and clean. At school, water is used for drinking, washing hands, cleaning classrooms, and maintaining gardens. Water supports both health and our environment, making it essential for life. As children, we can play an important role in saving water by developing simple, responsible habits, turning off the tap while brushing our teeth, taking shorter showers, using only the water we need, And reporting leaking taps all are effective ways to conserve water. Reusing water where possible, such as using leftover water to water plants, can also make a difference. These small actions, when done consistently, help protect this valuable resource. If people waste too much water, it can lead to serious problems. Water shortages can affect homes, schools, farms, and communities. Plants and animals may struggle to survive, and people may not have enough clean water for drinking and hygiene. This can lead to health issues and make daily life more difficult. Learning to value and protect water teaches responsibility and care for the environment. Every drop matters, and by using water wisely, children help ensure there is enough water for everyone now and in the future. Taking care of water is not just about today, it is about protecting life for generations to come. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
On the top stories, court rules in the late Ligoda's affairs, and South African Weather Services issue a severe weather warning alert. For SAFM News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good day. The High Court in Pretoria has found that the late coup leader Musiwa Ligoda was of unsound mind and incapable of managing his own affairs from the 25th May last year until his passing early this month. The court further found that during this period, his partner had emptied his bank account. The finding emerged after Ligoda's wife, Cynthia Ligoda, initially approached the court seeking the selection of a court-appointed legal representative for access to her husband's medical records. Didebuhon Damane reports.
The judgment reveals that by the time Ligoda's partner was notified of the application on the 11th of February and the subsequent order by the agreement that followed the next day, 250,000 rand was transferred to the partner's attorneys of record. The sum of 150,000 rand was transferred to the partner's property company from Ligoda's current account, and the required explanation had not been furnished to the court. The court ruled that Ligoda was of unsound mind and ordered Ligoda's partner to pay cost on Scale C. Ditebohon Damane, SABC News, Johannesburg.
The Madlanga Commission has heard how attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Kat Matlala told Sergeant Fanny Ngosi to inform suspended Deputy Police Commissioner Shadrake Sibia that police were raiding his house.
Anomalies on these documents, and therefore that make the explanation for the money that was found on you to be questionable. If you look at page 11 of that bundle, which is Annexure D1, and then you have the same thing at D2, which is page 12. It's a picture of a truck. Why did you include this as an annexure to your document? What was the purpose of including it as an annexure to your statement?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, Commissioner, it was just a proof to show that what am I talking about.
Okay. Now, when you look at Annexure B at page 7, it gives us 2 registration numbers, right? Annexure B at page 7, that's Peggy's affidavit. It gives us KN33RNGP, and then it gives us the registration number that we see in the picture, which is DWJ 906 MP, right? Now, without an explanation why we have 2 different registration numbers, I'm unable, speaking for myself, to accept that this is the truck that in fact is the subject of the sale. You understand what I'm explaining?
Yes,
because you have those 2 different registration numbers. So it doesn't serve, to have the picture here, it doesn't serve the purpose that you intended. That's the first thing. The second thing, which is an anomaly, again, if you look at page 7, that same page 7, which is Peggy's affidavit, and then this time you look at page 13, which is the affidavit of Mr. Mwatu. the registration number is different. So in paragraph 4 of Beggy's affidavit, you find it at paragraph 4, it's KN33RN-GP. And then when you go to, no, that one is correct. So let me leave that point. In fact, it's in the agreement itself. If you can just turn to the agreement at page 15. The agreement is at page 15, Annex F. The registration number is a different registration number. Okay, so that's the other difference. It may well be that it's a typo, but there's no explanation that it's a typo. It's different. And then go back to page...
You do see the difference, eh?
I do.
One
I'll
starts
explain,
with
yes.
all right.
Okay, maybe then as I point out something and you want to explain, you say you can explain it, just so that things don't get lost. Let me allow you to explain. Indicate to me when you want to intervene at that point or to interject. You say you want to explain these differences in registration numbers.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I think here in page 7, paragraph number 4, maybe my brother here wanted it to be clear that what is the current registration number of the said vehicle and of which one was the previous. So he put it on those bases just to make it clearer.
Okay. All right. It may well be that is the explanation, but it's not what the documents say, right? The document, including the agreement, the sale agreement, it says, I bought truck with that registration number. And then lastly from me, and this for me is very important, it is at page 7. This is Beggy's affidavit. He says he owns a company, and on behalf of that company, Ngapesheya, he sold that truck on behalf of Ngapesheya. But when you look at the agreement at page 15, there's absolutely no mention of Ngapesheya. It is Beggy who's selling the truck, his truck. That's according to this agreement. Look at page 15. In fact, even Mr. Mwatu's affidavit makes no mention whatsoever of Ngapesheya. He says he bought the truck from Mr. Nkosi, from Abednego Nkosi. You see the difference?
Yes.
And the significance of that for me is if this was a sale, a sale by Ngapesheya, the documents would be reflecting that. And these documents don't reflect a sale by your brother's company to Mr. Mwatu, and therefore they make their validity or their purpose to be suspect. And suspect, and in fairness to you, let me put to you that it makes it difficult to accept that these documents were indeed prepared in pursuance of a legitimate sale of a truck. And the likely explanation is what Mr. Cheskalson put to you, that they seem to have been a creation to explain why you had the 380, you say 85, why you had the money in your safe or in your possession, as you say, because these documents, collective of them, just doesn't make sense. Do you want to comment?
Yes. Commissioners, Ngapesheya is owned by Beggy. So when he said he's selling it on behalf of the company, I believe he meant that it was used by the company Ngapesheya. As he's the sole director of that company, going forward, that is how he expressed himself on the one who's making that particular agreement or that particular sale.
Thank you. Thanks, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Sergeant Kosi, did you ever ask from your brother why he had been paid in cash? Why Mr. Ngwato had paid him in cash?
Not necessarily that maybe it was a point of concern from me, He just brought the money to me, and then when I asked him, he said, no, it was a sale from Mr. Ngwatu. But honestly, I did not see any problem with that.
You are a police officer, you know about money laundering. Should you not have inquired? Did such a huge sum of money in cash not have raised alarm bells in your head? 380,000 rand, that's a lot of money in cash.
Commissioners, knowing my brother and knowing Mr. Ngwatu that they are both business people, I did not see any problem on the issue of that money at that time.
Not all businesses are cash businesses. Can you explain why you would not have thought of why the money was in cash? You are a police officer. You are a police officer.
Yes, I am. I agree on that, Commissioner. Not maybe to get into details about Mr. Ngwatu's business. One thing that I know that he ran auctions in terms of the animals. He ran pubs. He ran boat clubs. So to me, it was not a shock when my brother came with that sum of money, because knowing what kind of businesses, some that have been conducted by Mr. Ngwatu.
All right, all right. I guess that's an explanation. Thank you.
Sorry.
Did you ever come upon a receipt of proof of payment of this money from Mr. Ngwatu to your brother?
At that time, my brother only showed me, I think it was a sale agreement or the proof, something like that, that was only signed solely by him, that he sold his truck to Mr. Ngwatu and then he signed it, but Mr. Ngwatu and the vice officer did not sign. It was only my brother.
And when you deposed to your statement, why did it not occur to you to request proof that this is money that was paid indeed in relation to the truck? Because you are putting evidence before us to explain the money. And it would seem to me it's a very relevant and important part of your evidence and statement to give us proof. That's why you've given us pictures of the truck. That's why you've given us the agreement. It's because you want to show us that this was money properly received by your brother. And the most obvious for me would have been a receipt, even if it's a handwritten receipt, that shows that your brother received this amount from Mr. Ngwatu.
According to my understanding then, it was this one of an extra 15, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioners. That my brother told me that they had an agreement with Mr. Ngwatu.
Okay, so you didn't ask him for a receipt. You just got this. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification. You'll recall that over the weekend, you, through Mr. Ngwatu, attempted to complain about language that I had used when I questioned you on Friday to avoid something, but in the end, I was made to understand that you accepted that you were mistaken and that I had not said the things that you were attributing to me through Mr. Ngwatu. Just to avoid something similar, I am not at all suggesting that Mr. Ngwatu was involved in money laundering. I'm just asking you whether the fact of being paid in cash would not have raised alarm bells that, hey, is this not possibly the money laundering? I'm not saying Mr. Ngwatu is involved in money laundering, just to make sure I don't get something similar to what I got over.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sergeant Nkosi, do you remember early this morning you were asked about your handwritten statement?
Yes, I correct.
The one on 1335, and you were asked how that statement came about. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you explained that the statement came about as a result of the raid on the 8th of October 2024. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Yes. Can you just explain to us why you did not mention this transaction in that handwritten statement? This transaction about the truck and the 380,000. Why is it not mentioned in that handwritten statement?
Okay. I think the reason that this money was not mentioned is because of by the time I was writing or finishing the statement, it was never mentioned to me that they're going to confiscate that money.
It was not mentioned to you that day?
It was not clearer if they're going to confiscate the money or not. That is the reason I did not.
And what was the money confiscated on the same day?
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you not make a statement subsequent to the confiscation? Why did you not make a further statement explaining the source of those funds?
Okay, the reason that I did not write down is because of, as I was verbally explaining to the officers who came to my house, they seemed not adamant to confiscate the money. So I thought that no, let me just leave it because of the money will be left in my.
No, my question is different. You say the money was confiscated. So my question is, after it was confiscated, why did you not make a statement explaining the source of the money and how it came to be in your possession?
No, already I was finished to write this statement.
No, I understand that. After the money was taken, or maybe 2 days after, or 3 days after, or 5 days after, why did you not give a statement to the police explaining the source of those funds and how they came into your possession? Why do you wait until you are asked by the Commission in December 2024? The period between October and December is a long period. Why at any stage between the 8th of October 2024 and, is it 2025, and December 16, 2025, when you deposed to an affidavit for the Commission, why did you not explain the source of those funds?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. The reason that I did not explain at that particular time, I was waiting for the people who confiscated such money to come and make a follow-up on of where did I took that money, as I've verbally explained to them. So that was when I was going to.
So you did not have interest in getting your brother's money back?
You can ask them, I was phoning each and every day looking for that money.
But you never explained to them that the money was legitimately in your possession and it's not proceeds of crime?
I did.
And then, do you accept that nowhere in any of the annexures you provided to us does anybody say that cash exchanged hands between Mr. Ngwato and your brother? In other words, there was no EFT transaction or there was no payment in another form. Nobody in any of these documents is saying that the purchase price was paid in hard cash. Do you accept that? I mean, if you read Mr. Ngwato's statement, nowhere does he say he gave your brother cash. Do you see that?
But let me just go back a bit in the statement to check with my brother's statement.
Let's start with Mr. Ngwato's one on page 13. At paragraph 4. What he does is he mentions the sale price, but he does not say, I gave Abednego cash. Do you see that?
Yes, but in my brother's statement, Annex B, page 7, it states that he gave me cash.
Where does he say that?
Paragraph 5.
He says I handed the purchase money Aved to my elder brother.
Yes.
But that's a different point. He doesn't say Mr. Ngwato gave him cash.
But the issue here, Chair, not sorry, I mentioned Chair by mistake. Honorable, is that cash was handed to me.
No, that's
according
a
to my
different
understanding.
issue. Listen to me. Your brother does not say Mr. Ngwato gave him cash. Do you accept that?
But he talks about money, Council.
Mr. Sergeant Kosi, if there are three people involved in a transaction, I can withdraw money from an ATM or I can go inside a bank and withdraw money. It doesn't mean I obtain that money from somebody else. So my point is that although he says he gave you purchased money, he does not say Mr. Ngwato gave him cash. That's my point.
But still on that note, even if he does not state that he gave him cash, but here he mentioned cash. So it does not necessarily that Mr. Ngwato did not give him cash.
I'm not sure you're understanding me. Let's leave it there. Now let's go to page 1, your affidavit. Maybe on page 3, it starts on page 1. But the part where you deal with this is on page 3, paragraph 15. You also do not say in that paragraph that you were given physical cash, which you stored in your car or in your house. You simply say, I aver further that the averred money was accumulated from the truck my brother sold, and that he was intending to purchase another truck for his company.
Sorry, Commissioner, is paragraph what?
Paragraph 15 on page 3 of the same bundle.
Okay.
Do you see that from line 4? All you say is that I aver further that the above money was accumulated from the truck my brother sold, and that he was intending to purchase another truck for his company. Do you see that?
That's correct.
So you don't say when, as in the date when you were given cash, how it came to you, what you did with it, how it came about that it was in your possession. You just say in passing that these are proceeds of a sale of a truck, my brother wanted to buy another truck. That's really all you say. And in circumstances where you are called before a commission of inquiry to explain the source of such a large sum of money in your possession, this is not satisfactory. And I'm going to use stronger language than the one used by Advocate Chaskalson, that it appears to me that this is a contrived transaction put together to hide something even bigger than what we are looking at. Do you want to comment on that? And I think maybe to be fair to you, the interpreter must, I can't think of a simpler word than contrived. It's made up. It's a fictitious transaction. Do you want to comment? That it appears to me that this is a made-up sale transaction. It doesn't look like a real sale transaction to me.
No,
I'm not stating it as a fact, to be fair to you, just so that we are clear. I'm putting a proposition to you which you have the right to either dispute or to confirm.
No, I dispute what the Commissioner is saying.
To you, this is a valid transaction.
A valid transaction.
And do you know if the truck was delivered to Mr. Ngwato? Do you know if a truck ever exchanged hands?
I would not know, but I think so.
Why would you not know if your brother sold a truck to Mr. Ngwato? Why would you not know whether he has delivered it to Mr. Ngwato or not?
Okay.
Have you seen the truck in your brother's possession after the sale?
What I know, after Mr. Ngwato paid the money, he did not take the cash. He did not take the truck.
So the truck remained in your brother's possession?
At that time, I don't know now. But at that time, Mr. Ngwato did not.
At the time that you deposed to the affidavit, where was the truck?
It was still with my brother, if I'm not mistaken.
It was still with your brother?
Yes.
So do you see why, from where I'm sitting, it looks like this is a made-up transaction? Because if you are selling a truck to somebody, one of the ways of proving that you have sold a truck is you deliver it to the purchaser. How is it that the truck was not delivered to the purchaser if this is a genuine sale transaction?
I'm not saying by the time I deposited the statement, the truck was still in my brother.
No, but that's what you said when I asked you, Sergeant Nkosi.
Okay. What I'm saying maybe is that maybe I'm quick to answer, or maybe I'm misunderstood by the commission. It can be like that. I'm saying by the time Mr. Ngwatu paid for the truck, he did not take it immediately.
When did he take it?
I would not know. I don't know.
So on the 16th of December, when you deposed to your affidavit, was the truck still with your brother?
It was with Mr. Ngwatu. I believe so. He will.
No,
my
you
brother
don't
will
know.
be.
If you're not sure, you must say you're not sure. But
I'm
you
not
can't
sure.
say I believe so.
I'm not sure.
Where was the truck on the 16th of December, 2025?
I don't know.
You don't know. Mr. Chaskalson, thank you.
Sergeant, very briefly, you may recall that last week, Monday, I asked you about Natasha SABC, who gave you a phone number for Mr. Kawula. And I put it to you that you had paid for the information, paid money for the information. You initially said no, and then I invited you to go back and look at your WhatsApps with Natasha SABC and to check. Can I take you to to page 443 of the annexure bundle? That will be file, I think it's 4 of 4 of the originals.
Page?
443. And if you go down towards the bottom of the page, you'll see that on the 6th of November 2024, you sent 500 rands in cash with the reference "miss you." You see it?
That's correct.
Can you confirm that that 500 rands was sent to Natasha SABC? And maybe to assist you, can I ask, did you go back and look at your chats with Natasha SABC? Because if you did, you'd find the reference to that payment on the same day, the 6th of November 2024.
Sorry, Sergeant Gosi, I did not hear. Did you say you do see the transaction or not?
Yes, I see the 500 here.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Can you confirm that that was a payment to Natasha SABC?
Here in my account, it does not show. Maybe if I can see the.
Did you go back to your chats? Because you said you would. I sort of invited you to go back to the chats and check. I mean, I can get the chats circulated to the commission. I can take you through the chats and show you if you would like.
No, it's fine.
So you will confirm that that was the payment to Natasha SABC?
Okay. Firstly, I would like to rectify the statement that I said I did not pay Natasha. I said I don't quite remember.
I think the record says something else, but let's go forward, not backwards.
Yes.
So what do you say now? Did you make the payment?
No, if I think so.
Do you want to see the chats? I mean, I don't know if you have gone back to the chats.
No, it's fine. Can I just see quickly?
Are you happy to confirm that that was a payment made to Natasha SABC? I mean, if we're going to go through the chats, we'll have to paginate them, give them a number, and I'm not sure if it's necessary. All I want to establish is that this was a payment to Natasha SABC for that information about the phone number of Musa Kaula.
Please look at 1345 of the document that has just been given to you in chat 6.
Yes, I see chat 6, Commissioner.
And respond to Advocate Chaskalson's question.
I mean, if we are going to look at the chats, can I take you through where they begin?
Okay, no.
No, or do you want to be taken through the chats?
No.
I thought I was giving you a way out, Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes, no, I did.
If you don't accept my offer, Advocate Chaskalson will take you through all the chats.
Yes.
What's your response now? Looking at what appears at page 1345, do you now accept that you did pay Ms. Natasha? It just says Natasha SABC presenter here. Do you accept that you paid her 500 rand?
Maybe I can just, I accept.
Yeah. And Sergeant Nkosi, if you look at 1345 and you cross-reference it with the bank statement, the dates correspond. It's 6 November 2024. So if you go back to 443, that line item, you'll see that the date is 6 November 2024. If you go back to 1345, chat number 6, it's 6 November 2024. So why is it so difficult to respond to the question?
It's not that difficult to respond to the question. It's just that this page is new to myself, so I was trying to, digest it nicely.
But now that you have seen it, do you accept that you paid Natasha 500 rand?
No, I accept it.
And do you accept that 500 was, in your words at the top of 1344, a token of appreciation for giving you Musa Kaula's number?
I think I was going to be in a better position to answer that if you gave me this before, but I will check it. Maybe we can pack it, then we'll check it, then I'll come back to it, so that when I confirm something that is very accurate.
Had you not offered to go back to your chats, though? Or maybe offered is the wrong verb, but had you not said you would go back to your chats with Natasha?
Did I say that now,
No,
maybe
no,
previously?
at the hearing at some other stage.
Mm.
No?
No.
If I'm mistaken, it will be the first time of, and I'm not even sure myself, so maybe this time I'll be wrong for the first time.
You know, I'm not avoiding this question. It's just a matter of, you know, sources must be protected. So I'm in that view that, hey, sources and their integrity must be protected. But as you see the chart is clean. It's a clean chart between the source and the police. So, or the source and, you know.
Look at 1344, chat 1.
Can I even take you further back? Because it really starts at 1343, chat 6. Chat 5, you give her the number. She gives you the number. Chat 6, she says, not even a thank you, sis. Over the page on 1344, you say, where can I send token of appreciation?
Mr. Chakalson, I don't dispute anything. I don't know if maybe you heard me when I was addressing the commission that why am I avoiding this? You know, our people must be protected at all costs. So it's on those bases.
Sergeant, can we conclude this for now at least by you admitting or accepting that the chat 6 at page 1345, it looks like you made a payment. You still want to go and confirm and you'll come back, but you accept that on this chat it looks like you may have made a payment. Just in case you don't come back.
I think Mr. Moto wants to say something.
Yes, Mr. Ngwata.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner. Just want to remind the Commission that at the time he said he doesn't remember. And Mr. Chakalson said, I can also refer you to your charts, and the charts were not made available. So he never at any given point denied. He said, I can't remember. And now the charts have just been made available, and he requested to say maybe he needs to refresh his mind on that.
But even in the face of what has just been drawn to his attention.
Yes, Commissioner, because it says you made a payment for exchange of the information, and it does not state there's a payment for exchange of information.
But let us look at chat number 5 at page 1343. There, Natasha says, I'm sorry for using her first name. She says Musa, and then a number is given. And then that's at what? 6:41:27. And then at 9:10 p.m., after there was no response from Sergeant Kosi from 6 p.m., she writes, Natasha, not even a thank you, sis. And then there's a call by Sergeant Kosi, and then a chat at 9:35 p.m., 10:22, still on the same date. And Sergeant Kosi says, where can I send token of appreciation? This can only refer back to the number that was given to him, and also the reprimand, not even a thank you, sis. That chronology.
No, I see that chronology.
Yes, yes.
All I'm simply saying that he just needs to be given an opportunity to refresh his mind.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, would Sergeant Kosi still insist on that when there's this clear flow of conversation between them? And that conversation culminates in Sergeant Nkosi eventually saying, "Hey, Natasha, I have just sent you 500 rand to withdraw the cash from any ABSA. Remember to select cash send withdrawal when you go to withdraw the cash."
Commissioner, I see that. I mean, that's what it looks like, but all I'm simply saying that he has requested to be given a chance to reflect on it. And I'm making a proposition because to the commissioner that may he be given that because there's a serious incrimination in that answer. He needs to reflect on that first.
All right, let me just, thank you, Sergeant, in the light of the flow of the conversation, do you still need time or do you now accept that you did pay Natasha for the information that is being given Mr. Musa Kaula's number? Or do you still need time to consider whether that's what you paid Natasha for?
I still need time.
You still need time. Yes. Until when? Because we are hoping to finish your testimony today. Until when do you need time?
Maybe tomorrow I'll submit a supplementary affidavit to Mr. Shackleton.
Mr. Shackleton?
Chair, I do want to set the record straight on this, because I'm looking at the transcript. And the transcript reads like this. I asked, did you pay her for this information? Sergeant, of course, he says no. Are you sure about that answer? He says, I'm sure about that answer. I say, why did you hesitate? He says, the way he's asking this gives me doubt on it. Then I say, you see, we've not given you your chats with Natasha SABC, so I'll not put anything to you. But I would invite you to go back and look at your chats with Natasha SABC and see if you did pay her. Sergeant, of course, he asks, what page is that, Commissioner? And I repeat, I don't want to confront you with materials we haven't given you, but I would invite you to look at your chats with Natasha SABC presenter to see if you did pay her for this information or not, and we can maybe go there tomorrow. Now, that was a week ago. So if Sergeant, of course, he didn't go back to his chats, that was his choice. I don't want us to have to come back tomorrow morning just on this issue, which is really a minor issue. But why don't we leave it on the basis that if Sergeant Nkosi disputes it, he can furnish a statement that we will get tomorrow or by the end of the week, and then we can arrange another time.
Especially not in the light of what you have just read, which, by the way, Sergeant Nkosi confirms what I suggested to you. So remember, I had said I've never been wrong with regard to what was said here. So once again, I was not. But you made me doubt myself this time around. So I'm not going to give you any further time. You were given time to look at your chats. You chose not to do so. But I will not stop you. If you want to put in an affidavit or a supplementary statement, I will not bar you from doing that. But,
Commissioner?
Yes.
I wasn't suggesting any other day. I think a 2 minutes, 5 minutes stand down will suffice. I don't think...
Maybe when the sergeant asks for one of those comfort breaks.
Correct. I wouldn't suggest any other day. I mean, that would be a waste of time. I was just simply saying he just needs to reflect on it and all the possible implications of that.
But the point I will make, and quite firmly, is that he has himself to blame for not having gone back to his chats when that was said so on the previous occasion.
Noted, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Sorry, Advocate Chairperson, just give me the date of the transcript.
It's the 16th of March, pages 66 and 67.
Yes, Mr. Shaskelsson.
I'm going to another topic now, and it relates to the video of you at Mr. Molefi's house. And you'll recall there's a video of you, there are two videos that have been played in this commission of you at Mr. Molefi's house on the 27th of November 2024. The one is of you entering the property, getting out of your vehicle without any bag, and the other is of your returning to your vehicle with a bag, and in the company of Mr. Molefe. I don't know if you want us to play those videos now, or, I mean, we presumably at some stage we will play them, but do you remember them? Can I ask you some questions before we play, or do you want to see them again?
I do remember them.
So you deal with these, with the events of that day in your statement at page 3 of the statement bundle, paragraph 12.
Yes, I see them.
And you talk about going to the Krugersdorp Magistrates Court, and then you say, paragraph 12, the public prosecutor then decided not to issue a requisition prior consulting with other witnesses in the matter. So on my way back from court, I passed via Mr. Katiso Molefe's place of abode and collected bikes, gloves, helmet shield, and T-shirt, which were to be returned to Harley Davidson as they were smaller or could not fit him. I collected the same as I was on my way home. I did not go to him specifically for that, but it was just a pass-by, and took same to Harley Davidson. The further reason why I took same is that he is my mentee on bike riding and I am his mentor. And then at the end of your statement, the paragraph 17, the first paragraph, you say, I further aver that proof of purchase for Mr. Molefe's items averred in paragraph 12 above is attached as per Annexure A 1 or 2. And Annexure A 1 is at page 5, it's an invoice from Harley Davidson, and Annexure A 2 is at page 6. It's another invoice from Harley Davidson. Let me start with Annexure A1. Sorry, with Annexure A2. You'll see that the date of that invoice on page 6 is 20 December 2023. You see it?
You are talking about Annexure A2.
Page 6, yes.
Yes.
You do see the date.
Pardon, Commissioner?
You do see the date on the invoice.
2023.
20th of December 2023.
Yes.
And these items on this invoice were items that you purchased at Harley Davidson for Mr. Molefe.
Yes, can I quickly run to the loop before I answer? That I must be comfortable, I'm a bit pressed.
Let's adjourn.
protected and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Tweet at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga.
All right, it's about 10 minutes to the top of the hour, and we've just taken a break at the Madlanga Commission. A bit of a comfort break there for Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, just to stretch out his legs and maybe get his bearings together as well. It does tend to be a very long day. As you probably might guess, sitting at your desk, at your office for 8, 9, 10 hours of the day can take its toll on a person, more so when you are fielding questions and needing to really just engage every corner of your mind in as far as what happened, when it happened. My producer saying, making the gestures of Tata Zellering, trying to recount events and episodes in chronological order as it pertains to people. So I can imagine that it is an uncomfortable seat that nobody wants to be in. And this morning already, he was showing signs. He reminded me of the other character, Mr. Waterman, Brown. It goes Brown, who was consuming all the water this morning already. And Julius Mkhwanazi, he was consuming quite a lot of water this morning. You could see it was palpable, the nervous energy that he had today, because being on break for 2 days at the Madlanga, you have enough time to sit and think about what you said and how you said it and how it could be interpreted and inferred. And I can imagine also perhaps even some of the characters that you mentioned during your testimony will reach out to you in that break period, to question a lot of your statement and your testimony and your answers. So there's a lot going on. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. If you want to share your views or your observations, you're more than welcome to do so. Our WhatsApp is live on 061-410-4107. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Hi, SAFM. It's me, Tabo here.
Thank you.
Yes,
So my question is, were the items on the invoice annexure A2 on page 6, were those items that you bought for Mr. Molefe? It may assist you to answer that question.
Don't nod, please. Vocalize your answer.
Okay. Yes, I confirm.
So, if you go to page 517, or it will be file 2 of 4.
517.
Do you have 517?
517, I see.
So you see from the 13th of December, you sent Mr. Molefe a succession of pictures of Harley-Davidson merchandise. On the 13th, it's a helmet from various angles. And then if you go down to the 18th on page 519, you see various other Harley-Davidson products, all the way down to 521. So it seems that you were, at the very least, suggesting to Mr. Molefe that he purchase some Harley-Davidson products in December 2023. But my question to you is essentially twofold, which is, if your evidence is that the meeting on the 27th of December was to return some of this Harley-Davidson merchandise, first question is, why did Mr. Molefe wait 11 months before arranging to return Harley-Davidson gloves and T-shirts and helmet shields that didn't fit? That's the first question. And the second question is, why did you think that Harley-Davidson would accept a return after 11 months? So can you answer those questions?
Okay. Firstly, I think Mr. Molefe only realized when he was supposed to wear those particular apparels after 11 months. Two, I would know that Harley-Davidson will replace those things because of I am the regular customer, and they know me. Even when I bought those things, I explained to them that there are possibilities that they may not fit, but the problem is, if those people who are supposed to receive them don't fit them now, I would not know when they're going to be returned, if at all they are small or they are big.
So are you suggesting that it took Mr. Molefe 11 months to try on any of this equipment?
That's correct.
You've been Mr. Molefe's mentor on the bike. When did you start mentoring him?
When he started to buy those bikes?
When he started to buy those bikes?
That's correct.
Well, the first picture that we have of when he started to buy those bikes is, if we go to page 10 of the statement bundle, we see that he had started to buy the bikes by October 2021. There's a 100,000 cash deposit slip dated October 2021 at page 10 of the statement bundle. So you were mentoring him from 2021, and he was riding from October 2021 at least. Is that correct?
When I started to pay for the bikes, they were not yet in South Africa, they were still in Canada. So it took plus minus a year or a year and a half. So I would say between 2022 at the latest and 23 at the beginning. But before Mr. Molife's bike arrived in South Africa, he was practicing with the one of Mr. Msibi.
So, did Mr. Molefe, was the first bike that Mr. Molefe ever rode one of those Can-Am three-wheelers?
According to me, yes.
So you didn't mentor him on an ordinary two-wheel motorbike before that?
That's correct.
But on your own estimation, the first bike that he would have ridden would have been late 2022, early 2023. Is that right?
I'm not sure if I'm getting your question.
When would you have first started mentoring Mr. I mean, I may have heard you wrong, but you said that he was riding Mr. Msibi's bike before his own bike came. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was helping him with that, yes.
And I thought you said that would have been late 2022, early 2023.
That's correct.
So that would have been well before you bought the Harley-Davidson helmet and the Harley-Davidson shirts and gloves in in December 2023. Is that, you accept that?
Interpreter?
That would have been well before you bought the Harley-Davidson helmet and the Harley-Davidson gloves and the Harley-Davidson shirts that you bought for him in December 2023.
Okay. Uthenga lawo umasethi lapho uye wathenga khona ngo-2023. Ukuthi sithenga ngo-2023.
Cha.
No.
No.
The answer is no.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yes. Mr. Molefe.
Mr. Molefe?
Makasaqala uqala ukubhadela imali yakhe yokuqala yebike.
Okay, when he started to pay his first amount of money for the bike.
Nami on the other side bengiqala ukwenza i-collection ye-apparel yakhe.
Okay, and me on the other side, I was starting to make a connection. Yani?
Impahla zakhe zesithuthu.
Okay, impahla zesithuthu.
Yeah.
Okay, for the clothing of the bike.
The riding gear.
Oh, riding gear, thank you.
But when did Mr. Molefe start riding under your mentorship?
What is the question again? I didn't hear.
When did Mr. Molefe actually start riding under the mentorship of Sergeant Nkosi?
Uqale nini ke umnumzana uMlife ukuthi aqale ke ukugibela leso sithuthu ngaphansi kokunakekelwa wena or i-mentorship yakho na?
Angeke ngakukhumbula kahle exact date or month, kodwa ngiyacabanga between 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, I cannot remember vividly the exact dates and month, but I think it could be there by 2022 to 2023.
So we can accept that when you went to Harley-Davidson and bought this merchandise in December 2023, Mr. Molefe was already riding under your mentorship.
Uthi ke mawuya ke for holiday ngo December umnumzana uMlife ube vele seka sigibela leso sithuthu ngaphansi kokunakekelwa noma kwe-mentorship yakho.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And are you saying that he never tried on his helmet and never tried on the gloves that you'd bought for him for another 11 months?
He never tried what?
Tried on the helmet and the gloves that Sergeant and Corsi had bought for him in December 2023 for another 11 months.
Akazange ke azame ke but ama-gloves noma i-helmet le wena omthengele yona ngo-December 2023.
Uthi ukuzama.
I'm sorry?
Angazame.
He never tried.
Azange azisebenzise.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Uthi azange asebenzise lawo ma-gloves noma leyo helmet le wena uthengele zona.
Azilinganise.
Oh. Azange azilinganise lezo lawo ma-gloves noma lawo ma-helmet. Lawo mthengele wona.
Kunjalo.
Correct.
I don't find that plausible at all.
Uthi akakuboni ukuthi lokho kungakhonakala impela mpela.
What was Mr. Molefe wearing when you were mentoring him between December 2023 and November 2024?
Uthi ke wayegqokani ke umnumzane uMlife phambi kokuthi wena ke ube ngumentor wakhe phakathi kuka December 2023 no 2024.
Ngalesi sikhathi ungumento.
Okay, ngalesi sikhathi sika
Ungumento wakhe phakathi ko December 2023 uyofikelela.
Uthi ngalesi sikhathi wena ungumentor wakhe kulesi sikhathi phakathi kuka December 2023
uyofikelela ku November 2024.
ukufika ku November 2024.
Umnumzane Molefe bekangana sigqoko sesithuthu esisodwa.
Mnumzane Molefe did not have only one helmet for the bike.
Ukukhumbula kwami izigqoko engizithengile zaka Mnumzane Molefe zintathu.
Okay, if I remember, the helmets that I purchased for Mr. Molefe were 3.
Konke umnumzane Molefe bekashayela ngako isithuthu. Amahindlava amade namahindlava amafishane.
Okay, all that he used for the riding of the bike, Mr. Molefe, were the long hand gloves and as well as the short hand gloves.
Kufana nelumba yakhona bekune summer bekune winter.
As well as the lumber.
Riding jacket.
He had the one for summer and the other one for the winter.
Now, when you bought this equipment for him in December 2023, that was during summer.
And you what?
When you bought the equipment on page 6 for him in December 2023.
Lezi ezilana ke ekhasini lesi 6 page 6 December 2023.
That was summer.
And bekusehlobo.
Njalo.
Correct.
Was the equipment summer equipment or winter equipment?
Uthi ke bekuyize buhlobo noma zobusika na.
It was just a normal riding jacket.
Beku?
It's normal, amaglavu nje angasho lutho.
Okay, those were just normal gloves which didn't mean anything.
Angasymbolize ukubanda, angasymbolize ukushisa.
They did not symbolize either when it is cold and or when it is warm.
And when you delivered this equipment in December 2023, did Mr. Molefe not try it on in your presence?
Uthi ke ngenkathi ke lezo zinto uzisa noma uzideliver ngoDecember 2023 umnumzane uMlife akazange azilinganise nawe khona.
It was just a normal riding jacket.
They did not symbolize either when it is cold and or when it is warm. And when you delivered this equipment in December 2023, did Mr. Molefe not try it on in your presence? Uthi ke ngenkathi ke lezo zinto uzisa noma udeliver ngoDecember 2023 umnumzane uMlife akazange azilinganise nawe khona.
Cha.
No.
So your evidence is that through 11 months of mentoring Mr. Molefe on the bike from December 2023 to November 2024, he didn't use any of the equipment you bought for him?
Uthi-ke ngalesikhathi wena wawumentorisha ukusukela ngalesikhathi akhuluma ngaso advocate akazange alinganise lezo zinto umthengele zona.
Kunjalo. Bekasagcoka lezi ezinye.
Okay, that is indeed so because he was still wearing the other ones.
I see. And at some stage around November 2024, he tried on the new equipment. Well, it wasn't new anymore. It was 1 year old. He tried on the 1-year-old equipment and said it didn't fit.
He tried on?
The equipment that was 1 year old,
Okay. Uthi-ke go November 2024 uye wazama ukulinganisa lezi bezi sezinonyaka 1 year old.
and he said it didn't fit.
And uthi azange zilingane noma zimlingane.
Kunjalo.
Correct.
When did he tell you that it didn't fit and that he didn't want it?
Ukutshele nini-ke ukuthi azimlingane nanokuthi mhlawumbe akasasidingi.
Angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa bekumalanga or maviki.
Yeah, I do not remember vividly, but it was after some days and or some weeks.
No. It must have, well, some days or weeks after what?
Uthi kodwa ke bekumalanga noma amaviki emva kwani. Uthi after what? Emva kokuthi kwenzekeni noma emva kwani.
Before, after sekazigcokile wangitshela leso sikhathi leso angisakhumbuli exactly ukuthi
After he had used them, he told me, but I no longer remember vividly and or clearly as to it was after how long or what time.
How long did you wait after being told by Mr. Molefe that this equipment didn't fit? How long did you wait before coming to his house to collect it?
Yeah. Ulinde isikhathi esingakanani ke ngaphambi kokuthi umnumzana uMlife eze kuwe azokwazisa ukuthi lezi zinto qha azemlingani. Kube emva kwesikhathi esingakanani? That is another problem. Repeat the question.
So you can't remember exactly when Mr. Molefe told you that the equipment didn't fit. You said it was sort of days or weeks, you couldn't remember when. Okay. Okay.
Awusakhumbula ukuthi umnumzana uMlife usho nini kuwe ukuthi azimlingani na. Uthe wena bekusemva kweinsuku noma emva kwamasonto amaviki. Kodwa awusakhumbuli kahle ukuthi bekunini. That is correct.
But when he finally did tell you the equipment is too small, how long thereafter did you wait before coming to collect it?
Uthi ke emva kokuthi ke se kunikeza ulwazi lokuthi leyo mpahla incane kuye ulinde isikhathi esingakanani before? I don't remember.
Would it have been days, weeks, months?
Ingabe ulinde izinsuku amasonto noma izinyanga na? Days.
So he would have told you that the equipment doesn't fit a few days before you went round to collect the equipment on the 27th of November 2024.
Uthi ke uzoba akutshele emva kweinsuku ngale zinto ukuthi azimlingani ngaphambi kokuthi wena uye uyozilanda before you collect them nge-27 zika November 2024. Correct.
And then you collected this equipment and took it back to Harley-Davidson to return it, to return it. Is that what you did?
Uthi ke okwenzile ukuthi uye wazilanda lezi zinto ukuthi uzibisele to return it. Noma uziphindisele. Yes, the intention for me to go and fetch them was to return them.
Yes, but did you go and return them?
I'm sorry?
Did you actually go to Harley-Davidson afterwards to return this equipment?
So uye waya ke kulawo maholiday emva lokho wasesophindisela leyo mpahla. No, I did not.
Why not?
Ingane. I did not go.
It's fine.
Sergeant Nkosi, do you have a cell phone next to the microphones?
No.
Is the microphone working again? Can we proceed? Why didn't you go back to Harley-Davidson to return the equipment?
Uthi ngani ungazange uye ke ukuthi ubisele ke leyo mpahla?
Azange ngisazibusela sale ngahamba ngaye ekhaya.
I did not return them. I went home. Or instead, I went home.
No, I'm not talking about on the day. I'm talking about ever. Have you ever returned this equipment to Harley-Davidson?
Uthi ke akasho ngalo langa kodwa uke wayenza leyo nto ukuthi izibisele lapha ku-Harley-Davidson.
Cha, azange ngizibusele.
No, I did not.
Why not?
Ingani?
Ngabona ukuthi nami ngizabuya ngimreplaceela ngezinye.
Uzabuya u?
Ngizabuya ngumnikeze ezinye.
Okay.
Ngibona ngakuyisidingo leso sikhathi. Noma ngabe yena bekangitshela ukuthi ngizibuyisele.
I did not deem it necessary at that stage. And I thought that on my return, when I come back, I'll give him others.
If you go to your statement on page 3, your version is different.
Uthi ke uma uya ku statement sakho esilaphana ekhasini lesithathu page 3 inkulumo yakho lapho yehlukile.
You see on paragraph 12,
Uthi uyabona lapho kundinyana yeshumi nambili paragraph 12.
so on my way back from court, I passed via Mr. Katiso Molefe's place of abode and collected bikes, gloves, helmet shield, and T-shirt, which were to be returned to Harley-Davidson as they were smaller or could not fit him. I collected same as I was on my way home. I did not go to him specifically for that, but that was just a pass-by and took same to Harley-Davidson. So in your statement, you said you did take them back to Harley-Davidson. Which ones?
Uthi statement sakho mayisifunda laphana u-advocate uye wazithatha lezi zinto wazibisela lapho ku-Harley-Davidson.
Which is the truth? Did you take them back to Harley-Davidson or didn't you?
Uthi loko okuyikona okuyiqiniso uma uye wazithatha wazisa ku-holidays.
Maybe enkulumeni yami lapho uku-understand isingisi ukuya phakathi kwami no Mr. Shackleton.
Okay. Maybe in what I'm saying there in my statement can be an irregularity in understanding English between me and Mr. Nicholson.
So between you and?
Charles.
Oh, between you and me?
Okay.
Yes.
Between me and Mr. Charles.
So my understanding with that effect, it was to pass by and collect that apparel to Harley Davidson. Ukudlula kwami ngizise ngiyoshintsha.
Ukudlula kwakho zise kuphi?
Ngizibusele emuva la zibuya khona.
Okay, yeah, just to pass by and return them back where they came from.
Yes, but if you look at the statement.
The statement reads as, I'm sorry to interject you.
No problem.
I did not go to him specifically for that, but that was just passed by and took same to Harley Davidson. Inhloso yami bekukuthatha ngiye Harley Davidson kodwa angiyanga lapho.
Bekukuthatha uye kuphi?
Harley Davidson, that was the intention.
Harley Davidson.
Harley Davidson.
Okay, yeah, my intention was to take or to fetch them and go to
Harley Davidson.
Harley Davidson.
But you're saying now that you didn't actually go to Harley Davidson.
Ngisavuma namanje, that was my intention, but I did not go.
I still agree even now, that was my intention to do so.
But your intention changed at some stage.
Did you?
But your intention changed at some stage.
Uthi-ke kodwa ke inhloso yakho iye yaguquka emva kwalokho.
Kunjalo.
Correct.
You see, when I read paragraph 12,
Uthi uma efunda indinyana le paragraph 12,
I don't see any reference to an unrealized intention.
uthi akaboni lapho kukhonjwa khona enhlosweni lena ube ungazimiselanga ngayo, unrealized intention.
What I see is a statement that you took same to Harley Davidson.
Uthi into ayibonayo nje la ukuthi uye wazithatha wazisa lapho ku Harley Davidson.
Ukuzwisisa kwenkulumo ngakuye ngakimi ukuthi
Okay, that is the understanding of speech from your side. But to my side ngakuwe
ingalendlela ngicabange ngakhona ukuthi ngicabange ukuthi ngizoyisa kodwa ngiyisa.
Yeah.
Hayi ukuthi ngiyisile.
Yeah, that is what I thought.
Ms. Sithole, you should please wait until Sergeant Kosi is done. If you speak whilst he's speaking, there are going to be transcription problems.
I'm sorry, thank you. Qhubeka ke bosakhuluma ukuthi ngokucabanga kwakho mayezokhuluma uCommissioner uthi ucabange.
Inkulumo lengibhayela siyinkulumo engiyenzile.
Okay. All that I wrote in here is not what I actually did.
Yes, I think we're in agreement there. You didn't take these goods back to Harley Davidson.
Uthi ke ucabanga ukuthi awuzange uzithathe lezi zinto uzibiselele ku Harley Davidson.
But my question to you is, why did you say that you did in paragraph 12?
Uthi ke umbuzo wakhe kuwe ukuthi yingani ukhulume ukuthi ukwenzile lokho na.
Ngithe ngidlulile ukuthi ngithathe lezi zinto zakubaba umlefe nezise eHarley Davidson. Azange ngithi ngiziyisile.
I did not say that I took them to Harley Davidson. I said I passed by Mr. Mulife to take those things.
To Harley Davidson.
For Gubi?
Harley Davidson.
To Harley Davidson.
Sergeant Nkosi, you are being referred to your written statement at paragraph 12.
Uthi ke ubhekiswa ke kwistatement sakho esibhalwe nguwe esilaphana endinyaneni yeshumi nambili paragraph 12.
You will see that in line 8. In line 8, which reads as follows: I did not go to him specifically for that, but that was just to pass by. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Correct?
Yes, and then it continues, and took same to Harley Davidson.
Yes.
So that took same to Harley Davidson suggests that you did in fact take them to Harley Davidson.
It suggests like that, but it is not like that. That is the way I put it, because there was no way I got to Mr. Molefe at 4:20. Harley Davidson is closing at 4, and then I'll take it even to this is what I put my statement.
Do you understand that the statement does not say, I had the intention to take them to Harley Davidson, but I never did so? Do you accept that the statement does not read that way?
I think it is the matter of how I put that statement at that time, but not, I understand the way you are putting it.
Thank you.
Can we actually go to the video now? And maybe the video to go to is the one of you leaving Mr. Molefe's house.
Yes.
Because if you look at the video there before we play it, you'll see that there is almost a perfect rectangular crease at the bottom of the bag, or something of rectangular shape at the bottom of the bag. I wonder if we can zoom in. What I can do is I'll create a screenshot. Hang on. Create a screenshot and then zoom in on the screenshot. Increase the size of that. Sorry, Chair, we're having difficulty zooming in on this video.
Perhaps let's wait outside a while. You'll tell us when to come back.
We've succeeded.
Oh.
So that's a zoomed-in picture of the video. That looks like there's something rectangular inside the bag. Can you see?
Ndiyayibona le nto le. Engathi rectangular.
Le nto ngiyayibona.
I
Now,
see.
would that be consistent with a pair of gloves, some T-shirts, and a helmet shield?
That's correct.
How?
Because of I was the one who was having them. That's why I know those are gloves, T-shirt, and a shield.
But there's... I suppose we'll just have to draw our own conclusions from what's there. We're not going to reach agreement on this one. I want to put it to you that it's not gloves, helmets, and T-shirts in there. That there is a fairly sharp rectangular shape that's inside that bag. And the question I have to ask is, why would you say you were collecting gloves, helmets, gloves, a helmet, T-shirts, when the bag doesn't look like that's what you're collecting? When your statement says that you returned them to Harley Davidson and you now say you didn't, what is it that you're trying to hide? That's the question I have to ask. Do you want to put me at rest?
There are many things that are deceiving in that picture there. Because of the sneaker that I was wearing, they were black, but there they are orange. So I'm just trying to show the commission, not being funny, Honorable Baloyi. It's just that I'm showing the commission that there are many things that are deceiving there. The colors are not the same.
Well, this is a zoomed-in shot of the video. We've just zoomed into the video. We haven't altered the image in any other way. That's what the video looks like when you zoom in to the opening image on that video.
Sergeant Nkosi, do you own sneakers like those?
No.
So you say on the day you were wearing black sneakers?
Black sneakers and blue jean, and that jean is black, that one. And
but
what that I was wearing is blue, that one is black.
But the person in the video is you?
That's me. No, I don't disagree, it's me.
So you say the video has been altered and the sneakers have been changed to a different color?
I don't want to say, I'll be passing expressions that I can never prove, but I'm just bringing it to the commission that a lot of things are misleading there. Start with the sneakers and the jean. So even that what is Mr. Charleston sees there, it is not what it showed there when I was there. There was no something that is square in that fashion.
Before we go back to Mr. Chaskalson, as far as the bag is concerned, do you confirm that the bag you carried on that day is that one that we see on the screen?
So
you're not going to say it was a pink bag or a red bag?
No, the bag was white, indeed white, yes.
And what was inside the bag is exactly what we see on the screen?
Which one we are seeing, Commissioner?
Was the size of the bag the same as what we see on the screen? The bag that you carried on the day?
More or less, yes.
And we don't know what was on the inside, but looking from the outside, can you say that this is what somebody looking from the outside would have seen if they were looking at that bag on the day?
Can you repeat that, Commissioner, so that I must answer clearly?
So, if I was looking at the bag you were carrying on the day, without peeking on the inside, if I was looking at it from a distance, I would have seen exactly what we are seeing in the screen now. Is that what the bag would have looked like from somebody standing at a distance from you?
Uma umuntu emekudeni nawe wayezobona le bag njengoba siyibona namhlanje ivela ngakhona la kule screen na. wayezovela ayibone ngendlela ibonakala ngakhona manje ku screen.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuzodependa ukuthi uyibona from kuyiphi indawo.
Yeah, it would depend as to you see it from which angle or which place.
Mangichaza ngokuya ngamafoni, mawungayibona for an example, mawungayibona nge-iPhone angakuyibone so. Mara mawungayibona nge-Samsung ungayibona so.
Yeah, if
It depends on the quality yala uyibheke ngakhona.
yeah, it depends on the quality from the angle where you are looking at it. Let's give an example of an iPhone. If it is on the iPhone, you will, or Samsung, you will see it differently. It will depend on the angle in which you are.
Njengoba nami ngiyibona manje iyangimangaza ukuthi indaba ikhiphe lezi zinto lezi ezi-4 corner so. Kodwa
Okay, as I look at it now, I'm surprised. Why does it show or indicate those things that look like 4 corner?
Sergeant, I don't know much about the size of helmets, except what I see on the road when bikers pass. It doesn't look like that bag has a helmet in it.
Kunjalo ngiyavuma.
It doesn't look like it, yeah.
Asi helmet ile screen less straight, it's a helmet.
I see.
I see helmet.
So it's not the helmet itself?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Sergeant Kosi, where are these items now? You say you did not return them to Harley Davidson. Where are they now?
I don't know, but to be very honest with you, maybe I sold it somewhere and got another ones to Mr. Mlifepat.
Because I was hoping that we could go to where they are, or you bring them here and we put them in a bag so that we can see that they look like that. If you can't tell us where they are, it's a problem.
Now, I also wish that I could bring them by if I had them, so that I must clear lendaba lengiyibona la engasiyona.
We've got the serial numbers from Harley.
So that I can clear that what I see here, which is not the truth.
We've got the serial numbers from Harley Davidson, so maybe they'll cooperate with us and provide us with one of each of those items that we can then try and recreate that scene. Can I ask you, if we go to the invoice, can you identify the items for us? If you go on Annexure A2, page 6, which of these items did Mr. Molefe want to return? Do you recall which were the ones that he wanted you to take back?
That will be item number 2, 3, 4, and 5.
2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
And if we go up a page to the other invoice, are there any of these that he wanted returned? Were these all for him, or were they for other people too? Which did he want returned? I mean, it seems to me from what you've described in the statement, it could only be, if these indeed were the goods that he wanted returned, it would be 1 and 2, 1 or 2, and 5 and or 6.
Yes.
If we go back to page 6, it says helmet Killian Mod D. Is that the screen, not the helmet itself? That last item on page
Yes.
6. So that's just the screen.
That's correct.
And so was it 1 or 2 of those that you had bought for Mr. Molefe and that he wanted returned? We see you bought 2 originally, but for the return, was it going to be both of them? Or was it just one? In other words, was the second one also for Mr. Molefe and he also wanted it returned, or had you bought the second one for somebody else?
Interpreter, maybe, so that I could understand.
If we go to page 6, we see that there are 2 screens that you had originally bought. And my question to you is that, did Mr. Molefe, were both of those screens for Mr. Molefe, and did he want to return both of them? Because we're going to have to try and reconstruct a packet. Or was it just one of them that he wanted returned, possibly because you bought the other one for somebody else?
Bufuna ukuyisela zombili kumsemlife noma eyodwa nje kuphela?
Bengibusela eyodwa.
Only one of them.
I see. Well, if we can conduct this exercise, we will, and we will invite you to that exercise.
Oh, please continue.
Chair, I have reached the end of the questions that I want to ask.
You mean on everything or just on this topic? On everything. Thank you.
There was an outstanding matter earlier on about the Natasha payment. Maybe we could revisit that aspect that we requested about 2 minutes to 5 minutes during short break that you could go back to.
Did you apply your mind to that issue, Sergeant Kosi, or not? The issue around whether you paid 500 rand to Natasha.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Watt. I've almost forgot it, when your mind is blocked.
Yes.
I think now I've got to clarify the matter of paying Natasha for the information. I did not pay Natasha for information. I just gave her money because I know her. You will see there, actually, when she says, not even thank you, she was expecting thank you from me, but thank you, just thank you. So then I said, where do I send the token of appreciation? Then I further said to her, in paragraph 4, I have everything about him. It's me saying to you, buy Red Bull. It's got nothing to do with him. Relax. So I'm clarifying that issue of saying now, I paid Natasha money for information. I did not.
What were you talking about in chat number 1 at page 1344, when you said, where can I send token of appreciation? What were you talking about? And what token of appreciation?
Just a thank you.
Thank you for what?
Okay.
Was not thank you for her having given you Mr. Musakaula's number?
No, it was not like that.
Then thank you for what?
Just thank you for giving me information.
Thank you for?
Just thank you. Not thank you that I needed to pay her. As you see.
But thank you for what?
For talking to her, Commissioner, that I've spoken to her. And
Not
then I
for
said
getting
thank
the
you.
information that you had asked for.
No. That information was never paid. As you see there in paragraph 4, Commissioner said, I have everything about him. It's me saying to you, buy a Red Bull. It's got nothing to do with him. Relax. That means is that payment. It's got nothing to do with.
That's further down. What you are reading is further down. A few chats after she has given you Mr. Musakaula's number, you say, where can I send token of appreciation?
Yes.
So I'm asking, what token of appreciation? Or what was that for? What would that have been for? Looking at the flow of conversation, it seems to me it would only have been for Mr. Musakaula's number.
No.
What was it for then?
Just appreciation that I know her.
That you know her?
That is the reason I said to her, I have everything, Commissioners. I had everything on Mr. Kaula, so I did not need to pay Natasha for the information.
Let's leave that. What were you talking about here? What token of appreciation then?
It was not about money.
Where can I send token of appreciation?
Where can I say thank you?
Send. No, send. It's not say, it's send. Token of appreciation.
Yes, Commissioner, I agree.
So you intended to send a token of appreciation, correct?
But the token of appreciation...
No. Just answer the question directly.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, what would that token of appreciation have been for? If not for the fact that she had given you Mr. Musa Kaula's number, what would it have been for?
I would not... But the token of appreciation, it was not about money, it was just to say...
What was it for then? Don't tell me what it was not for. I want to know what it was for. What was it for?
I don't want to upset the commission. It's just the way I answer it.
You see,
so,
I'm laughing. I'm not upset at all.
Yes.
What was it for?
Commissioner, when you know someone, sometimes you appreciate them, you know. Not that there was anything.
Remember, do you remember what I read to you?
I remember.
Remember what I read?
Yes.
Because she sends you the number at 6:41:27 p.m. on the 22nd of October 2024. And you are silent. You do not even acknowledge the fact that she has sent this to you. And same day at 9:10:02 p.m., she writes to you, not even a thank you, sis.
Yes, Commissioner. I think.
You see, so she wanted something for having given you this information. Now, a couple of chairs later, you say, where can I send token of appreciation? Logically, that must mean, especially after she had said, sis, you are not even thanking me for this. Then you say, where can I send token of appreciation? Unless you give a plausible explanation, it seems quite plain that the token of appreciation would have been for the fact that she had given you Mr. Musa Kaula's number. What do you say to that?
Commissioner, I understand the view of the commission, but according to me, when I say, I thought maybe I said thank you in this telephone number that we were communicating with, and she did not have them. Then I said, where can I send the token of appreciation? It might be that, but I think I've answered to the best
It
of my
might be that you wanted to show your appreciation for the fact that she had given you the number. Is that what you are saying?
No.
If that's not what you are saying, I don't understand what you just said now then.
No, Commissioner.
What?
Maybe it might have been something else, but it's got nothing to do with the appreciation of this thing.
You see, perhaps the best would have been for you not to remind us to come back to this point. It would have been better for you if we had left it where it was.
No, I think I'm exhausted.
Sorry.
I'm saying I'm exhausted. I would not want even to pass in the street where the commission is held. The way I'm so exhausted.
I will leave it at this, Sergeant Kosi.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon again.
So, Nkosi, it's on this still Natasha topic. At page 1345, you have sent her Mr. Kaula's details from the SAP system. The top of the page, I don't remember what it is, but the second one, in the second chat, that looks, Mr. Chaskalson, you can confirm, that looks like that warrant of arrest. Why would you send her rather, this information?
I think it was on the basis if maybe, they go around and have fun. That is Natasha now. I think it was on the basis that if maybe she comes across her, she will do same as the one that I've sent to others that we've already mentioned here.
She would do same what? A citizen's arrest?
No, call the nearest police and come and effect the arrest.
So when you gave her the warrant, I mean, it doesn't look like there had been any conversation between the two of you, there is a telephone call, one telephone call, you to him, and then you send her, to her rather, you to her, and then you send her those two documents. The first one is what? Just remind us. I don't have that document open in front of me. The first chat at 1345, what you sent. Just remind us what document it is.
It's a profile that I got from Mr. Numal. It's a profile.
Okay. And that's a SAPS document?
No.
Where did you get it from?
Is that one, Commissioner, if you could remember the back, I got it from Mr. Numal. From
Zeng Ngumalo?
Yes.
Okay. So you shared that. Why do you share that? That's not a police document. If you're sharing the warrant with her is justified by the reason that you give, why do you share with her that profile that you got from Mr. Ngumalo?
I think I shared it just to assure this one that she must not worry. I've got everything that I wanted. I don't need her to give me that information the way.
Okay. And then you say you shared the warrant so that?
Maybe if she sees him around where she have fun, she would call the nearest police officers to come and effect arrest.
So she would call them and then they would come where she is and then she hands them over the warrant. Is that how it works?
That's correct.
Okay, let me suggest what I think was happening is she's a journalist, you were giving her a story, something to report about Mr. Kaula, that he's going to be arrested. That's what I suggest this sharing of information with a journalist was about.
No, it's not about it.
Okay, thank you.
I know you're tired.
Yes.
When you were at Mr. Molefe's house on the 27th of November 2024, you were driving a state vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
It was the 3 Series BMW.
That's correct.
Yes. Do you often use state vehicles to run errands for private individuals?
It was on my way from the court, so I was passing by. We don't use state vehicle to do errands, but it was on my way. I stay in Pretoria and I'm in Joburg, so it is almost away.
Yes, but you accept that if you had gone to Mr. Molefe's house in the state car to collect gloves and a helmet shield, and you were taking them to Harley-Davidson, you would be using state resources to run errands for private individuals. And remember I said if, so I qualified my proposition to you. If you were using a state vehicle for that purpose, that would be wrong.
Yes, but I did not use it, yes.
Yes. For my benefit, I don't know whether my co-commissioners are satisfied on this issue, but I don't want you to live here without explaining satisfactorily the issue of impalas. We dealt with it, but we focused on the WhatsApp chats and the PIN being sent to you and the voice message from the farm manager being sent to you and you forwarding it to General Sibiya and you explaining that you then left the issue there, you had no further involvement. I want you to deal with what preceded those chats. And the reason why I want you to deal with that is General Sibiya has gave a version to this commission. And his version was that he never asked you to ask Mr. Madlanga to give impalas to him. If you had done so, you would have done it of your own volition. He did not instruct you or ask you to do that. So I'm going to try to take it step by step. Before the PIN was sent or before the voice message was sent, what discussion did you have about impalas with General Sibiya? Let's start with that one. So before the PIN, before the voice note, what discussion did you have with General Sibiya about impalas?
I did not have any discussion with him.
What discussion did you have with Mr. Madlanga about impalas?
I did not have a discussion with Mr. Madlanga about impalas.
How did Mr. Madlanga know that General Sibiya wants impalas or another animal that looks like impalas?
I don't know that. Maybe they might have discussed it, but I was not present.
It was not you?
It was not me.
Did General Sibiya ever say to you, I want a blesbok and not an impala?
No.
Did General Sibiya ever ask you to arrange a mating partner for one of his blesbok or impalas?
No.
No. So you had no involvement on the
not,
issue of impalas?
Not at
other
all.
Than the passing of the message and the PIN?
That's correct.
Yes. So do you know why Mr. Madlanga would have wanted to give General Sibiya impalas?
I did not know and I did not ask both of them.
Yes. Have you been to Mr. Madlanga's farm?
Yes.
Does he have impalas at his farm or did he have impalas at his farm in 2023?
I never saw them.
You never saw them. After the voice note from the manager, remember the voice note said delivery will be made on Monday. Do you know if the impalas were delivered to General Sibia's farm?
No, and I've never asked.
Have you ever been to General Sibia's farm? Let's say maybe after the voice note, did you ever go to General Sibia's farm?
Yes.
Did you see impalas there?
No, I only saw the goats and the cows. Yeah,
So
the
goats
and chickens. Goats and chickens.
Okay. Did he tell you about his impalas that were killed?
No.
No. They died in mysterious circumstances. In March 2024. Why are you laughing? Do you know something
No,
about it?
you know why I'm laughing. I'm sorry, maybe I sound a bit fine. Because of you are saying to me they died mysteriously and I did not even see them. So that's why I'm laughing.
No, but did you tell, you are his friend, Sergeant Nkosi, you are his close friend. You work in the same office, more or less. Did he not tell you about them?
He did not. I'm not his friend. He's my boss. He's not my friend.
Mr. Ngwato, we have reached the stage where if you are so minded, you may do re-examination. But according to our prescripts, the re-examination should be at pre-selected, or rather on pre-selected issues. So it cannot be right across the entire testimony that has been given. Will you be re-examining? Have you applied your mind to what issues or points you want to direct your re-examination?
Commissioner, that's the decision that we're going to take after consultation in terms of line of priority or importance, what aspects we need to clarify so that we don't just go through every other aspect. I have canvassed the same aspect with Matthew earlier on in terms of if we are to reapply, we'll make the necessary application to do so.
Okay, perhaps let's take an adjournment, have a discussion outside, and then we'll see what we should do or what should be done.
No problem.
Let's adjourn.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 northbound in Woodmead queuing towards Buccleuch interchange and the N3 northbound in Bedfordview slow moving on the link to the N12 east at Giluli's interchange. In KZN, there's a stationary vehicle on the N2 northbound after Kwamashu interchange and a stationary vehicle on the N2 southbound after Umgeni Road. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound slow moving on Plattekloof Hill and Main Road northbound slow moving through Muizenberg. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide Seasons 3 and 4. Weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so there's a short adjournment until they decide what next to do, maybe further questioning towards Fani Nkosi, Sergeant Fani Nkosi. We'll find out more about that. Hey, that's not all that's happening in the world, right? So feel free to connect. We can take your messages, your contacts, your calls right away for now. But as always, we accept the fact when we have the Madlanga Commission, then reaction to the Madlanga Commission definitely drives traffic on air. So here's one.
Comrades, this man is very, 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 very guilty. He's just mumbling, wasting time. They could just send him to jail and then everything is sorted. It's just that even the judges, I don't know what is going on there. They just have to send the man to jail only. That's the only point. Or call Malema there to assist us, because I know he's the one who can deal with this type of situation. He's very, very fast when it comes to. He's like Deborah Pat. You still remember Deborah Pat? Yeah, Malema is like Deborah Pat. They do the same job.
Doing the same job, but as you said, it's going to have to be locked up. Many people speak that language, emphatically so.
Ashraf, hi. Just a quick one. Couldn't the commission get somebody better in terms of articulation, in terms of interpreting? I mean, interpreting now is not doing justice at all. I mean, she gives short questions, translated questions. I mean, the senior counsel is asking, how long did you wait before you went and collect these items from Mr. this guy, Molife?
Sergeant Kosi, I thank you very, very much. You have taken longer than any other witness to give your testimony. I assume you must be quite relieved that we've come to the end eventually. But I will not say that you are done, because your attorney, Mr. Ngwatu, says that he's still going to consider the question of re-examination, and he and Mr. Shaskelson will engage each other on that subject, and whether or not you will be coming back for the re-examination is something that will be finalized after they have had those engagements. But until then, you are excused. And again, many thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. We resume at 9:30 tomorrow, Mr. Shaskelson. Let us resume at 9:30 tomorrow, and let's adjourn.
Moment.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's go back to that World Cup voice note.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Afternoon, South Africa. The major question is the World Cup on? In view of the fact that a country that attacks another country, in this instance, Russia attacked Ukraine, it was kicked out of football. We are talking of America, United States of America attacking Iran. Is FIFA going to kick out America from world football? Is international order governed by international that is fair, that promotes equality? Or is it governed by fairness for others and fairness for others?
I just think it's a rhetorical question. You know they're not going to kick the USA out. They're the host nation. You also know that the American president received the Peace Award from the FIFA boss, which was adjudicated by himself alone. It's quite remarkable. So the answer, I think, will they kick them out? No.
Ashraf, Sergeant Kosi, I think must be taken straight to Bongweni, that prison in Kokstad. When he comes out there, he will sing, Baba. He will sing up. He will sing. He will tell us everything. Yeah, it's concrete. He saw Ashraf. Hey, that guy is a liar, man. He's a liar, that guy. Yo, yeah.
People are so clear in their judgment of what they hear on the Madlanga Commission. You're not a judge, but you're clear, and you're not the only person.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Now I hear Malema doing some retaliation statement or speeches against the General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi because he exposed him, because he was busy pretending as if he's fighting for corruption, but he's been implicated in Madlanga Commission. That is all about committing corruption and manipulation. And he mustn't forget that we still remember that he's from the ANC, where they have mastered all this thing. He talked about that they are standing for the truth. Is he telling the truth when he said the real gun that he shot with it at his rally was a toy gun, and he was found guilty on that? Thanks, Mulatin Bloemfontein, Ashraf.
Thank you for that input. And there's more relating to Nkosi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. One thing that is concerning about this Madlanga Commission and this Sergeant Fani is he is able to afford and do all of the things he does on a sergeant's salary, a police sergeant's salary. That is incredibly worrying.
Okay, you've put that on the agenda. The salary. Pat in Katlehong, go for it.
Hi, Ashraf. Ashraf, I just wanted to find out what happened to the oil stockpile that was stolen by the comrades. Don't you think is the time that we need that oil stockpile when there's a war in the Middle East?
So it's just repeat that you're saying there's an oil stockpile. Just continue.
Yes, at some stage the country had oil reserves, which were strategic oil reserves. Maybe they were stored for moments like this when there are wars on them.
Oh, I see.
But then, yeah. So in the past, there were lots of shenanigans involving the oil stockpile from the Department of Mineral and Energy. So I think some of the comrades used to steal the stuff. I don't know if the times like this, don't you think the country needs those oil reserves?
Well, it's an important question if we run short of oil, as you know, right? So, okay, we need to follow that up, right, in terms of where we are. Point taken, made. We need to get the facts so we don't just speculate on that one. Pat in Katlehong. So, has there been a stockpile? And if so, how much left? Or is it like diminished, depleted? I think the CEO of Business Unity SA did make the point that we got a few weeks left of oil at the current rate. I mean, sure. Is that the case?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. My belief is that the commission is doing an incredible job because they seriously probing all the allegations against this man. So they're coming right, asking the right questions, and this one is going straight to jail. There's no two-way about it. He's going straight to jail.
Going straight to jail, but compliments to the commission. Hamilton in Dobsonville. Let's talk about Bafana. Hamilton, hi.
Yes, I have two issues with Bafana.
Yeah.
First of all is the name. South African football national team has names for all these national teams. The national team, the big one, is called Bafana.
Mm-hmm.
The under 23 has its own other name. I don't know if it's Madlanga or whatever. There is Banyana. There is all these other names. But the other national teams like rugby, all of them, women, boys, they are Springbok. The cricket ones, all of them, they are Proteas. What's different about Bafana? Number two, their national
so on that part, you're saying that in fact it should be Bafana senior team, Bafana women, Bafana juniors, like the Springboks. You get the Springbok sevens team like that. Okay, interesting point.
We should be having one name for the national team of football, and then also the last one is the color of their jerseys.
Yeah.
You know, the other national teams wear green.
Yes.
But Bafana wears yellow. Why?
I've always wondered about that. Like, why would the first choice not be, like, the first strip would be green and the second strip would be yellow, right? As opposed to the other way around. I did. And even now when the kit launch was done a few weeks ago, and then the second strip was released the weekend, just a few days ago, I was wondering, like, yeah, I don't have the answer, but it's a good question. Why the other way around? Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Hamilton's from the Hamilton Commission. That's all I can say. Thank you for that call. Important questions, Hamilton. Absolutely, right? More about Inkosi.
Ashraf Garda. The man has ran out of lies. He's silent. Like, he doesn't even know what to say now. He ran out of lies. He's been lying. Now he ran out of lie. His net is like a fool now. It's like he's been round up. The only thing they should do, call the police. I don't know. Oh, I forgot it's the police. Who must they call now? Call Mkwanazi. He can fix him out.
Okay, there we are. All the police. Oh, he is the police, right? Okay, we're gonna just pause for the moment. There's time for more of your calls, but there's an interesting development on the pickup that concerns the president, and we'll do that in a moment.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio. You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, so yeah, here's an interesting thought. I mean, just to pick up on other developments, right? President Ramaphosa delivered the keynote address at the Kinderley Monument near Steinkop for the burial of Khoisan San people whose remains were removed more than a century ago from the Namaqualian region in the Northern Cape, right? So he made some pronouncements regarding that. First of all, I mean, maybe to state the obvious, he emphasized the importance.
Today we are standing on hallowed land. Ek is baie bly om hier te wees, want vandag doen ons iets wat baie belangrik is. Ons staan op heilige grond vandag. Hierdie grond waar ons staan is heilig. Dit is 'n eer vir my om vandag hier te wees terwyl ons vooroors by lê hier. Ons vergader vandag hier om die geskiedenis en om die waardigheid te herstel. We've come to restore dignity as well as the identity of those whose identity they were deprived of. This is therefore an important occasion. I can't think of a more important occasion like this one. Through this ceremony today, we are in many ways healing the wounds of the past so that we may have closure and build a memorial in the honor of the people we are reburying here today. But also to continue to establish a society in a country which is based on democratic values, social justice, and the respect for the fundamental human rights for all. When these remains were taken away, they were not just being taken away, they were being stolen.
They were being stolen. Key words there. Then the president, well, what's the opposite of take away? How do you fix things? What about repatriation?
Repatriation is about restoring, as our Premier Zamani Sol said, the dignity to those who were denied it. It is about healing the wounds of the past, of colonialism, of apartheid, as Mr. Mampanka said. It is about acknowledging that the past, no matter how painful, must be addressed with honesty and courage. To complete the healing process, there needs to be not only repatriation, there needs to be redress, so that there be full closure on the pain of our people, the pain that they suffered. We don't only need an apology. We don't only need the repatriation. We also need redress. And I therefore call upon us and the Antarian Museum and the people of Scotland and the government of Scotland to start working with us on what we call redress and reparation.
And then Ramaphosa spoke about, well, the harm it caused.
That jammer is not enough. That is nie genoeg nie. We want to see that jammer moving towards redress. Something must be done. Why do I say so? I say so because When they moved the remains of our people, they dug them up. They dug them up and carted them all the way to another country. That process was an interesting one for them. It was value adding. They added a great deal of value to themselves, to their institutions, to their countries, and in some ways maybe they added a great value to being colonial powers, that we have defeated them here. Today we have brought them so that you can see that we defeated them. Now we say, because you derived value from taking our people to other lands, because you derive value from showcasing them to the world, that value we want redress for. We also want the value that you have derived and the pain and suffering that we went through must be recompensated. There must be reparations. So there is a global move around the world. Global move around the world for those who suffered from the pain of colonialism. It started in Ghana. The former president of Ghana started this move, and we cannot sit back and say no harm was done to us. A great deal of harm was done to our people, and our people want redress. That is the message I'm giving to our friends from the Hunterian Institute. So I want them to take that message back to Scotland, and they must say, wow, that President Ramaphosa was not spitting fire. He was saying it nicely and gently. Very nicely and gently. And if nothing is done, then we will start spitting fire.
Relating to the ceremony itself, Ramaphosa linked the issue of reverence and humanity.
As the remains of our ancestors have returned, they are received with ceremony, with reverence, and with a full recognition of their humanity. They are laid to rest according to the customs and beliefs of their people, restoring a sacred connection that was violently broken. Now, one of my assistants sitting here says, President, can I give you something so that is the smoke not disturbing you or making you sick? No, I said, no. The rituals of our people can never make me sick. These rituals can't make me sick because I am also deeply immersed in the rituals of our people. Those colonial powers who came here, they rejected our humanity, degraded our humanity, and destroyed our traditions and dismissed our rituals. So we are now bringing back these rituals, and I thank you all for making sure that we keep to our traditions. I thank you. One day when I come,
and then finally, the president emphasized the need of their stories being told.
So the time has come to move beyond the legacies of exploitation and to embrace a future that is grounded in the respect, in justice, and in shared humanity. Let us be clear, repatriation, as I said, is not about the past alone. It is about the future that we are seeking to build. A future in which the dignity of every person is upheld and where the stories of our ancestors are told with truth and respect. The remains that we are bringing back home today have a story. They have a huge story that still needs to be told. That story still needs to be written about, and we want scholars to come here and interview as many people as possible, and to start writing about the tragedy that occurred here.
Okay, and as we pause now, let's get to the news headlines. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, National Assembly Speaker Thoko Didiza is considering a legal opinion from the institution's legal services on whether or not criminal charges should be laid against former Road Accident Fund CEO Collins Letsoalo. Madlanga Commission Chairperson Mbuyiseli Madlanga has read out a WhatsApp message where Sergeant Fani Nkosi is requesting the cell phone numbers of entertainment blogger Musa Kaula from SABC journalist Natasha Piri. The WhatsApp message exchange shows that Sergeant Nkosi paid Piri 500 rands after she sent him Kaula's numbers. Iran has denied their direct negotiations with the U.S., but the Foreign Ministry did acknowledge there were efforts at mediation among countries in the region. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound slow moving towards Boysons, and on Allendale Road in Midrand, flooding reported between Greek Street and Harry Galown Drive, so approach with caution. In KZN, there's a stationary vehicle on the N2 northbound after the N3, the left lane's closed, and a stationary vehicle on the N2 northbound after Kwamashu interchange. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound slow moving towards Bunga Avenue and Main Road northbound, slow moving through Cork Bay. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Timmy, you want to talk about rugby, right?
Yes, the Springbok Women's Sevens secured their place at the HSBC Sevens World Championship. This is after finishing third at Montevideo. Coach Cecil Africa praised his side's resilience, saying that they fully deserved qualification. This is despite two poor halves against Spain and Argentina. South Africa won 3 of 5 matches with standout defensive performances against China, Brazil and Kenya. Africa highlighted the progress of debutant Bezuidenhout and Makoa, who impressed with her maturity at international level. The team now heads to Sao Paulo for the final HSBC Sevens 2 tournament, with Argentina and South Africa confirmed for the World Championship events in Hong Kong. And then in football, Durban City secured a hard-fought 1-0 win over Richards Bay in the KZN derby at Chatsworth Stadium last night. Samkelo Maseko struck late to seal victory after a swift passing move, rifting home beyond Ian Otieno, and Richards Bay pressed for an equalizer in the closing stages, but City held firm to bounce back from defeat to Kaizer Chiefs. Here's interim coach Pito Dladla.
We just want to collect more points here, and that is what we've been doing. We played with a lot of emotions, of which I believe that was wrong, because it became an open game. Any team could have scored during the first half, because it was just open. A lot of counter-attacks from both teams. I think Darren Keats saved us. I remember one shot by Sanele Barnes. It touched his Darren Keats. It's the uprights, and then another counter-attack from Sasko. He took a shot, hit the crossbar, but even us with some good chances.
In tennis, Australian Open champion Elena Rybakina eased into the round of 16 at the Miami Open with straight sets win over Marta Kostek. Rybakina claimed a 6-3 and 6-4 victory, and next up she takes on Australian qualifier Talia Gibson as she continues her strong run on hard courts. This is at the Miami Open. Then in terms of cricket, the Proteas women have already started planning towards the 2029 ICC Women's World Cup. This is according to the Cricket South Africa Director of National Teams and High Performance, Enoch Nkwe. He was reflecting on the team's busy home summer, where they face Ireland and Pakistan across 2 formats, while also currently touring New Zealand in 5 T20 internationals.
I mean, looking back, obviously this summer, there's been some good stuff. Good to see. Obviously, quite a nice blend of youth, and experience, throughout the summer, especially post the World Cup. It's been very intentional from Coach Madla to introduce some of the younger players, identify players from under 19 emerging space, to see their makeup and try and obviously broaden the base, because parallel to the short-term objective of obviously trying to win the World Cup, T20, we also gotta start rebuilding for 2029 Cricket World Cup.
In athletics, South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee High Performance Manager Leon Fleischer has confirmed that Team South Africa will send a squad of 109 athletes to the upcoming Commonwealth Games in Glasgow from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August. Swimming and athletics are expected to spearhead the country's medal charge, with both federations carrying strong prospects. And Fleischer emphasized that the Games come at a crucial stage of South Africa's high performance program, describing the multi-sport spectacle as an important benchmark on the road to the Los Angeles Olympic Games. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Okay, perfect. Listen, just before I let you go, there was a caller who said earlier on that you have the Springboks, so you get the Springboks team 15, then the women's team, then the Springboks sevens, and so on and so on. And the same thing applies to the cricket team, right? Like there could be Protea men, Protea women. When it comes to the football teams, it's not Bafana men, Bafana women, and I know it means boys. I get that, right? So maybe that's the answer.
Yes.
But then also as you go down, it's not like Bafana under 17. Is that because it really does mean a 16-year-old can't be a man? In that case, there. What's your thoughts on why that one's different?
It is like that. I mean, when you think about the Proteas and the Springboks, the Proteas is a flower. The Springboks is an animal. When you get to Bafana, Banyana, it literally means boys, girls. Amajimbos, Amajitas, which is the younger version.
It's the age groups.
So the age groups and stuff. So we can't say Bafana, woman, Bafana.
And I know Thabo Mbeki, the president at that time, said they must grow up, not be boys any longer, but hasn't quite happened. Anyway, thank you.
It's a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
With all those facts, it's Makwe Masilela from Makwe Fund Managers. We've got local and global news, but first up, what about Tungela's annual results?
Ashraf, the Middle East conflict increased volatility in the energy market, impacting the prices of oil, gas, and coal. Transnet freight rail performance improved, but the group revenue was down 17% due to lower coal prices and a stronger rand against the dollar. And the guys, they had to recognize a non-cash impairment losses of 8.8 billion rands against their asset. That is a reflection of lower coal prices forecast and losses as headline loss per share up 125%, and their dividend per share down 69%. Ashraf, we started the session with a global sell-off in stocks and bonds deepening as market participants paid risk with war entering a fourth week and showing no sign of de-escalation. The inflationary pulse from energy has seen markets abandon hopes for further interest rate cuts and swing pricing, what we call rate hikes, across most developed nations. That sent yields climbing, adding to borrowing costs for many governments already struggling with deficits and debt. The prospect of higher cost and soft consumer demand has clouded the outlook for corporate profits, while the jump in yields made equity valuation look more stretched. But later in the session, a possible de-escalation in the Middle East conflict rippled through markets, with stocks jumping and oil falling after Trump said he will postpone strikes on Iran's energy side. But gains were quickly trimmed after Iran media denied any contact. Yellow metal erased a portion of this morning losses following those comments from Trump, which Iran are denying. And as we are talking, gold is down 0.6% at 4,462, but platinum is down 4.5% at 1,881. Oil prices doing the opposite, that is falling, that is they're falling on the very same comments. And Brent is down 10.5% at $100 a barrel. Ashraf, the abrupt shift by Trump to caught market participants off guard. Global stocks reversed earlier losses, with the JC, which at some point was down 3%, turning positive, now up 0.2%, led by resources. But we wonder, how are we ultimately going to handle this conflict? And reports from the US and Iran. And the rand firmed 1.8% against the dollar, 16.69, 22.57 against the pound, and 19.51 against the euro.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Marco. We'll connect with you again tomorrow, and we have an hour of the markets in depth from 6 to 7 this evening.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, some comments from you, Ashraf. People were saying these commissions are useless, but are now glued to the Madlanga Commission and can't stop commenting. We have let Jacob Zuma escape these type of questions at the Zondo Commission by Tabang in Van der Walt Park. Hey, listen, Tabang, I agree with you. In fact, there's already been huge fallout as a result of the commission on one hand, but the other, yes, the level of interest we have on the commission, on the show, when we cut into something else, we just get a storm of protest, right? But then also the sheer numbers of people commenting tells you there's a huge interest. So people want to know. Ashraf and the listeners, to respond to the call about Bafana, name and choice of kit, I think we embraced other countries' identity and forgot to create our own identity. We copied Brazil. Did we do that? Important questions to ask from Tumelo Molefi. But if it was Brazil, then we'd have had a blue pants, blue shorts, right? I understand the yellow part, but and we didn't copy Sundowns, did we? That's the other Brazil. Point taken, right? Iran, USA, thoughts on that?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm hearing that through a news channel that the United States is not going to bomb the power plants of Iran, because there were some negotiations that were going on. I really don't trust those news sources. I don't trust them at all. And I don't know why Iran will still trust the United States to negotiate with them after what they've done. You know, the United States under the Trump administration can act as if they're negotiating with you, while on the other hand, they are secretly planning a surprise attack against you. So Iran should never ever negotiate with the United States. It's Reggie in Durban.
Thanks for that, Reggie. In fact, in terms of the news, I'll just get Tembo Keys to follow up on that story of I've sort of also heard that there's a plan, a negotiated settlement, if I can call it that, in the pipeline. And I use the word pipeline deliberately because we're talking oil, right?
Good morning, Ashraf. Madlanga Commission is very, very interesting. It's amazing that, people that control South Africa, they're all mentioned. But, it's always been said that you have the Rupert and Oppenheimers that are actually running South Africa. So when are they going to be mentioned in Madlanga? Because obviously with the billings they have, there must be some corruption somewhere that they've also put their hand in the jug. Thanks.
Okay, hand in the jug. There's more on Madlanga in a moment, but let's talk about the goings on in the Middle East. Joe in Cape Town, go for it.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf.
Afternoon, Joe, yeah.
There should be no ceasefire. Iran has them exactly where they want them. Israel is running out of interceptors. The economy, the American economy, is going to go in a huge recession. I think Iran should finish the job, This is an opportunity for Iran. If you have your enemies on their knees, you should cut off their head, You should not allow them to come back or, to bomb you again in a few months' time. And I think Iran, the situation now, Iran is winning. And, there's the opportunity to finally solve the problem of the world. And that is, the problem of occupation and the brutality of the Americans. and the Israelis. And I think, Iran should, finish the job, and continue as they're going, because time is on their side, time is not on Trump's side, time is not on Netanyahu's side, and I think Iran can win this. So I just want to make that point.
Thanks for that, Joe. Interesting one. So, I mean, the question is, so you're saying no negotiation, no settlement, Iran can win this and they want to win it. But when Iran wins against the USA, what's the end goal of that victory? Like, what does that victory look like? I don't know. What does victory look like? Send the Americans back, destroy America, for example? What does victory mean in that context? Help me. Right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Atraf, and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. Mr. Atraf, I'd like to know what's going on about Mr. Julius Malema. I saw he's trying to fight with Mr. General Mkwanas, and Mr. General Mkwanas, he couldn't say Malema is corrupt or whatever. I couldn't hear his mentioning their names, but I think the shoes is fit for Julius Malema. That is why now they're trying to make a drama. I think you hear that, Mr. Atraf. Thank you. That is my concept here from Cape Town.
We need to get an authoritative reply on that without me speculating on Julius Malema. There's another on Madlanga.
Yashra, this is Mufukeng from Bloemfontein. Yashra, no, this commission, especially Madlanga one. Yeah, no, it's getting hotter almost every day. This witness, the one that you took almost a week, now we are in the second week with him. He's still not answering, he's still not giving us what we want. No, this one he must go just straight to jail. Thank you so much. Bye.
Well, he's finished and glad for today. He maybe come back, maybe not, but you're saying straight to jail. Here's one about the conversation we had about Bafana.
Hey, Ashraf, I think actually history would tell you that what we now call today Bafana used to be called the Proteas, as because remember South Africa was one of the very first founding countries for what we now today call FIFA. So we were one of the very first founding members there. I think asked to me there to just bring one of the historians to really tell that story, but our national soccer team used to be called the Proteas.
But which national soccer team? I mean, let me be blunt. Was it the white South African team that was the Proteas? I don't think so. And I'm also wondering, well, first of all, if it was the white South African team, that's not ours. I'm just putting that point. But at that time, my understanding, and maybe you can check it up, that all the national teams of South Africa, cricket, rugby, maybe even athletics, everybody else, all of them were called Springboks. All of them. That means every sporting team, now we're talking white South Africa, every sporting team, whatever the discipline, they were all Springboks. Hey, thanks for listening. This is the National Pulse.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Right, so with regard to enterprise, it's business, right? The right connections changes everything. It's the stability you need for that once-in-a-lifetime virtual pitch, the lightning-fast speeds that keep you ahead of deadlines, and the consistent high-quality signal your teams rely on every day. Because when your connectivity works seamlessly, so does your business. Power your workday with fast, reliable fiber from OpenServe, built to keep your operations running at full speed. Go to the website, visit openserve.co.za today to learn more. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
And there's more comments, Ashraf. Thanks for the comments. Right, the said stockpile was sold at a cheaper price by the former energy minister during the Zubta tenure. And this is what the listener is talking about. Okay, all right. And this is what was reported during the Zondo Commission and on the media. Do you know the number of journalists who were working with the criminals and rogue elements in the law enforcement agencies besides? and why the SABC is quiet regarding Natasha Piri criminality. I can't talk about the SABC, but hey, this thing has just come up today. It needs to be tested. It has to be tested before one can say what is the SABC doing about that, right? Okay, there's more. Here's one.
Hi, Ashraf. People are making big mistake by comparing Madlanga Commission with the previous commissions like Zonto Commission. With this Madlanga Commission, there will be accountability. There will be consequences management. Let us wait and see. President is going to be compelled to implement consequence management. People are going to be arrested. Shotisinolo in Mafefe Limpopo.
Thank you.
Asanda Sana Ashraf.
Thanks, man. I must tell you, I have a sense that you're right. I think we've reached a point in South Africa that it can't continue with commissions and nothing happens. I think for all the skeptics, I really think something's going to happen. But if nothing happens, then how do we even have these conversations any longer? Can you just imagine that?
Good afternoon. I want to agree with those who are complaining about the grass cutting on the roads. Why are we cutting roads? Meanwhile, the roads have so many potholes. In fact, there is no roads, only potholes are left here. But yet we take money to cut the grass on the sides of the road. Can't we use the money to fix the roads?
Okay, you've made your point. I think it's pretty straightforward. There's more in Iran.
Hey, Ashraf, if I was Iran, I would not go to any negotiation table for as long as Donald Trump is still the president of the US and also Netanyahu is still the prime minister of Israel. It's either those two go to jail, we come with neutral people, and they negotiate. Those two must not, Iran must not allow those two to come and negotiate with them. They will kill them.
Interesting. Look, many people are critical of Iran and their human rights record. And I think, let's be very clear, there's a lot that is very questionable regarding Iran and their human rights. So there's a call then from others on the outside for regime change. But interesting, can you imagine if one makes a call for regime change of the USA right now? And yet, if you look at it, their international record, there's grounds for that. And what about regime change for Israel? Can you make the same comment to say there's grounds for regime change there too?
Hi, Ashraf. Dan from Africa. Yeah, first and foremost, that witness does not even need the interpretation. He's just applying delaying tactics to answering the questions. Those questions, they just want, yes, I agree, I disagree, and give reason why you disagree. So if somebody cannot answer, he will require the assistance of interpreter, and then later on he fires the interpreter because he's misinterpreting him. Let him answer the questions. He's the one who was dealing with all those things. Thank you.
Okay, got that. And here's another, in fact, about Malema.
Hi, Ashraf. Moses in Paul's off. You know, Ashraf, Malema, he lashes out. You disagree with him, he's going to lash out. It doesn't matter whether you are telling the truth. As long as you differ with him, he's going to lash out. Mkwanazi never said Malema is corrupt. He never said Malema is corrupt. He just wants to keep his name very clean as a whistle. But we know Malema. We know him. We know his tendencies. He's just lashing out. We are lucky he's not president, that guy. We are lucky. Malema, if he's ever elected, we will see what true dictatorship means. Moses and Paul's off.
Sure. Okay. I hear you about him. He just lashes out, and we'll leave it at that. Hey, listen, I love the fact we're getting such diverse calls from different people, male, female, old. Hey, some young calls too is what we need. Like, if you're 20 years old and you tuned in, I need to hear you on the National Pulse.
Good day, Ashraf and fellow listeners. This is here from SAfmRadio. What I've realized with our Sergeant Faninkos is that he does know English, but only when it only favors him, because his vocab suggests that he knows English. It's just that he might find struggling to articulate some words but he does know English. So his arrogance when it comes to the interpreters, it's annoying. But then, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, people have picked it up that he's corrected the interpreter about misinterpretation. So he's pretty fluent in his own vernacular, but also very importantly in English. Anyway, that's allowed. That's interesting. Good day, Ashraf. Grass cutting project. It is for the buddies of the comrades to continue making money. Thanks for a great show from Anonymous in Kwakwa. Is that how you see it? Okay. And there's another. I keep those WhatsApp comments coming, okay? Keep the calls live as well, and you can tweet too.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the family. Just one issue from my side about the Madlanga Commission. The interpreter is letting us down. We know the language, and we can hear that she is just failing. She does not ask the questions as asked by Mr. Shackleton. She's failing the commission, man. They need to get better people.
Okay, let me just reserve judgment on that because I don't know enough.
Sibu.
Thanks for that, Sibu.
Thank
you for that, Sibu. And here's another on Bafana. Right.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Also on the name Bafana. It's not boys across the board. It would be interesting to know which language those who named the team were hailing from, because in isiXhosa, a mfana is a man, it's not a boy. And I know in isiZulu, mfana is a boy. So the diversity of South African languages is once again highlighted. So Bafana is really suitable. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just wanted to highlight that. I enjoy your show, man. Thanks.
We enjoy you listening in. Much appreciated. And really, I'm so thrilled whenever we go, especially to outside broadcasts, or I attend events where I'm maybe program directing or, doing something like that, like I'm moderating, and the amount of people who come up and listen to the show, I'm very humble, but it's not just me. It's myself, Temba, Keys, Vusani, that makes up the National Pulse. And we all, and Phineas is looking at me because, of course, we rotate with technical people, so it's not the same person every time. But at the moment it's Phineas, he's like looking at me and he's lifted his arm, like the type where like, what's up, man? Why don't you mention my name? Listen, talking about names, listen to this one. On this day, on the 22nd of March, 1961, the Ghanaian president, Kwame Nkrumah, he did what? He called on the world's leaders to impose the total economic and political sanctions on South Africa. Yeah. In fact, when I say this day, that would have been yesterday, right? Yeah, it would have been yesterday. 1961, Nkrumah saying sanctions against, effectively, apartheid South Africa. Right, no sanctions against Greg House, I can assure you. It's the news at 5 with Greg.
Good afternoon and thank you. Good to hear that, Ashraf. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Dadisa, is considering a legal opinion from the institution's legal services on whether or not criminal charges should be laid against the former CEO of the Road Accident Fund, Collins Letswalo. This after he defied an order to appear before an inquiry conducted by Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts into allegations of maladministration, financial impropriety and the misuse of public funds at the Road Accident Fund. The committee's chairperson is Songezo Zibi.
So the committee had made two requests to the office of the Speaker. One was for the Speaker to concur with the committee that we must lay criminal charges against Mr. Letswalo. The second was for the Speaker to guide on how that process should work, because it has never been done before. The legal advice has now been obtained. It is with the office of the Secretary to Parliament being processed so that the Speaker can then be able to to make a decision about whether she concurs, one, and secondly, whether what the process that we should follow in laying the criminal charges should be.
The chairperson of the Madlanga Commission, Mboiseni Madlanga, has read out a WhatsApp message where Sergeant Van Inkosi is requesting the cell phone numbers of entertainment blogger Musa Kawula from SABC journalist Natasha Piri. The WhatsApp message exchange shows that Inkosi paid Piri 500 rand after she sent him Kawula's numbers. Nkosi's disputed the notion he was paying Piri for Kawula's personal information, but Justice Madlanga's disputed Nkosi's assertion, putting it to him that Piri wanted something for the exchange of information.
Because she sends you the number at 6:41:27 p.m. on the 22nd of October 2024. And you are silent. You do not even acknowledge the fact that she has sent this to you. And same day at 9:10:02 p.m. she writes to you, not even a thank you, sis.
Yes, Commissioner, I think...
You see, so she wanted something for having given you this information.
Health Ombud Professor Tauli Mokoena says critical errors were made by staff from the neonatal unit of the Netcare Femina Hospital in Pretoria, which directly led to the death of a 2-month-old baby in 2023. The professor announced the findings of a probe into the baby's suspicious death.
The investigation found critical errors that occurred when the adrenaline was administered intravenously instead of by nebulization. As a result of the incorrect prescription route and poor communication between and among the healthcare professionals. We found weaknesses in the safety of medication system. There was poor communication, as I said, between and among the health professionals. There was poor governance and oversight within the neonatal intensive care unit at the hospital.
The Department of Education is probing an incident at a primary school in Mpumalanga where 21 learners were rushed to hospital on Friday after complaining of stomach pains. All the learners were treated, observed and later discharged. Other learners were also taken to hospital by their parents and received medical care. The incident prompted department officials as well as the Municipal Environmental Health Services to collect food samples for testing. Department spokesperson Gerald Sambo.
The department takes this opportunity to assure the community that National School Nutrition Program remains safe as stringent precautionary measures are always implemented to ensure the quality and safety of the meals provided to learners.
Iran's denied there are direct talks with the United States, but the Foreign Ministry did acknowledge there were efforts at mediation among countries in the region. The BBC's Frank Gardner has more.
Reading between the lines, this is 1-0 to Iran because clearly the US was locked and loaded, poised to hit Iran's power plants just after midnight tonight, local time, so about 12 hours from now. Iran had made it very clear that, great, if you do that, we are going to hit back at you, or at least at US-linked power plants, almost certainly on this side of the Gulf, hitting countries like Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. And that would have been disastrous for this side of the world. So I think we have to assume that there was some lobbying going on from Gulf governments. Don't do this.
Top story, the Speaker of the National Assembly is considering a legal opinion from the institution's legal services on whether or not criminal charges should be laid against the former CEO of the Road Accident Fund, Collins Letswalo. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Khos.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 northbound in Woodmead queuing towards Buccleuch interchange. On Marlborough Drive eastbound in Sandton, there's a crash at the M1 highway, and Main Road northbound in Loneal has flooding reported at Yexke River Bridge, so approach with caution. In KZN, poor visibility on the N3 southbound after Zeederberg Road, expect lane closures. Bade Road westbound has a crash before South Coast Road, and Umgeni Road westbound slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, Mike Pina Boulevard northbound in Belleville, slow moving towards Frans Conradi Drive. The M5 southbound is slow moving towards Racecourse Road, and on the R44 southbound, slow moving traffic between Stellenbosch and Jamestown. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
In sports this hour, Africa pleased with World Championship qualifications. Johannesburg Giants all set for Bell 2026 and SASCOG to take squad of 109 athletes to Commonwealth Games. More details at 5:30.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up. S3.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
You heard that story in the news about this lawyer, this attorney, I gather, was going to the CCMA offices near Fox Street, Joburg, who was shot three bullets to the head, I understand, basically knocked off, right? No robbery. There's a motive because she had just was going or just come back from the CCMA, some important case. Terrible story. And, when it comes to other things, as we've seen from the Madlanga Commission and ad hoc, there's been an attempt to remove certain people who are investigating or acting on behalf of others who are investigating a certain issue. It's not something to brag about. It's a terrible story, and it fundamentally undermines our ability to carry out justice, isn't it? But there's a family right now without a family member who's 35 years old who's died, just like that. Let's talk about the state of the Vaal River. We chat now to Professor Wynand Malherbe, who's studying the ecological health of the Vaal River. That's the river between parts southwest of Joburg and Gauteng that crosses over to the Free State, isn't it? So his research has found that the river itself is currently surviving but not thriving. Surviving but not thriving. And the key factor, pollution. Let's find out what that means really with Professor Wynand Malherbe, Northwest University researcher. Prof. Malherbe, thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, surviving but not thriving. Best you tell us more.
Yeah, I think one of the main things is when you go to the river, and there's been a lot of news reports and publicity around the Vaal, is that apparently it looks fine, and then there's water quality issues that we know, but then when you dig a little deeper and look at the bugs and all the fish in the river, you still find them. But some of the research that we've done and some of the community engagement efforts and citizen science have kind of indicated that some of the abundances, how many fish there are, have seemed to decrease. We don't have hard estimates about how many, but it does seem to have slowly decreased over the last, say, 3 to 4, maybe even 5 years.
And I mean, linked to that is the measurement you've done, which talks about the impact of the cause is pollution, right? Tell me more.
Yes, so we've thrown a lot of things at the Vaal River. A lot of the effluent and rivers draining the south of Johannesburg, the Klip River, the Rietspruit River, drains all that pollution that enters the river, and then there's all upstream of the Vol Dam, there's a lot of influences that's coming into the system, and then in between the Vol Dam and the Vol Barrage, the Sasolburg, Vereniging van der Bijl, there's a lot of man-made and anthropogenic effluent that enters the river that is the main cause, or one of the main causes, I feel, of this decrease in biodiversity and decrease of abundances of fish. I have to say we still find big fish. If you go fishing, there's still a lot of bigger fish, and there's still recruitment, a lot of juveniles that's in the system, but there is definitely cause for concern and something that we can't let it completely collapse before we pay attention to it.
And when you say completely collapse, I mean, what would it take? Hope it doesn't happen to completely collapse, and then what would then happen to the environment? And then of course there's the environment, so there's the and diversity of, again, as you mentioned, fish in the sea or in the water, but in the water that is, but of course the environment around it as well, even for human beings and the terrain there. What impact would that have?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question about when and if the system would collapse. Often in ecological systems, you have this resilience. So you pollute it, and there's sort of a loss in function in certain cases and a loss of imbalances, but we never really know exactly when that whole kind of system will collapse and everything will die off. And then when we lose the biodiversity, you lose functionality within that system. So humans that depend on rivers for a lot of ecosystem services. So when I talk about ecosystem services, I mean drinking water, using it for recreational purposes, fishing, all those kind of services that people get from rivers will then fall away. And what the problem is, because we don't know when that end of the resilience will happen, it's difficult to predict. So, and then we don't know when the human ecosystem service that we as humans get from it will actually depart from it. And that in some cases, that's millions and millions of rand in the Vaal River downstream of Parade.
Yeah. What can be done about it?
What can be done? There's small things that we can do. Everyone can sort of take it upon themselves to make sure they don't contribute, but there's also it's well publicized, the lack of infrastructure support at wastewater treatment works. If we can ensure that all of our wastewater treatment works that feed into the system functions optimally without polluting the river. And often these systems fail every now and again. It's not a constant, and some systems constantly pollute, but then there's too much development, and then too much water and rainfall can trigger the system, and the wastewater treatment works doesn't function optimally, so they release a lot of raw effluent. So things like that. So there's this infrastructure problem, and then industries sometimes can also be part of the problem. So it's about ensuring the government and municipalities do what they're supposed to, but then everyone can also take charge and say, like, listen, if we have some form of effluent or some form of development close to the rivers, make sure that we don't add to the problem at all.
Well, what about responses from the public? I mean, I understand there's what is called a citizen science project, right? Tell me more about that and the role that plays.
Yeah, so this is a project that we've sort of been coming for the last maybe 1 or 2 years, where the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation, together with the Northwest Department of Environmental Affairs, the DECT and the Vredefort Dome Conservancy have set up the citizen science monitoring program to monitor water quality within the Vredefort Dome World Heritage Site. So then that was the first step, that was funding from the Netherlands to help with citizen science test kits. So I think there's about 10 monitoring sites that they do, sometimes weekly, sometimes 2 weekly, where they go and test the water quality to get a very localized idea of what's happening in the system. So now the next phase is the citizen science, of where we're incorporating all the animals, or not all the animals, but smaller animals, the invertebrates, the bugs that live in the water, so they can tell us a much better longer-term indication. So anywhere from 3 to 6 months about what's happening in the river. The problem with water quality is you go test it now and it's fine, and then someone pours something in the water upstream, and then you get poor water quality. You can't link it over time. With invertebrates, what happens is they live in the water for most of their life cycle, so in that anywhere from 3 to 6 months, as I've said, and they can then give a longer indication that water quality for the stay last 3 to 6 months has been adequate to support their life cycles.
Okay.
So we're setting this up with probably about 3 or 4 different sites within the Vredefort Dome, where we're going to show and get the local landowners to actually do the monitoring at least twice a year, and just to get a bit more monitoring detail within the Vredefort Dome. A lot of our national river monitoring are at a larger scale, so they often miss localized pollution and effects on these systems.
Okay, well, there we are. Cause for concern. Not crisis at all, but certainly not very healthy either. So appreciate effectively you alerting us to the problem before it even becomes much worse as well. Thank you for your time here on the National Pulse. Thank you. There we are. Do you live in that region, in the Vaal region? And it's such an important waterway. It has an impact really on so many of the people living in that southern part of Gauteng and the Free State, and maybe even beyond that as well. So any thoughts in terms of what is called the troubling state of the Vaal River, as per my conversation with Professor Wynand Malherbe? Let me know, because ultimately it's how it affects your life, so you can share your own experiences as well. We have a podcast, by the way, of that conversation that'll come up soon. You can call in as well anytime live, or you can send us a WhatsApp. You know the numbers. I know many of you have saved it already, but if you're a first-time caller, you can certainly tell me as well. Let's pick out some other comments. In fact, there's comments from you via WhatsApp, which I can play right now. Here we are.
Hi, Mr. Ashraf. You're speaking to Kulegan Hlongwane from Eplege, Chesterville. Mr. Ashraf, when is Fikile Mbalula going to come and account? When is the president going to come and account? Firstly, he started us with this thing of being an old policeman that deals with apartheid. Now he's our president, still oppressing us. Since he's a capitalist make sure that for them to survive, the people on the ground shall suffer. Look at how capitalism works. And another thing that is funny, he needs to come and report to the Madlanga.
All the things you've said as far as capitalism goes, and I make your point, and many people believe what you're saying is right, but to suggest that he has to be harming people, it also suggests others who follow other systems don't do anything wrong, if you get my point. Okay? Right, there's one about Malema.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. I noticed lately that the EFF leader, Julius Malema, is either absent in the proceedings of the ad hoc committee, or if he is present, he asks the Lady Mates to speak on behalf of EFF. Is it because lately a lot is said and shown about EFF submitting and approving lists of businesses that should be given tenders at Tshwane Metro? I really wonder. This is Anonymous Kwagompo. Thank you.
Okay, got that. And here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is GS Mospacing. Ashraf, what is going on with South Africa and these killings, these hits, these planned hits on people, daylight, somebody just coming out with a firearm or a gun and shooting another person and just running away just like that, and knowing very well that, the justice system and everything will take care of them. Don't you think if we bring the death sentence, it would not keep these senseless killings, Ashraf? This needs to be discussed by the whole country. We should have a referendum on this. It's completely out. It's totally, these senseless killings everywhere. It's not on, Ashraf.
Okay.
Every day, people getting killed in these senseless killings.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that.
Thank
Thank you for that. I hear that about the death penalty. It's not for me to say whether the death penalty will work. And of course, at the moment it's unconstitutional. It will require a change. On the other hand, what you're saying is very much a reflection of just the deep frustration people feel that there are too many people dying and people being killed, and the murderers believe they can get away with it. And something has got to change in the way justice is meted out. At the moment, it's not effective.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, let's move on to another issue that I think you'd be very interested in terms of where we are as a people, and that is to do with the issue of youth capital and equal education. They're calling for support for the Tibet students amid systemic challenges. I mean, what would be those challenges? And what sort of changes do they want, right? With me is Buhel Betu Makwaza from Youth Capital. Appreciate you joining us. Thanks for on the National Pulse here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you indeed, right? So you're the project lead there, right? What is the premise? What are you suggesting? What is the issue, and therefore what support these youth need?
Sure. So for the students, it's really trying to remind everyone about what's really important when it comes to human rights. As you know, that March is Human Rights Month, and at Youth Capital, we're really asking the question of whether dignity is being realized in everyday people's lives. And for many Tibet students, that's still a question. As we know that the Constitution guarantees the right to further education, but what we're seeing is the gap between the right in principle and how it is actually experienced in practice. Students are still navigating challenges that go beyond the classroom, from infrastructure constraints to inconsistent funding to basic resources like water and study materials not being available. And at Youth Capital, we see this as a fundamentally about the right to education. Is it being realized in practice? Are students being supported not just to access education, but to remain and complete and succeed with dignity? Because we also know that the right to education in South Africa currently for young people is not just about access. It's about whether it leads to completion, dignity, and a real pathway into the economy. As we know that South Africa has the highest rate of youth unemployment, with almost 10 million young people not being in education, training, or employment. And to answer your question about the challenges, they are widespread and they are deeply layered. We're seeing a combination of structural and operational challenges. The broader systemic challenges are about underfunding and capacity constraints. And then there are the everyday challenges like delayed allowances, accommodation issues, limited access to learning resources. There's a shocking statistic that shows us that 60% of students in first year drop out. And then there's also a significant number of students who are not progressing academically, including those that are funded by our state NSFAS entity. But beyond these numbers, we're hearing from students that there's a consistent experience of uncertainty around funding, around progression, and about whether they will be able to complete their studies. And that uncertainty is not just ending there. It's also affecting their ability to stay on track and also transition into work. Because the most important thing is that young people are able to have pathways that allow them to transition into work in this climate where we have such a high youth unemployment rate.
So with that in mind, and what would you like to see change?
We don't need to start from scratch. We need to strengthen what we already have. We need to work on coordination and follow through on what already exists. We are already seeing important steps being introduced, including the Higher Education and Training NSFAS War Room, which is intended to address operational challenges and act as an early warning system. It's a positive development, But the key question is whether this intervention is translating into consistent, reliable support for students on the ground. Because ultimately the experience of students, the experiences of young people, their lived experiences are what matters the most. At the same time, we have seen in the budget that has been tabled now in 2026 that there is continuous investment in TVET colleges. But also it needs to be enough. This investment is still very much focused on access and enrollment rather than completion and transition into work. The interventions that have been put in place must not only exist, but they must also be working consistently for students and lead to real pathways into work. So we'd want to see a shift from commitment to accountability for outcomes. We are seeing both the policy intention and investments, including the 15 billion rand that has been allocated to TVET colleges and the mechanism that I just mentioned, the NSFAS War Room. But what's really missing is clear accountability for whether these efforts are improving student outcomes. We need a funded and coordinated work-integrated learning system so that students can complete their qualifications. We all know that for anybody to complete TVET, they need to do this work-integrated learning, and there's still a lot of gaps in as far as how students are able to access that. Also, there's better alignment between what is already happening and what's already, what's already out there. We know that there's an opportunity between TVET colleges and the public employment programs like the BEI and the EPWP to be able to integrate it into this. And lastly, a reliable and predictable funding system so that students are not disrupted in their studies. But most importantly, all of this needs to function as part of a coherent pathway from learning to experience to employment. The goal is always employment and earning opportunities for young people. Because interventions must not only exist, they must work consistently for students and lead to real pathways into work and other earning opportunities.
I mean, just the last thing I see, it's interesting, and I'm quoting you make the point about this growing need to understand how policy commitments translate into students' everyday realities. Do you find that has been a disconnect, that policy commitments does not actually translate into students' lived realities or everyday realities?
Yes, that's correct. Last week, Youth Capital and Equal Education held a Twitter space where we're engaging with students and some of our community facilitators who have gone to the ground and found out what is really happening, what are the lived experiences of young people. And as I've mentioned, like the everyday struggle, we all know that TVET students are still not being given the same allowance as university students. Yet all these students are having the same, expenses. They're living in the same accommodations. They are affected by food prices and the cost of living the same way. So you don't automatically need less money just because you are a TVET student. In fact, some might argue that you need more because you have practicals. So there needs to be clear alignment between what the needs and the lived experiences of young people in the TVET system are. And we also need to start changing the way we see and think about the TVET system. It's not a second-class qualification. It's not a second-class pathway. It is a real pathway, as we know that our universities are not able to absorb every young person that needs access to higher education. So it needs to be treated as such. It needs to be treated as a primary pathway where, young people are able to transition through it into work. So we need to be constantly making sure that the interventions like the War Room are translating into what young people are experiencing in the TVET system. There must be strong alignment across the system because TVET system, public employment program, are all economic opportunities that are operating in silos. So without this alignment, even well-intentioned interventions like the NSFAS will continue to have limited impact. And most importantly, young people themselves need to be part of shaping this solution because policy that is not grounded in lived experiences will always fall short. And that is where Youth Capital comes in. We are really advocating to make sure that whatever solutions or interventions are put forward for young people, for them to transition from school to work and into earning opportunities, really are grounded in their lived realities, their wants, their needs, and their aspirations.
Okay, I think you've said some very, very important things. And the bottom line to all of this is how do you grow the nation? How do you build a champion nation? Invest in invest in youth capital. And you just said it, right? So there we are. Butlebetu Makhwaza, much appreciate your time. Project lead for Youth Capital. News headlines, here's Greg House.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
A quick look at the headlines of this half hour. The President says the repatriation and reburial of the 63 remains of the Khoi and San people in the Northern Cape is a restoration of dignity for those who were exhumed from the country for scientific and exhibition reasons. Speaker of the National Assembly is considering a legal opinion from the institution's legal services on whether or not criminal charges should be laid against a former CEO of the Road Accident Fund. And an accident on a runway at New York's LaGuardia Airport has left the pilot and co-pilot dead and a number of people injured. We'll have the story on that and other news at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Hey, let's start with we had this chat. Bafana, Banyana, Amajita. Well, can I say the Amajita Sevens? No, I can't say that. I'll get into trouble. The women's sevens, the Springbok Sevens, that is.
Yeah,
yes.
The Springboks women's sevens secured their place at the HSB Sevens World Championship. This is after finishing third in Montevideo. Coach Cecil Africa praised his side's resilience, saying that they fully deserved qualification. This is despite two poor halves against Spain and Argentina. South Africa won 3 of 5 matches with standout defensive performances against China, Brazil and Kenya. In basketball, with just less than a week before the new 6th season of the Basketball Africa League tips off in Pretoria, Johannesburg Giants head coach Floshe Ngwenya is looking forward to this edition with some excitement too. Ngwenya has in the past worked with both of the Cape Town Tigers, who represented SA in the BAL, and has consistently commented on the team's lack of preparations. However, the Giants are a team that was assembled about a year ago and have been preparing ever since. And Ngwenya says that they are introducing a new tactical approach and a fresh playing style for the upcoming season. In athletics, the South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee High Performance Manager Leon Fleischer has confirmed that Team South Africa will send a squad of 109 athletes to the upcoming Commonwealth Games in Glasgow from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August. Swimming and athletics are expected to spearhead the country's medal charge, with both federations carrying strong prospects. Now, Fleischer emphasized that the Games come at a crucial stage of South Africa's high-performance program, describing the multi-sport spectacle as an important benchmark to the road to the Los Angeles Olympic Games. In cricket, the Proteas women have already started planning towards the 2029 ICC Women's World Cup. This is according to Cricket SA Director of National Teams and High Performance, Enoch Unkwe. He was reflecting on the team's busy home summer, where they faced Ireland and Pakistan across 2 formats, while also currently touring New Zealand in 5 T20 internationals. Now, Unkwe says that there's been a deliberate effort to blood in youngsters into the team post last year's World Cup, where they got to the final.
I mean, looking back, obviously this summer, there's been some good stuff. Good to see. Obviously, quite a nice blend of youth, and experience, throughout the summer, especially post the World Cup. It's been very intentional from Coach Mandla to introduce some of the younger players, identify players from under 19 emerging space, to see their makeup and try and obviously broaden the base, because parallel to the short-term objective of obviously trying to win the World Cup, T20, we also gotta start rebuilding for 2029 Cricket World Cup.
In tennis, Sebastian Korda pulled off one of the biggest wins of his career by knocking world number one Carlos Alcaraz out of the Miami Open. The American triumphed 6-3, 5-7 and 6-4 in a gripping contest that he might have sealed in straight sets. After failing to serve out in the match in the second, Korda showed resilience to clinch the decider and to also book his place in the fourth round. He next faces Martin Landlus or Karen Kachanov for a spot in the quarterfinals. On that note, it is a wrap from my side. I'll be back again tomorrow.
Tomorrow. No, I'm not going to sing. Just say tomorrow.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SABC2 is bringing the heat. New shows, new faces, and stories that hit home like the one I'm in. It's called Pimville, and that's where you can catch me, Gege Mputi, every Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. sharp. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution, it must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, I'm tempted to say debit order rules, but then I realize I have to complete the sentence. Debit order rules change. Tell me about that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to our listeners. Yes, there are amendments coming through effective next month on how long you as South Africans can challenge debit orders. This is following conversations and consultations between the FSCA and the South African Reserve Bank and other organizations. So we're going to be dipping into that with the Payments Association of South Africa, better understanding the implications this will have on South African consumers. We are extending the period in which you can dispute debit orders or challenge debit orders, especially those that you didn't sign off on. So that's going to be something to look forward to. We'll also have conversations with the team at Advotech and Tungela around results. In both cases, we got full year's numbers. We're going to speak to both companies' respective CEOs and get a sense of those performances. And then, because it is Monday, we've got our digital drive conversation. We're going to be taking a look at the second-hand tech market, how to navigate that space, how to identify which sorts of tech service providers might be reliable in the second-hand market and what to look for there. We've also obviously got our usual markets conversation. I've got Marco Masalela joining me on markets. I want to get his thoughts around all of the erratic moves that have been happening today. And speaking of those erratic moves, I'll give you a sense of what's been moving throughout. We are seeing a bit of green on the equities front, but that is only because President Trump has a little earlier today come out to say that there have been talks between the United States and Iran, to which Iran has not necessarily responded confirming that, but we've seen the oil price decline significantly. We were north of $112 a barrel this morning. We are back at $100 a barrel. We were at $4,100 odd dollars a fine ounce on the gold price after having started the Asian session around 4,800. So we saw almost a 700 or 7,000 points decline on the gold price throughout the morning session, but we're back at 4,400. So just to give you an idea of how volatile the markets have been today, just off the back of some of those announcements by President Trump, the equity markets, Asian markets, all traded in the red, but of course, they closed their trading session before the announcement by President Trump, so they still had risk pricing in that the oil price was going to continue to escalate, they were down each more than 3%, whereas European markets were up 2% in the case of the CAC 40, 2.6% in the case of the DAX, and almost a full percent in the case of the FTSE. I suspect Asian markets will react tomorrow. Their positivity will come through overnight as they process what's been unfolding, and hopefully the market will hold until then and we don't have any other surprise announcements. Resource stocks locally were up 1.2%. Industrials finished almost flat, 7 basis points down. Financials 9 basis points up. The all share 1/3% to the green, and the top 40 almost 0.5% to the green. The rand back at 16 rand 82 cents. We were at 17 rand 20 a couple of hours ago, off the back of this volatility that we're seeing. One British pound 22 rand 55, 1 euro 19 rand 50, 1 Australian dollar 11 rand 78, and 1 Bitcoin back above $70,000 a Bitcoin. It was below that in rand terms, with that slightly stronger rand, still below 1.2 million at 1.19 million. So we're going to look at these movements. We're going to try and make sense of them ahead of the MPC decision that we're expecting this week as well. I don't think, and I say this very, very painfully so, I don't think we're in for a rate cut this particular cycle, but we'll dig into all of these and other stories with Marco a little later on when we come back after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, perfect. Thanks for that, Jimmy. And yeah, the rand now, buoyant all 2026, but now because of other issues, clearly, lowest level for the year. That's not a good thing, certainly for all of us. Right, Jimmy Moya with 6 to 7. Don't miss that coming up in an hour. Then sport from 7 to 8 with Michael Abramson. I'll get to you in a moment.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Some interesting tweets. No Krawi saying huge shout out to the SABC for today's coverage of the former Flak Blast commander Eugene de Kock's testimony into the 1985 abduction and murders of the anti-apartheid activist, the Craddock Four, right? He's referring to. Interesting one there. Right, there's been comment about the death penalty.
Hi, Ashraf. Just a quick comment on the gentleman calling for the death penalty. I understand his frustration. I think many South Africans share it. But I think the death penalty is easy to call for, but practically won't do much. People don't commit crimes or not commit crimes because of the penalties. What they're really worried about is whether they'll be caught. There's no point implementing the death penalty if the police still can't catch the hitmen and the other criminals. Secondly, I want to just say, if we are going to have a death penalty, I think we should focus on the worst criminals, who aren't the murderers, the corrupt politicians who have sold our country down the river, who make it so difficult and frustrating and impossible to progress. Let's start with a death penalty. If we're going to have a death penalty, let's start with it for corruption, and then we can work our way down to the rest of the criminals who, bad as they are, aren't fundamentally destroying our country in the same way that so many people who sit in plush offices and steal our money do. Thanks. Maibuya from Cape Town.
Well, if I had to give an award to a caller for the day, that really has got me thinking, Maibuya, you've just done that. I think you're spot on. That it's not like the moment you have a death penalty, everything is just sorted out. We have to implement. We need what is happening in our country is too many people commit crime because they know they can get away with it, and even lesser crimes they can get away with it, so they continue. So your point is valid. I agree.
Hi, Ashraf, Mandy from Cape Town. Just on the death penalty, statistics show that having a death penalty does not decrease murder rates. What decreases murder rates is people being punished. So the problem is catching people and having a solid case and getting people convicted for murder.
There we are. Convictions count.
Ashraf, is Donald Trump panicking because he lost Chuck Norris? I'll try to remain anonymous for this one.
Hey, tell me about the Chuck Norris thing. What did I miss there? Listen, I know he died. Hey, I didn't really follow him all the time, but Chuck Norris acted in, Enter the Dragon. Listen, I'm telling you now, that's a long time ago with Bruce Lee, if I'm not mistaken. He was the adversary, right? But what else did he do to include this Donald Trump joke that you refer to that I'm missing out on? I need to know. Hi, Ashraf, the Vaal Dam is fed primarily by the Vaal River. So what goes into the Vaal River also goes into the dam. Gauteng and Joburg receives water from the Vaal Dam. So any impurities going into the river impacts into the Joburg water supply. From Michael. Thanks for that, Michael. Important point that you bring up, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm actually disturbed
with these reports that a lawyer has been shot outside SAfmRadio offices in Johannesburg. It's really concerning. The safety of the legal practitioners is really of a serious concern. And I mean, people need to learn really that these people, when they are doing their job, they are not being personal about it. They are just doing their job. If you are going to, go to an extent of taking the life of a person because he is defending a particular decision or is advancing a particular argument in a case, that's really wrong, and it should be condemned with all possible words. So really, it's concerning, and I wish police can just do proper investigation and get whoever is responsible for this so that even others can really learn that this is not the way to go. Cannot take someone's life simply because we disagree with them. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thanks for that call. Thought-provoking indeed as well. Well, here's the point. One is clearly, a life taken away is just completely unacceptable. It's murder. Somebody, a 35-year-old, lawyer, her life's over today. So her family, what are they thinking today? She went to the CCMA today. Bright, I would think a woman who's really trying to advance in her career. And you find she's killed 3 shots to the head. That's it. Now, it's not like they want her dead. It's like they're trying to prevent her doing something. That's the point, isn't it? And the only way they can prevent her doing something is to kill her. And they do so because they can get away with it. That's core to what some of the other callers have mentioned just now as well, isn't it? Tragic story indeed. Dokozani in Durban, hello. Chuck Norris, tell me about it.
Yes, Ashraf. I think the gentleman was mentioning Norris. Chuck Norris did appear on on Enter the Record, but most of his movies were action movies, were like Missing in Action, Bradlock, where he'll send those sailors and then they'll kill those dictators and so on. He'll always been the good not mercenary guy. The SEAL guy that should send to eliminate the threats. Vietnam, Cambodia, Russia, and so on.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, thanks for filling me in. Now I know. You see, I watch and then I don't watch. So there we are. Chuck Norris, Dokozani in Durban. Chuck Norris, they said the man who wouldn't die in all the action movies that he took part in. Well, the man who wouldn't die has died. Teboho in Kwakwa, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, also you want to talk about the death sentence, right? Yep.
Yes. Yeah, just to say, we know it's not easy to implement it, but the sentences of people who found to be killing people. This thing of 25 years, we know it's 12 years actually in prison. The person is out again. That, if it can be increased to say 50 years, we know he'll be there 25 years and no parole. That, I think, could be the thing that can help. It also covers the issue of these people arrested with guns all over that are illegal. They know it's 15 or 12 years, they're out. 15 is 7 years in, and they're out after that. Those sentences, I think, if they can be looked at to be increased, that can try to maybe help to resolve the situation. Thank you.
So basically you're saying, it's our criminal justice system and the way we mete out justice, not a deterrent enough to the people of our country. Thank you for that, right? More comments about the interpreter.
Can you kindly get us some information regarding how the employment, like the standards, requirements are in terms of the employment or hiring of these interpreters? Because, wow, this is so embarrassing. These are our elders and who are obviously, what can I say, questionably have been employed. The commissioners themselves now have to be assistants to these so-called interpreters. With this gross unemployment of young people. So let's just speak in Bombele.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily about an age, but the question is like, look, I can't measure, but it certainly seems like many people are not happy with the current interpreter. And your point is valid. What's the decision, the process that goes into hiring a person? There's more comments from you, lots about Fani Nkosi, plenty of that, I can assure you of that, and there's a few other things too, which we'll pick up in a moment.
When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas? Girls? Let's take a break. We are going to A1 Day.
Take a break with us. Get your One Day Cup domestic cricket 50-over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wazana, where it's family time.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, let's get to your thoughts. There's some comments. Let me pick up those. Hi, Ashraf. More prisons need to be built to incarcerate those who transgress, to alleviate overcrowding in correctional services. Isn't that sad? I know what you're trying to say, but isn't that sad that we're even talking about that, right? Dr. Philemon Mahuma saying, "Hi Ashraf and SFM, great show, fantastic commentary and heartfelt public participation. Just heard you cough." There we are. Don't forget to bring the water bottle tomorrow. Okay, I will. Thank you. Can't forget. 30 days, didn't need it. Now I need it. Best wishes. Much appreciate that. Okay. Right. Let's pick out some others. And interesting how many people are commenting about Bafana. Anybody wants to talk about Live Golf? I mean, did you go? I didn't go. Tumi was there. It was an incredible experience, I believe. 100,000 people over 4 days for golf. Wow.
Hi, Ashraf. No, the guy who's talking about Bafana, he's losing it. Bafana is a name that we are proud of, that came from us because we're celebrating the style of football. We're not going to compare them with the Proteas and the rugby Springbok guys. And again, the Springbok is called Mapokopoko. Because we are proud of them. So one day when the Proteas cricket team do us proud the same way as Mapokopoko, we'll have a name for them. So no, he must relax. And in terms of the jersey, he must know the history where that jersey comes from, why it became yellow. And we do have a green jersey as well. So no, but
then why don't you tell us why it became yellow? I mean, the green jersey, the second strip, but why did it become yellow?
Hey, good afternoon, Ashraf, SAfm listeners. I like my friends, the Fani Nkosi. Just when the question is tough, he's pressed. And the last time when he was pressed is when he was asked about the money found in his house that day the police went to. And he was pressed again. This man. But Ashraf, again, man, to my fellow listeners, the commission is not the court of law. The commission is there to make recommendations. They should not just every day call and say people must just be locked up. The commission does not have the powers to do that. They must first go to court, prosecution and all that before they are incarcerated. Good afternoon, it's Maruma in Mahike. Let's stop saying the people must be arrested.
Maruma, I think you're right. No, they can say they can be arrested. Or they should be arrested based upon recommendations. They can't be said that they're found guilty. And I think we've said it so often. You're absolutely spot on. The recommendations come next. Yeah, it's not a court of law. Not yet. Not this.
Good day, Ashraf. Yeah, I don't know if I should be glad about this Nkosi finishing his testimony today, because for the last few days, more than 5 days that he's been there, he gave us all that we need to know about what is going on without him saying nothing or admitting nothing. All he knew was to say he can't remember, he forgot, he don't know. But he gave us everything that we need to know. But unfortunately, 5 days were wasted because the evidence was there even before he could come and give evidence there. The evidence was already there. So he didn't give us actually anything. We know from the evidence what has been happening. But thanks, good riddance for him. Thank you.
Good riddance. What about Julius Malema? Where does he fit in?
Good day, Afrat. Afrat, Malema is not a politician. Remember, EFF is Malema's property. It's like Motsepe is owning Mamelodi Sundowns. That guy, he owns EFF.
Okay.
If you differ with him, he fires you. Look at Floyd Shimbambo. You look at the doctor. Nobody will be a president. That boy, he doesn't have respect even for elders. What he did to Comrade Zola from the ANC was bad. In fact, he had beggars from these old topies from the African National Congress. And I'm not surprised that even the other guy said to him during the week that they must form the party. This guy has been corrupt, man, Malema. That's 500 and spread you.
Okay, 500. He's been corrupt, and somebody may challenge that. I don't know when else I heard the word toppies on air, on an English talk show, nogal. But listen, we need to be colloquial sometimes. It just brings out the real character. So, yeah, the toppies.
Mr. Ashraf, this is Luzuko from Cape Town. Look, Mr. Ashraf, I think now Malema is showing us his true colors. If he is not guilty or he is not doing any wrong thing, why you have to spend his time instead of addressing people regarding to the holiday? Why he spend his airtime talking about Mkhwanazi and attacking Mkhwanazi as if there is something that he have to hide? No, man, he must just keep quiet if he knows that he never do anything wrong. He must just keep quiet and let the process goes. Luzugolo, Cape Town. Thank you, Mr. Ashraf.
Okay, you get. That's the sense you get in terms of he must just keep quiet. By the way, talking about keeping quiet, the point made about the Craddock for de Kock, Eugene de Kock, on parole, testified today at the Gqeberha High Court that he had no involvement in the abduction, mutilation, and murders of what is known as the Craddock Four. That's just his point, right? We've got a few more comments to play out. Tomorrow you must share a picture of where you are listening in live. I need to do that so I know.
Nothing is when you're trying to escape the matter. Now they're talking about the interpreter. There's nothing wrong with the interpreter. It's just that they have to go straight to the point, to the matter, you see. So now they're trying to waste more time. Speaking of interpret, than going straight to the topic. Who stole the money? That's all.
No, well, I can't say the interpreter waste time. If the person's not fluent in a language, I mean, it is their right to have an interpreter. The question is, how well is the interpreter at interpreting, isn't it? That's the discussion.
Revolutionary greetings, Ashraf. Yeah, my issue is about the USA, man. I'm wondering why all the world leaders keep quiet while the USA is doing what it's doing. Because after Iran, then they will go after another country. So because of that didn't affect you, then you decide not to say anything. But soon, it will be another country. This is Jacob in Mokopane.
Thanks, Jacob. In fact, Trump has already told the Cubans, hey, I can do what I want with you. Not my words, Donald Trump's words. I can do what I want. Listen, I can't do what I want with you. I'd love you to listen to the show every single day, but I can ask you, hey, set your alarms now for 3 o'clock tomorrow to catch another edition of the National Pulse. From myself, I'm sure myself, Keys, Temba, Vusani giving you the thumbs up, and Phineas will look at me if I don't mention him as well. So to the team, from the team rather, thank you for listening in. Right now, let's get the news. It's 6 o'clock. Here's Greg House.